Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 2468. Qian Mo, you say it yourself. Wang Yi coldly glanced at Qian Mo and said. If it was Heng, he would have refuted, it's not my turn to be on duty today. Fellow Daoist Wang, please make the decision. But this was Qian Mo. Qian Mo raised his head and looked at Xiaohua, asking, Xiaohua, do you have a 7-skill sex-flowing cloud airship? If you took it from a sword cultivator, you still have to return it to the 7-skills sect. After all, this airship belongs to the 7-skills sect. My Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect in the country of Xi. We can't do anything that goes against the agreement of the war. Hearing Qian Mo mention 7 possibilities sex-flowing cloud-flying boat, Xiaohua felt a little angry. However, after thinking for a while, Xiaohua swallowed his anger and said, let Martial Uncle Qian know, disciple did indeed steal a flying boat from a sword cultivator. However, I don't know if it belongs to 7 possibilities sect. As you know, this disciple is ignorant and inexperienced. I've never seen the 7-skills sex-flowing cloud-flying boat, but I've seen their flowing cloud-flying boat outside the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City 10 days ago. It looks similar, but it might not be their flowing cloud-flying boat. Humph, still trying to argue. Wang Yi coldly said, in the country of Xi, other than our 7-skills sex-flowing cloud airship, what other flying magic tools do they have? That's right. Martial Nephew Xiao, I remember you were in the meeting hall 10 days ago. You even took out the things in your storage pouch. Why didn't I see this flowing cloud airship? Li Chengxiu also said with interest, moreover, your cultivation is only close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. How did you manage to take a flying ship from a sword cultivator? Xiaohua had already thought of a plan. He smiled and said, disciple was lucky. The one I killed was the injured sword cultivator. Moreover, the flying boat was taken away by senior brother Li last time. It's in his storage bag, not mine. Is that so? Martial Nephew Li. Wang Yi turned and asked. Li Zongbao looked at him calmly, blinked his eyes, and didn't say a word. Martial Nephew Li. Wang Yi asked again, I'm asking you. Fellow Daoist Wang. Are you kidding me? First, you want my disciple to shut up and not say a single word. Then, you want to interrogate him. What do you want my disciple to do? Heng Ju asked him politely. Wang Yeqi glanced at Li Zongbao from the corner of his eyes and stopped asking. Everyone knew that Li Zongbao would only give a one-word answer. How about this, Xiaohua? Take out that flying boat and let us take a look. If it belongs to the Qiqiao sect, we'll return it to them. You taking back the flowing cloud-flying boat is also a great merit. This old man will report this to the meeting hall and record this merit. When we return to Sky Thunder Peak, we'll reward you. Qian Mo looked left and right and laughed. My Imperial Thunder sect is a big sect after all. We need to be magnanimous. Why should we be at odds with the 7-skills sect, which is also a cultivation sect in the country of Xi, over a small flying boat? And that flying boat? Needless to say, you can't control it yourself, and you still need Martial Nephew Zongbao to control it. You'd better concentrate on raising your cultivation to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm before you think about these things. Xiaohua was speechless. However, after looking at Qian Mo for a moment, a strange smile appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out the flowing cloud-flying ship. This old man won't say any more. Wang Ye's gaze fell on the flowing cloud-flying ship and he laughed. Facts speak louder than words. Isn't this my 7-skills sex-flowing cloud-flying ship? Qian Mo, your Imperial Thunder sect's teaching methods are still lacking. My Imperial Thunder sect's teaching methods can't sway fellow Daoist Wang's tongue. Qian Mo was a bit embarrassed and angry. He turned his head and scolded Xiaohua. You clearly know that this thing belongs to the Seven Skills sect. What are you doing with it? You've really thrown away the face of my Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua didn't get angry when he heard this. He smiled and said, "This disciple feels very strange. This flying boat has always been used by me and Senior Marshal Brotherly. This disciple is ignorant and inexperienced, so of course I wouldn't know that this flying boat is the Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Which teacher saw this disciple driving this flying boat? They've already reported it to the meeting hall. You're still dreaming." Qian Mo had a look of disappointment on his face. "AI, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place." Xiaohua, at this point, what are you still thinking? Do you still want to keep this thing for yourself? Wang Yi sneered. If it weren't for the return of my Seven Skills sect's disciple, who would have known that a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder sect would be so filthy in private? You've really thrown away the face of my Shi nation. The Seven Skills sect's disciples have returned? Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with interest, "It seems, this disciple met your sect's disciples outside Sky Patrol City for less than 10 days. It shouldn't have been more than 20 days and they've already returned? They're really powerful." The flowing cloud flying ship is right in front of you. What are you still trying to argue about? Wang Yi said angrily. "This old man will take this thing back to my Seven Skills sect and punish you for secretly keeping a flying ship for war." Fellow Daoist Wang, although Xiaohua secretly kept the flying ship, he didn't even know it was the flowing cloud flying ship. Moreover, he also took the flying ship from the sword cultivator. It's considered a meritorious service. How can you punish him? Qian Mo raised his voice. I hope fellow Daoist can consider the various factors. My Imperial Thunder sect will keep a close eye on this matter. He didn't know that this was my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship? Wang Yi sneered. Just now, this old man received an inquiry from my sect's disciple. This old man had some suspicions as to where Xiaohua's flowing cloud flying ship came from. After this old man carefully investigated, this old man suspects that the flying ship in his hands is the same flying ship that my Seven Skills sect's disciples used to travel to Rooster Crow Mountain. This old man even has suspicions about the Imperial Thunder sect's first squad's battle record. Perhaps they didn't even go to Rooster Crow Mountain. Instead, after my Seven Skills sect's disciples escaped from Rooster Crow Mountain, they ambushed and killed my Seven Skills sect's disciples. After receiving the news and obtaining the flowing cloud flying ship, they came to the meeting hall to claim the reward. The ones who should be rewarded should be my Seven Skills sect's disciples. Cough, cough, the utmost happiness sect's Heng Zhao coughed twice and waved his hand. Fellow Daoist Wang, your Seven Skills sect's disciples were ambushed by sword cultivators. Our meeting hall knows that your Seven Skills sect paid an extremely high price and suffered many losses. These disciples asked the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples for their private possession of a flying ship. Since you lack a flying ship, you can't claim the reward. We didn't say anything about it and you can just verify the identity of the flying ship and accept it into your Seven Skills sect. The Battle of Rooster Crow Mountain happened more than a few years ago. Do you think it's interesting to bring it up again? The Tai Ching sect's De Sun also laughed heartily. Isn't that so? Your Seven Skills sect's disciples had one less flying ship to carry a few fewer disciples. With a few fewer disciples, your flying ship slowed down by half a minute. With that, you fell into a sword cultivator's ambush. Falling into a sword cultivator's ambush, your Seven Skills sect lost several hundred disciples. With your Seven Skills sect lost several hundred disciples, my Dao sect lost the Battle of Golden Core Cultivators. With my Dao sect's cultivators losing the Battle of Golden Core Cultivators, my Dao sect's cultivators were utterly defeated in the Battle of Sword Dao. With my Dao sect's cultivators defeated, the sword cultivators invaded and occupied the entire Dawn Rain continent. With my Dawn Rain continent occupied by the sword cultivators, my Dao sect was annihilated. Fellow Daoist Dasun, when did this old man say that? Wang Yi was furious. Ha ha ha, didn't your 7 skills sect's disciples all say the same thing? Didn't they all say that they accidentally fell into the ambush because they lacked a flying ship? Dasun laughed again. Moreover, from what he said, it seems that Xiaohua isn't the only one who has a flying ship. Our other sects and clans all have your 7 skills sect's flying ships, right? Huh, isn't that so? Heng Zhao also laughed in response. There's no point in saying anything else. Li Chengxiu waved his hand. Let's return this flying ship to the 7 skills sect. It won't be too late for us to discuss Xiaohua's crimes later. This old man still has to make a solemn statement. This item was obtained by Xiaohua as a sword cultivator. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also performed meritorious deeds. Qian Mo said righteously. This old man isn't the only one paying attention to this matter. My Imperial Thunder sect's tens of thousands of disciples are also paying attention to this matter. Humph! Wang Yi waved his hand and was about to put away the flying ship when Xiaohua laughed. Martial Uncle Wang, how could you tell at a glance that this is the 7 skills sect's flying ship? Why doesn't this junior look like it? Oh? Didn't you say that you don't recognize my 7 skills sect's flying ship? Wang Yi stopped and said coldly. Didn't this junior already see your sect's flying ship before entering Sky Patrol City? Xiaohua asked curiously. Didn't the disciple who came to complain say anything? Humph, this old man naturally has his reasons for saying that this is my 7 skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Wang Yi pointed at the flying ship and said, every flying ship of my 7 skills sect has a serial number. Furthermore, it's hidden within the flying ship. Outsiders can't know about it. Oh? Xiaohua asked curiously. After this junior obtained this flying ship, I used my divine sense to examine it for a long time, but I didn't find anything strange. At this point, however, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. That's right. You need to know how to control the Streamcloud shuttlecraft. That jade slip clearly states that it's the Streamcloud shuttlecraft from the 7 skills sect. However, Wang Yi clearly didn't take this matter to heart. Instead, he said confidently, Humph, how could your divine sense discover the secret of my 7 skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship? This old man will point it out right now and convince you. Wait. Xiaohua said hurriedly. Senior's divine sense is extremely mysterious. How would this junior know if you tampered with the flying ship? Do I need to go that far? Wang Yi said disdainfully. He waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying ship flew back to his hand. How about this? Let this old man take a look. Heng waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying ship stopped in midair. Heng, how do you know the secret of my 7 skills sect's flying ship? Wang Yi sneered. Hee, what kind of secret could there be on the Dawn Rain continent? Heng didn't hide anything. This old man occasionally knows a bit. It's not a big deal, right? He then pointed with his hand and said with a smile, fellow gold core cultivators here, how many of you don't know? Forget it, don't argue. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming's beloved disciple is Li Zongbao. He's somewhat grateful to Xiaohua, so fellow Daoist Heng Ming should avoid arousing suspicion. Dasun laughed brightly and stood up. This old man will help you take a look so that Xiaohua won't worry. Chapter 2469. Alright, Wang Yi glanced at Dasun and withdrew his hand. The flying boat naturally flew into Dasun's hand. Dasun clapped his hand and a palm-sized mirror flew out of his storage bag. He then flicked his horsetail whisk and a misty light shot out from the mirror and landed on the flying boat. As the light entered the boat, the flowing cloud flying boat gradually became transparent. Everyone was smiling as their gazes followed the light. However, when the misty light stopped, Dasun exclaimed, Strange. What's wrong? Wang Yi didn't want to watch. After all, this was his own secret. Hearing Dasun's surprise, he asked. Hee, it's very strange. This flying boat might not belong to the Seven Skills sect. Dasun flicked his horsetail whisk and the mirror landed in his hand. He then threw the flowing cloud flying boat towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi's expression was a bit awkward. He didn't rush to catch the flying boat as it landed in front of him. Instead, he took out a fist-sized black ball from his storage bag. This ball wasn't a regular circle. The two ends protruded slightly and there was a long groove in the middle. Wang Yi activated his spiritual power and the ball slowly rotated. A ray of pure blue light shot out from the groove and shone on a certain part of the flying boat. However, the moment the light shone, the flying boat didn't change at all. The number that Wang Yi expected didn't appear. Wang Yi's expression became even more strange. How is it? Fellow Taoist Wang, is this your Seven Skills sect's flying boat? Heng Ming asked. Even if the imprint on the boat is damaged, it only means that it was discovered by sword cultivators. They were afraid that our Tao sect cultivators would follow them, so they erased it. It doesn't mean that this isn't my Seven Skills sect's flying boat. Wang Yi saw that the place he was most confident in had a flaw. He was very clear that this imprint couldn't be detected by spiritual sense. Even if one didn't have the spiritual sense of a late golden core stage cultivator, or even a nascent soul stage cultivator, it wouldn't be easy to erase it. How could this flying boat be gone? With that, Wang Yi clapped his hand again and another small flying boat that looked exactly the same appeared in the air. If any fellow Taoist can point out the difference between these two flying boats, then this old man will admit that this flying boat doesn't belong to my Seven Possibilities sect. Wang Yi proudly said as he pointed his finger. Of course, these two flying boats were originally the same, so how could there be any differences? Everyone was silent. At this time, Xiaofan bowed and said, from the outside, the two flying boats are naturally the same, but I'm afraid the place Martial Uncle Wang was looking for is somewhat different. Ha, that's right. Wang Yi, isn't that the difference between the two flying boats? It looks like this flying boat doesn't belong to your Seven Possibilities sect. Heng was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Wang Yi was also stunned. He realized that there was a flaw in his words. His face was a little gloomy as he said coldly, "This old man is talking about the two flying boats apart from the marks. The imprint must have been discovered and erased by the sword cultivator, but that doesn't mean it's not our Seven Skills sect's flying boat." But Martial Uncle Wang is wrong again. Xiaofan said with a smile, "Didn't your noble sect leave a mark on the flying boat to identify it? If there's no mark, doesn't that mean this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect? Since this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect, what right does Martial Uncle Wang have to take it from this disciple's hands? Isn't that the same as a scissor expert? Since this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect, what right does Martial Uncle Wang have to punish this disciple for the crime of privately possessing a flying boat for battle?" "Xiaofan, this is the conference hall. You're disrespecting your teacher, that's already a serious crime." Wang Yi really had a headache as he scolded Xiaofan. This flying boat incident. To be honest, he was forced to do something beyond his ability. The Seven Skills sect disciples fell into a sword cultivator's ambush and suffered great losses. The surviving disciples returned to Sky Patrol City to report this matter. In their anger, they told Wang Yi about Xiaohua's private possession of the flowing cloud flying boat. Although their tone wasn't as serious as Dasun's, there was still a great deal of innuendo. Those disciples originally wanted to use this opportunity to vent their anger and attract attention. As for Wang Yi, he didn't put Xiao Hua's matter in his eyes. Since he was on duty today, he naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to beat the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus, he invited Xiao Hua over. But he didn't expect that it would be such a situation. He was somewhat unable to control it. Martial Uncle Wang, your noble sect's disciple slandered this junior for privately possessing a flying boat. Isn't that a serious crime? Xiao Hua sneered, if you want to punish me, then please punish your noble sect's disciple first. Then, you can talk about this junior's crime of disrespect. Fellow Taoist Qian Mo. Wang Yi took a deep breath and lightly said, your Imperial Thunder sect boasts of being one of the great sects of my Shi country. How can you disturb the affairs of the great sects of Shi country in the conference hall? This kind of nonsense is really throwing away the face of my Shi country's cultivator sects. Hee, Martial Uncle Wang, don't mention my Imperial Thunder sect's Martial Uncle Qian. Xiao Hua laughed again. Today's conference hall is the conference hall of my Dao sect's 3 countries. When did it become the conference hall of Shi country? This junior has protected the face of Shi country, shouldn't I protect the faces of the masters of Meng country and Lian country? You're being unreasonable. Wang Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he coldly said, this flying boat belongs to my Qiqiao sect. Seeing that you're the hero of my Dao sect's great war, this old man won't pursue your crime of taking it without permission. You can leave now. Seeing Wang Yi being so rude and not mentioning any more reasons, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He could only look at Qian Mo. Qian Mo didn't say anything after that. At this moment, he smiled and said, fellow Taoist Wang Yi, what the junior from my humble sect said is very reasonable. This is a great war between cultivators. It's not only a matter of my Shi country, but also a matter of Meng country, Lian country, and Shi country. It's also a matter of dozens of our cultivator sections. Our goal is the sword cultivators of Huan country. However, we can't sacrifice our righteousness for such a small matter. In this old man's opinion, we might as well seek common ground while reserving our differences. We should obey the bigger picture and prioritize the bigger picture. As for the matter of the flowing cloud flying boat, we might as well leave it to the juniors to deal with. We'll deal with it after the war. What do you think? What do I think? Wang Yi said coldly, I don't think so. This flying boat belongs to my 7 skills sect. If my 7 skills sect doesn't take it, then let's see who dares to take it. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from Li Zongbao's mouth. He said coldly to Xiao Hua, Junior brother Xiao, you've really disappointed me. Do you remember that when I gave you this flying boat, I told you that the origin of this flying boat is unknown. You can't protect it by yourself. Do you see it now? Do you still want to keep it for yourself? Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't hide his deep disappointment. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother knows his mistake. Senior brotherly, please take back this flying boat. What? Wang Yi was slightly stunned. Martial Uncle Wang, I won't hide it from Martial Uncle. This flying boat was snatched from the hands of a sword cultivator. Li Zongbao said generously, everything Xiao Hua said is true. However, how could he have the strength to snatch this flying boat from the hands of a sword cultivator? It was all Junior's doing. Martial nephew Zongbao, aren't you joking? Wang Yi said with a smile, this flying boat clearly belongs to Xiao Hua. From the beginning to the end, he never said that it was related to Martial nephew. Now that Martial nephew has jumped out, aren't you treating us like monkeys? Martial Uncle Wang, you haven't even thought about it. Junior has already explained it clearly. What is Xiao Hua's cultivation? How could he snatch this flying boat from the hands of a sword cultivator? Li Zongbao said bluntly and sincerely, this guy wanted to snatch this flying boat from Junior's hands, so he had no choice but to hold on. Yes, Junior has already reported this matter to Master. Hehe, that's right. Hangju faintly said, that's why this old man wanted to see if this flying boat belonged to the Seven Possibilities sect. If it did, then this old man wouldn't say a word. However, if it didn't belong to the Seven Possibilities sect, then this old man would have to speak. Now that this matter is clear, this flying boat belongs to my Seven Possibilities sect. Even if fellow Daoist Heng Ming says it belongs to him, I'm afraid I can't let it go. Hehe, that's troublesome. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, but he said with a fake smile, Junior doesn't like it when others take my things for no reason. If others take one of my things, I'll take 10 of their things. Chapter 2470. Huh, good idea. De Sun clapped his hands and said to Wang Yi, what fellow cultivator Heng Ming said is right, I support it. Not only can it settle today's matter, but it can also make full use of the flying boat. Not bad, not bad. Yes, we agree as well. Everyone else chimed in. This. Wang Yi was extremely annoyed, but he really didn't have any evidence. The flowing cloud flying boat was obviously the flowing cloud flying boat of the Seven Skills sect. Why did he have to find some bullshit evidence? Alas, forget it. Wang Yi also knew that this was a rare way out. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He nodded and said, yes, if it were any other time, I would never give in. But fellow cultivator Qian Mo said it well. Now is the time when all the Taoist sects are working together. There is no room for any dirty tricks. I will temporarily rent this flying boat to the Utopia faction. I hope that nephew Zong Bao can use this flying boat to kill more sword cultivators. I understand. Li Zongbao bowed and said, killing sword cultivators is my mission in the Sky Patrol City. I will not let you down. Damn it, how did it become a rental? Xiao Hua was secretly anxious. There is an essential difference between renting and owning one's own things. However, seeing that Li Zongbao didn't speak, and Heng Ming, who defended Li Zongbao, also didn't speak, Xiao Hua looked at the calm and composed Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and didn't dare to speak again. Without support, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao didn't dare to speak. What was Xiao Hua? It was better to keep quiet. Yes, since nephew Zongbao said so, it was worth lending the flying boat to you. Wang Yi still held on to the word rental and said with a smile, however, nephew Zongbao, you don't have to rush to the flowing ice valley. Yes, it's my business how to arrange it. Uncle Wang, it's better if you don't interfere. Li Zongbao retorted calmly. Ha ha ha, of course I don't care where nephew Zongbao goes. Wang Yi laughed and said, however, in 10 days, the Taoist sect disciples will launch a large-scale attack on the Seven Extremes Ridge and the flowing ice valley. That place was the location of the spiritual vein of the Sky Patrol City. Now, it has become the base of the sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators' disciples are resting there. It is a good opportunity for us to sneak attack. If fellow Daoist Zong Bao is interested, you can go and take a look. Perhaps Qin Jian will go as well. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, he was completely different from before. He was no longer in a hurry and just bowed. Thank you for your kindness, Martial Uncle Wang. Junior will discuss it with Junior Martial Brothers Xiao again before using this flying boat that has yet to belong to us. You can go back and wait. Wang Yi waved his hand. This old man and the others still need to discuss how to arrange the troops. Yes, thank you, Martial Uncle Wang. Li Zongbao bowed and left the discussion hall with Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. As soon as he walked out of the conference hall, Xiao Hua couldn't hold back and said in a low voice, Senior Martial Brotherly, how can this rental be compared to your own? This is obviously far from enough. Humph, Li Zongbao sneered. Didn't you say earlier that you were going to borrow my hands? Why, do you want to force yourself to endure? What was the result? Actually, sometimes, showing weakness didn't mean compromising. Taking risks is the biggest hidden danger. Seeing the double meaning in Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua frowned. He didn't understand what Li Zongbao was talking about. Hehe, big brother. Xiao Mao said in a low voice, Big brother is in the picture and doesn't understand what senior martial brotherly means. What do you mean? This rental, doesn't it belong to us? Xiao Mao chuckled. Although they didn't clearly state who it belongs to, the flying boat is in our hands. Even if the Seven Skills sect shouted 1,000,000 times, the flying boat wouldn't fly back. It would still be under our feet. Besides, we're renting it for 99 years. When the time comes and we can't decide who it belongs to, we'll just rent it for another 99 years. The amount of spirit stones they give each year isn't much either. What's the difference between that and our own flying boat? Isn't the Seven Skills sect's nominal ownership? Moreover, the Seven Skills sect doesn't have this nominal ownership. Li Zongbao said coldly, they want to leave it for the younger generation to settle. I'd like to see which Seven Skills sect's younger generation dares to settle it with me. Don't even mention the word flying boat. Ah, I understand. Xiaohua bowed. Thank you for protecting me, senior martial brotherly. Do you need me to protect you? Li Zongbao asked with a smile. Of course. Xiaohua answered bluntly. Li Zongbao looked around and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else. Xiao Mao asked carefully, are we going to Flowing Ice Valley now or are we going with the Dao sect cultivators? Of course we're going now. Xiaohua said anxiously. Don't let Tu Hong escape. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Li Zongbao waved his hand. Since there's nothing else going on in the meeting hall, we don't need to be in such a hurry. Qin Jian isn't in Flowing Ice Valley to begin with. We went there just now, to act as scouts for others. What's the point of that? Besides, I heard from Master that the Huanhua sect's disciples are also going to Flowing Ice Valley. I think it's better if we go together. Qin Jian isn't in Flowing Ice Valley? Then we. Xiaohua was bewildered. I'll explain it to you in detail after we leave Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao didn't want to say more. He waved his hand and said, I have nothing else to do. If you want to go, you can go now. However, when Xiaohua heard that the Huanhua sect was also going to Flowing Ice Valley, he didn't want to go first. He smiled apologetically and said, in that case, let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late to talk about it when we have definite news. Okay, then I'll go back to the Utopia faction station first. Li Zongbao waved his hand and left. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, accompanied Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat displeased expression, he transmitted his voice, Big brother, this golden core master of your Imperial Thunder sect is too sanctimonious. He only said that the Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect and only said something about tolerance. It really makes people unhappy. Compared to my Xiunyuan school, it's really far behind. Alas, it's more than that. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the day when he went to Sky Thunder Peak with the thunder-devouring bead. The thunder-controlling sect was surrounded by the Xiunyuan school, the Qiqiao sect, and the Shanghua sect. They wanted to stop him, but the thunder-controlling sect didn't react at all. This tolerance. Is it really the demeanor of a big sect? Looking at the Utopia faction and Li Zongbao's rather unscrupulous attitude, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little envious. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua waved his hand. You should also hurry up and cultivate. Flowing Ice Valley must be another fierce battle. Now that the cultivators in the late stage of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core have come out, the number of Bright Sword Grade 6 and Illusory Sword Grade 1 will definitely increase. You should also be careful. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao bowed. I'll go back to the Xuanyan school station. Big brother, how many more days do you want to wait? Or follow me to the Xuanyan school station? Why would I go to your Xuanyan school? Xiao Hua waved his hand. I'll go back to the thunder-controlling sect. Yes, Xiao Mao bowed and flew away. Xiao Hua looked at his back and sighed. He also flew to the thunder-controlling sect station. Chapter 2471. When Xiao Hua returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, he knew that he didn't have a place to cultivate, so he could only find Changshu. He took out spirit stones and found an ordinary pill refining cave to cultivate. In the Huan country sword domain, the dozens of illusory swordsmen gathered. The mountain was still covered in ice and snow, and the water was still as calm as jade. However, there were much fewer people. There were only a dozen or so illusory sword level 3 swordsmen standing expressionlessly above the pool. In addition to these differences, there was a roar that echoed throughout the valley. Kaka, this old man knows you are that terrifying phoenix. Come, let this old man fight you for 300 rounds. Kaka, what, you want to escape? Eat this old man's claw. It was none other than Yuming, who had escaped from the Yinyang Spring Mountain. At this time, Yuming was exactly the same as when he escaped from Xiao Hua's hands. His mouth was saying inexplicable words, and the spiritual power around his body flashed. From time to time, he would fly up and down, and the sound of the wind would resound as he attacked the void. His figure was extremely nimble as he flashed back and forth in midair, as if he was really facing Xiao Hua. Sword friend Lianing. Lu Ruochang, who was standing quietly on the surface of the lake, watched for a long time. He sighed and said to a short old man about 10 feet away from him, "Rain sword friend. You really can't remember the situation at that time? You really can't tell who killed sword friend Yu Ming from the Clear Sword sect?" The old man was wearing gray clothes and looked gray. He whispered, "Junior Marshal brother, you not only can't remember the situation at that time, he doesn't even know who he is." Fortunately, he followed his memory and returned to the Quilted Mountain. Otherwise, if he was killed by a cultivator, we wouldn't know his whereabouts. As for who killed sword friend Yuming from the Clear Sword sect, isn't it obvious? Isn't it the Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix? Lianing glanced at the slightly plump, white-haired Zhu Chengye from the Clear Sword sect, who was standing not far from him, and said. Lu Ruochang shook his head. Although the terrifying phoenix has a great reputation, he is still a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. At most, he is at the late stage of Foundation establishment. There is no way he could have killed sword friend Zhong Haoshuan from the Clear Sword sect. There are even several swordsmen at the second grade of the illusory sword realm. What about Ling Yunwu and the other illusory swordsmen from the High Wind Sword sect? Zhu Chengye disagreed. In my opinion, firstly, Ling Yunwu and the other sword friends fell into Tu Hong's formation, and it wasn't the doing of the terrifying phoenix. Secondly, Ling Yunwu and the other sword friends couldn't have survived, and the terrifying phoenix couldn't have survived. Lu Ruochang said resolutely, if the terrifying phoenix is still alive, he must be at the peak of the gold core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. This is different from the information we received. How do you explain Yuming's situation? Zhu Chengye continued to ask. Moreover, Qin Jian and I were also in Sky Patrol City that day. We can prove that perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City did not leave Sky Patrol City. What about Tu Hong? Lu Ruochang also smiled and said, the Dao sect cultivators keep saying that it was sword friend Qin who killed that fellow, but what about the truth? Wasn't Qin Jian with Zhu Jianyu? Zhu Chengye's brows furrowed as well. He was very puzzled. That's right. Let alone Qin Jian, even I find it strange. Which sword transformation senior killed Qin Jian? He hasn't said anything until now. What about my junior brother Feng? A burly beast cultivator said coldly, although junior brother Feng's cultivation seems to be at the 2nd grade of the illusory sword realm, as far as I know, he has long been at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. If he was killed mysteriously, who else could it be other than perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City? Lu Ruochang smiled bitterly and was also puzzled. He said, "Let me tell you, sword friend Song Yuan, I just returned from the Gale Snow Field. That place was in a mess. If it was perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss, right? However, according to the disciples who fled, it was a cultivator similar to the terrifying phoenix. A Foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't be a match for sword friend Feng, right? The terrifying phoenix you saw was only at the Foundation establishment cultivator. It's hard to say if he didn't hide his cultivation like junior brother Feng. Maybe he also has the strength of a golden core cultivator." Song Yuan said coldly. "That's the problem." Lu Ruochang smiled apologetically. "If the terrifying phoenix has the strength of a golden core cultivator, if he could kill sword friend Feng Buping, then he must have the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, right? How could he hide his cultivation to the early Foundation establishment cultivator? It's already good enough that he could hide it to the early golden core cultivator, right? Who knows what strange secret techniques the Dao sect cultivators have?" Song Yuan was a little more relaxed. Even if the terrifying phoenix has the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, how could he let sword friend Yuming escape? He should have been able to kill sword friend Yuming easily. Also, since the terrifying phoenix has the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, that day on Rooster Crow Mountain, it wasn't just some bright swordsman who died, right? Even if it was the Gale Snowfield, there wouldn't be too many swordsmen who escaped, right? But, if the terrifying phoenix didn't have the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, junior brother Zhong Haoshuan and the others couldn't have been killed. Zhu Chengye said. "So, from what I see, there must be 2 Dao sect cultivators here. One is a late golden core cultivator who killed sword friend Feng Buping, then killed my bright sword sect sword friend, stole the Yin Yang sword gourd, and even did other things that damaged my sword realm. The other one might be the terrifying phoenix. He was lucky enough to escape from the battle on Mount Quanjin. Of course, maybe there was no terrifying phoenix at Mount Quanjin that day, and it was only sword friend Ling Yun's conjecture. Unfortunately, sword friend Ling Yun encountered 2 Hong spirit howler ray on Mount Quanjin. What LVGNU said makes sense." Zhu Chengye nodded. "That's the only explanation that makes sense. As for sword friend Yuming, he must have escaped from the late golden core cultivator by a freak combination of factors and met the terrifying phoenix. That's why this happened." "That's right." Lian Ning nodded. "The damage to junior brother Yuming's soul is related to the soul cultivator's blood sacrifice soul talisman. I'm afraid that the golden core cultivator disdained to take his life, and that's why he escaped. But, if the terrifying phoenix is someone from the Imperial Thunder sect? Don't tell me there's no news. If the terrifying phoenix was at Mount Quanjin that day, and he was lucky enough to escape, then that person's name is easy to say. It's none other than Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Qiu Su, and Xiao Hua. But as for who exactly it is, because we don't have the appearance of the 5 people, we can't be sure." LV Ruochang said. "Of course, I've already sent people to look for the appearance of the 5 people. There should be news soon." "What did LVGNU say just now, that the terrifying phoenix might have done something that damaged my sword realm?" Song Yuan looked very simple and honest, but he was very sensitive to something. "This." LV Ruochang also hesitated. "This is also my guess. It's just that I received some vague information from Senior Huashan. Later on, I heard that Tu Hong was killed, so I understood a little. Tu Hong was undoubtedly killed by Senior Huashan, because Senior Huashan is currently in a rage. It seems to be somewhat similar to what happened at Chicken Crow Mountain. Oh, hearing that it was the rage of Senior Huashan, no one dared to ask further. Moreover, according to Senior Huashan's wishes, I've already issued the number 1 bounty in my sword realm, just like the Dao Sect's conference hall. Whoever can kill the terrifying phoenix will be heavily rewarded by all the sword sects in my sword realm. LV Ruochang said again. Whether he's in the early or late foundation establishment stage, I want to see his head. Good. My bright sword sect is the first to agree. Zhu Chengye nodded and shouted. The others also clapped their hands in agreement. Actually, I've invited everyone here today, other than the matter of Senior Huashan Yuming. I also have to discuss the key to this battle with all of you sword friends. LV Ruochang looked at everyone and said. Oh, is it Senior LV Jinyo's sword formation? Zhu Chengye was a little worried. My bright sword sect has dragged you down again. I'm really sorry. If Senior LV Jianyu has any orders, please let me know. A trace of anger flashed across LV Ruochang's face. To be honest, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart at this time. Everything was in her plan, but unfortunately, most of the developments were within her control. These small and crucial points were always a little off. A trace of anger flashed across her face, but it only lasted for a moment. She replied coldly, in fact, as early as 5 years ago, when Ling Yunwu made a mistake while searching for the spirit-swallowing bugs, I was already alarmed. Although sword friend Zhong Haoxuan of your sect said that it would only take a few months, he still couldn't bring out the yin and yang sword spirit. Therefore, I made other plans at that time. If nothing goes wrong, the yin and yang sword spirit should be successfully bred in half a year. Zhu Jianyu, there's nothing else for you to do here for the time being. You only need to return to your sect and consolidate the spirit stone mine that you've already occupied. Then, you can continue to kill cultivators. When my sword formation is completed, we can kill all the golden core cultivators of your sect. Yes, I understand. Zhu Chengye bowed and replied. Senior LV Jinyo's sword formation has already been completed? Yuming's Senior Huashan Yuming asked hesitantly. Then the spirit-swallowing bugs, I understand Senior Huashan Yuming's meaning. LV Ruochang said, Ling Yunwu died in the Jinshan Spring Formation. Senior Huashan Yuming also died in that battle. I can't ask Senior Huashan Yuming to use the secret technique. Therefore, I asked Senior Huashan Yuming of the Seven Spirits Mountain, and several other sword friends to use the secret technique to obtain the larvae of the spirit-swallowing bugs. Alas, that's good. Tsang Yuan waved his palms and sighed, not many people know the secret technique of my quilted mountain sect. That's why I came here. Since Senior Huashan Yuming has already sacrificed himself, I'll live for a few more days and help them kill more cultivators of your sect. That's right, LV Ruochang frowned slightly. However, Senior Huashan Yuming and Senior Huashan Yuming still need to prepare how to drive the spirit-swallowing bugs in the spirit-swallowing formation. Senior Huashan Yuming and Senior Huashan Yuming will be in charge of everything there. Hearing this, Tsang Yuan became excited. He patted his chest and said, Senior LV Jianyu, don't worry. Although it's difficult to drive the spirit-swallowing bugs, we'll do anything to kill cultivators. Good. LV Ruochang also clapped his hands and said, in order to kill the cultivators of your sect and for the survival of our warriors of the Sword region, you've sacrificed too much. Fortunately, the battle situation is gradually becoming clearer. This Dao Cultivator war is far from what it was in the past. Our Sword Cultivator warriors will definitely step into the territory of cultivators. Good, Zhu Chengye could not help but clap his hands and say, I'll wait for Senior LV Jinyo's good news, but, this sword formation. Although it's the key to this war, it's not the end of it. LV Ruochang's face became mysterious. He changed the topic and said, I've already said that I've invited all of you here to discuss something else. What? Senior LVGNU, do you have other arrangements? Zhu Chengya and the others were shocked. In their eyes, LV Ruochang's arrangement of the formation was already beyond their reach. How could they not be shocked when they heard that LV Ruochang had other plans? Of course. In order to live up to Senior Hua Shenyu's name, I naturally have to rack my brains and think of a way to defeat the enemy. LV Ruochang's face was calm, but his eyes could not help but flash a trace of excitement as he spoke again. Terrifying Phoenix, do you want to kill me? Why don't you come over? Yu Ming's voice sounded between the distant rock walls again. In that case, we'll have much fewer cultivators to resist the Dao sect and the swordsmen to use the sword formation. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate. It doesn't matter. The sword formation has been set up. We still have to transfer other swordsmen from the sword region. These discussions were covered by Yu Ming's cries. Chapter 2472. Xiao Hua, who was far away in Sky Patrol City, did not sense Yu Ming's challenge. He did not even sneeze. He was now in a kind of surprise. How could he not be happy? Previously, when he gave the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra to Zhang Qingxiao gave Xiao Xianrui a jade pendant found in the ancestral temple to Xiao Hua. At that time, Zhang Qingxiao only said that it might be a body cultivation technique. Only Xiao Hua could practice it in Shanghua Ming, so she gave it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not care at first and casually put it in the space. Today, when his primordial spirit took out the jade pendant to check, he was surprised to find that it recorded a rare bone tempering technique in the Dawn Rain continent. It was not a body cultivation technique at all. Even with Xiao Hua's understanding of the bone tempering technique, he vaguely perceived that this technique seemed to be different from the bone tempering technique in the Sunset Island. It was also different from the Big Dipper magical fist. It might be a technique from outside the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of the abnormality of the god statue and the dark mantra that the 10,000 demon realm empress was looking for, Xiao Hua's heart was also a little confused. This technique, could it be from the 10,000 demon realm? However, whether it was a technique from the 10,000 demon realm or not, since it was a bone tempering technique, Xiao Hua would not hesitate to comprehend it. It was just that this technique was quite mysterious, and the chant was abnormally obscure. If he did not spend a lot of effort, he would definitely not be able to comprehend it. Xiao Hua, who was ecstatic, kept the jade pendant in the space and handed it to the primordial spirit to comprehend. His mind fell into the primordial spirit. Xiao Hua had always been busy killing sword cultivators and running for his life. He rarely paid attention to the results of the bone tempering. At this time, on the red bones, there were already about 70% of the place densely covered with orange threads. It was like a dense spider web covering the entire bone. Xiao Hua understood that his second level of bone tempering was not complete yet. This is a bit strange. Xiao Hua secretly thought, my Dao sect cultivation has now reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. As long as the opportunity comes, I can condense core at any time, but why is the second level of bone tempering and not 99%? This seems to be somewhat different from when I was in the Qi refining realm. Since this bone tempering hasn't reached the large success stage, does that mean I can't condense a core? I remember that when I built my foundation, my physique changed from fire to earth. What about this time? Was it after the core condensation or after the bone tempering? Or do you still refuse to change? Although my dermic powers have greatly increased, the speed of bone tempering has not increased because of the increase in dermic powers. Looks like bone tempering and the Dao sect's dermic powers are completely unrelated. Also, the fire origin source was delivered to my doorstep, but what about the earth origin source? Where was it? Without the earth origin, the second layer of the bone tempering technique would never reach the grand completion stage. Sigh, why is cultivation so difficult? When Xiaohua thought about the origin of Earth, he couldn't help but scratch his head. He'd been on the Daybreak continent for so many years. He'd cultivated from a first-level qi refining cultivator to the late stage of foundation building and was about to condense his gold core. However, he'd never heard of any origin of fire or origin of earth. Even during the auction for nascent soul cultivators, they'd never been mentioned. An innate jellyfish was already at the peak of heaven. Where should he go to find one? Sigh, I don't know when I'll have the chance to return to the 10,000 demon realm. Xiaohua was a little distressed. I originally thought that there was hope if I followed that empress, but now that is injured like this, I don't know if that empress is still around. If I only rely on there's no hope. Forget it, let's refine some fireball talismans first. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out a piece of jade essence, and began to refine the fireball talismans with familiarity. When Xiaohua first started refining, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it and even failed a few times. However, after he changed his Taoist robes a few times, he began to become proficient. In the eyes of the ordinary cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent, and, not just ordinary cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators would consider the jade talismans to be precious. Now, he was refining them piece by piece. Of course, this was only a fireball talisman, it was far from being comparable to a real jade talisman. While Xiaohua was refining, he pondered, my method of controlling the jade talismans is completely different from the Daybreak continents. Moreover, it's merely relying on the control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is something that the cultivators of the Daybreak continent have never thought of. However, this shouldn't be the reason why jade talismans are so rare in the Daybreak continent. Those nascent soul cultivators are already able to sense the heavenly Tao, their control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wouldn't be any worse than mine. Needless to say, cultivators at the spirit-severing stage and above. Then what's the real reason? Moreover, the magic array within the Phoenix Talisman is so complicated. I understand. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua unconsciously groaned, and said self-deprecatingly, this young master is thinking too much. Which one of them isn't an almighty person who has grasped the technique of refining talismans? How could they refine low-level goods like the fireball talisman? Those almighty people are at least deity transformation cultivators, the spells they know won't be inferior to the magic array within the Phoenix Talisman no matter what. If they want to refine this talisman, they'll need to spend magic power and energy. Since they want to refine it once, it'll naturally be the kind with enormous power. Otherwise, it won't be of any use when facing an enemy. Perhaps refining the Phoenix Talisman is like refining some condensed knowledge treasure, something that can only be refined once in a lifetime. How could they not refine it properly? That's why there are common jade talismans and heavenly jade talismans. And only this young master would make these boring little jade talismans. Just as Xiaohua was looking around narcissistically, the pill refining cave's restriction slightly flickered. Oh, Li Zongbao, that guy is going to leave again. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade talisman that was just formed that was extremely similar to a cluster of flames was stored into the space. He then took out the command token. Who would have thought that when he opened the restriction, there was actually a person following behind the communication talisman? Isn't that Changshu, the city guard of Sky Patrol City? Why is it fellow Taoist Chang? Xiaohua said unexpectedly as he stood up. I'm really sorry to let fellow Taoist Xiao cultivate in such a simple and crude pill room. Changshu looked around and bowed. It's fine. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and said, in this way, won't I save up my spirit stones? Fellow Taoist Xiao really knows how to joke. Changshu said with a smile, that day, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to return so quickly, so I couldn't leave behind a good pill refining cave. Now, A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from 7 Skills sect just came out of the pill refining cave. If fellow Daoist Xiao is willing, you can go there now. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. I won't be able to stay for more than a few days. This place is fine. Oh. How many more days can fellow Daoist Xiao stay? Chang Shu was slightly stunned. I just asked someone, and there's already some news. In about 3 days. At this point, Chang Shu looked at the restriction that Xiao Hua didn't activate and didn't say anything else. Oh. So fast? Xiao Hua was overjoyed and quickly activated the restriction at the cave entrance. He said with a smile, fellow Daoist Chang is really amazing. Not at all. Chang Shu said with a smile, because I'm a city guard of Sky Patrol City, I usually interact with a lot of cultivators. This isn't much. Fellow Daoist Chang is too modest. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, if you ask me to look for this matter, I definitely won't be able to find it. Alas, fellow Daoist Xiao is really joking. Chang Shu smiled bitterly. Being able to find such an opportunity is nothing. Being able to participate in this kind of secret meeting is something to be proud of. At this point, Chang Shu smiled apologetically and said, I've already agreed with them that the secret auction will be held late at night 3 days later. That person just happens to have a token. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, you have to pay a sum of spirit stones today. Once they see the spirit stones, they can give the token to me. Oh. Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he said with realization, this sum of spirit stones is probably not cheap, right? That's right. It's indeed not a small sum. Chang Shu said a number and then explained, it's all because I don't have enough face. I heard that person say, haha, no need, no need. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Shu. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Chang. I'll be waiting here for fellow Daoist Chang's good news. Chang Shu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to take out the storage bag without even frowning. That was not a small sum of spirit stones. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come to find Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, are you sure you want to go to the secret auction? Chang Shu probed again, this sum of spirit stones, if fellow Daoist Xiao wins the bid, you can use it. If you don't, you can only get back 70%. Oh. There's such a rule? Xiao Hua really didn't frown and said with a smile, since I'm going to bid, I won't lose anything. Fellow Daoist Chang can go as you wish. Alright, Chang Shu took the storage bag, cupped his hands, and quickly walked out of the pill refining cave. However, after an hour, Chang Shu once again returned in high spirits. He handed over a bronze-colored tiger tally and a jade slip to Xiao Hua. He seemed to be able to do something for Xiao Hua, or perhaps obtain the qualifications to participate in the secret auction. Chang Shu himself felt immensely proud of himself. Thank you, fellow Daoist Chang. Xiao Hua had already participated in the so-called secret auction before, so he naturally knew the secret. He also knew that now that Shuayu Taoist Master was in charge of Sentry City, and it was also at the forefront of the battle between Dao cultivators. Those who could participate in the secret auction were at most gold core stage cultivators. There would never be a situation like the previous secret auction where a nascent soul stage cultivator actually appeared. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change and he calmly accepted the tiger tally and jade slip, Chang Shu was slightly surprised. It was obvious that he had overestimated Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, he didn't expect that this foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, who didn't seem to be good at socializing, actually didn't take the secret auction that even he didn't participate in seriously. Thinking about it again, Xiao Hua was the one who proposed the secret auction to him first. Chang Shu couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 2473. This Xiao Hua, from his name, he doesn't seem to be a blood disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, he was sent here at the beginning of the battle, so he doesn't seem to have any background. But he actually managed to persist until now without suffering any injuries. He must have some background. Even the reason he came to the battlefield before was to gain experience. Making friends with a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect with such a background will definitely benefit me endlessly in the future. Immediately, Xiao Hua became a person with a strong backer like Qian Diheng in Chang Shu's eyes. Oh, fellow Taoist Chang. Seeing that Chang Shu was somewhat absent-minded, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Does fellow Taoist have something to tell me?" Chang Shu hurriedly smiled apologetically, "What do I have to tell you? I've only heard about this secret auction from others. I never thought I would be able to participate. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Xiao, I wouldn't even know where this secret auction would be held." He, Xiao Hua laughed, "Isn't it all recorded in the jade slip? Fellow Taoist can just take a look." "Of course not." Chang Shu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The things in this jade slip can only be seen once with divine sense before automatically disappearing. I don't dare to delay fellow Taoist Zhao's matters." Immediately, he said regretfully, "Unfortunately, if it weren't for the fact that this tiger tally can only be used by one cultivator and that I can't leave my post at night, I would really like to follow fellow Taoist Xiao to broaden my horizons. There will always be a chance." Xiao Hua didn't care at all. "Besides, this secret auction won't be able to broaden my horizons." Yes, fellow Taoist Zhao's guidance is extremely correct. Chang Shu confirmed that Xiao Hua had a background. He respectfully cupped his hands and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua didn't care about the change in Chang Shu's attitude. In his opinion, all of Chang Shu's actions were normal because cultivators who could attract his attention could only be gold core cultivators. In a flash, 3 days passed. When the time was near, Xiao Hua very casually took out the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. When he saw the location inside, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, a trace of a smile actually hung on his face. Coming out of the pill refining cave, what was rare was that the usually lively scene outside had disappeared, and it was similar to the initial loneliness. Snowflakes once again drifted down from the sky, fluttering as they hit Xiao Hua's face. Where are the arrogant late-stage Foundation establishment disciples?" Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. Naturally, it was very easy for him to think of the situation a few days ago. I'm afraid that he has already been sent to the front lines. Alas, they have underestimated the intensity of the battle. Perhaps only when they return from the battlefield will they change their attitude and respect us, the surviving disciples." Xiao Hua sighed and flew out of the encampment. Who would have thought that along the way, it would be so quiet that not a single disciple could be seen? This is bad. Xiao Hua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Did something happen? Where did this disciple come from? Why did he come out instead of meditating in the quiet room? Don't tell me, you don't know the rules of the sect? Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the encampment, several middle-stage Foundation establishment patrolling disciples immediately flew over from the shadows and stopped him. "Oh my, what ban?" Xiao Hua stared blankly, then hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple is Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad. I didn't receive any order." First squad? You are Xiao Hua?" The leading disciple was also stunned. "Why are you still in the Sky Patrol City? All the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad have returned to the Sky Thunder Peak." "I see." Xiao Hua understood. He clapped his hands and handed his token to the leading disciple. Then he said with a smile, "I am indeed Xiao Hua. However, I was conscripted by senior brother Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and cannot leave the Sky Patrol City for the time being." "I see." The leading disciple took Xiao Hua's token and looked at it for a while. Then he returned it to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "The ban of the Imperial Thunder sect is issued by the squad leaders." "Oh, that's not right. This ban was issued after the assassination of Senior Tu Hongtu of the Sky Patrol City. The squad leader of the first squad should have informed junior brother Xiao." Hearing the leading disciple's question, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Of course. At that time, Cui Hongshan was absent-minded and was thinking about his own happiness. Moreover, after Xiao Hua returned, he immediately took Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng to the elixir production cave. After leaving the cave, they took the thunder boat back to the Sky Thunder Peak. Even if Cui Hongshan knew about the ban, he wouldn't have had the chance to tell Xiao Hua about it. Squad leader Cui has returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. How could I know why? Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. However, I received a message from senior brother Li Zongbao, who asked me to go to a place in the Sky Patrol City. It seems that there is something urgent. I wonder if I can go out? The leading disciple shook his head and said with a trace of embarrassment, "Junior brother Xiao, although you didn't receive the ban and didn't know that you can't go out at night, it doesn't mean that you can violate the ban. Forgive me for not letting you go out." Damn it! Xiao Hua scratched his head. Not only could he not participate in the secret auction, but he had also paid a lot of spirit stones. Now, he was going to lose his chance. What the disciple said next made him even more furious. "Moreover, even if I let you out, the Sky Patrol City doesn't allow cultivators to go out at night. You can't go anywhere." I understand now. Xiao Hua finally knew the reason why he had to pay spirit stones for the secret auction. He even knew the reason why the secret auction was held late at night. Xiao Hua wanted to turn back to the pill refining cave, but he changed his mind and handed the token to the disciple on duty again. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, please take a look at my token again. There is the seal of the conference hall's special permit, the ban of the Imperial Thunder sect, and the ban of the Sky Patrol City. Can you do me a favor?" "Oh? Is that so?" The disciple took Xiao Hua's token again embarrassedly. He looked at it carefully with his divine thought and smiled apologetically. "I was a little careless. I didn't see it clearly just now. Since junior brother Xiao has a special permit, then the ban of the Imperial Thunder sect can be ignored. However, the ban of the Sky Patrol City. That's not something I can know." Xiao Hua took the token from the disciple and smiled. "Senior brother, you can let me out of the Imperial Thunder sect. If the disciples of the Sky Patrol City don't recognize me, I can only apologize to senior brother Li Zongbao, who asked his special permit to be defeated by the Sky Patrol City's ban." The disciple laughed. "Although this is the Sky Patrol City, the conference hall is the head of our sect. Which disciple of the Sky Patrol City dares not to give face to the conference hall? Don't worry." After that, the disciple raised his hand and said, "Junior brother Xiao, please." "I dare not." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and flew out of the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment with the other disciples. Sure enough, the streets of the Sky Patrol City were so quiet and deserted that one could almost hear the sound of snow falling. The thick dark clouds in the sky blocked the moonlight. In Xiao Hua's eyes, there was only darkness. There's always darkness behind the sunlight. If there's no darkness, how can one understand the preciousness of the sunlight? Xiao Hua sighed and flew slowly into the distance. This immortal Shuiyu is really good at scheming. If I didn't have the special permit of the conference hall, I'm afraid I would have to use the Devil Realm's concealment technique in order to participate in this secret auction. If he had any secret technique, wouldn't I have fallen into his trap? Xiao Hua snorted and thought to himself. He was not sure whether the special permit of the conference hall could defeat the ban of the Sky Patrol City. However, after listening to the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, he was confident. Just as he thought, Xiaofan was stopped by the patrolling disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Of course, with the seal of the conference hall's special permission, coupled with Xiaofan's pretense, it was not difficult. Xiaofan arrived at the location of the secret auction. When he saw the tea house where he met Ziyi that day, Xiaofan smiled bitterly. If it were not for the instructions in the jade slip, he would not have known that this seemingly ordinary tea house was actually the location of the Sky Patrol City's secret auction. The door of the tea house was closed. It was not as bright as it used to be. Xiaofan walked up a few steps, stretched out his hand, and gently knocked on the wooden door. After 9 knocks with different rhythms, a hoarse voice came from behind the wooden door. "Who's visiting? What's the matter?" Xiaofan laughed in his heart. "I've already knocked on the door, why are you still pretending?" However, he still followed the instructions in the jade slip. "I have obtained a strange copper talisman. I'd like to invite shopkeeper Lian to appraise it." "Oh, I see." As the voice sounded, a small square hole was pulled open on the wooden door, revealing a big fat face. The small eyes on the big face were squeezed to the size of mung beans, staring at Xiaofan from top to bottom. However, Xiaofan was wearing a camouflage robe at this time, so what could he see? Xiaofan clapped his hands and handed over the bronze tiger tally. A big, chubby hand took it and closed the small hole. Unexpectedly, after the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, a creaking sound was heard. The wooden door opened a crack, and a hoarse voice rang out, "Fellow Taoist, please come in." "Thank you." Xiaofan cupped his hands and stepped inside. The layout of the tea house was no different from how it was during the day. Every table was wiped clean, but there was less noise. Why did fellow Taoist come so late? The tall and fat foundation establishment cultivator closed the door and asked strangely. "Huh? This old man came late?" Xiaofan was a little surprised. Didn't the jade slip say that it started late at night? That cultivator once again used his divine sense to scan Xiaofan with a trace of respect on his face. This poor Taoist is truly impressed that fellow Taoist can come here in the middle of the night under the city's curfew. Oh? Could it be that this old man is the only one who came at this time? Xiaofan suddenly realized. You're not the only one, but you can be counted on one hand. The cultivator said as he led the way. Chapter 2474. Well, I looked at the jade slip and thought it would be fine as long as I arrived at night. I didn't expect to wait in the tea house during the day. Xiaofan replied casually. Well, I and the others were negligent. The cultivator obviously mistook Xiaofan's identity and said, I and the others sent out the jade slip a long time ago, but we didn't know there was a curfew. However, many cultivators come here during the day. It's really rare to see someone as late as you. While he was talking, the door behind him opened again. Oh? The cultivator's fat face showed surprise. He looked at it and smiled apologetically. Fellow cultivator, could you please wait for a moment? To be honest, you are beyond our expectations. I really didn't expect there to be someone later than you. Don't worry about it. Xiaofan was a little discouraged when he saw the situation. Judging from the situation, the secret auction in Sky Patrol City was far inferior to the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. He was afraid that this trip would be in vain. After a while, another cultivator walked in with the fat man. Xiaofan's divine sense scanned and also felt the other party's divine sense. However, since he couldn't see the other party's cultivation, Xiaofan just nodded slightly and didn't raise his hand to salute. The cultivator didn't even move, as if he didn't see Xiaofan nodding. Fellow cultivators, this way please. The fat man didn't dare to neglect the two cultivators who came here despite the ban of the Sky Patrol City. He respectfully led the way. Xiaofan didn't hesitate and walked in front of the cultivator. When they reached the stairs leading to the second floor, the fat man took out a shuttle-shaped celestial artifact from his arms and activated it. The celestial artifact turned into a stream of light and rushed into the stairs. After a while, a layer of celestial artifact fluctuated inside the stairs, like a fountain in a deep pool, gradually overflowing. Then, a jade chair flashed out from the stairs, and a milky white brilliance came out from the jade chair. Only one person can go in at a time. I wonder who will go in first. The fat cultivator rubbed his fat hands, looking a little embarrassed and even a little uneasy. Fellow Taoist, please go first. The cultivator who came later didn't make any hand gestures and just said calmly. N. Xiaofan keenly sensed that this cultivator's behavior was clearly different from ordinary cultivators. However, he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. It was probably just a feeling. Xiaofan flew and sat on the jade chair. The brilliance around the jade chair was like a lotus seed pod, shrinking and bringing Xiaofan into the array. When Xiaohua's eyes lit up, it was actually a place that was extremely similar to the tea house. However, at this moment, there were already dozens of intoxicated cultivators sitting here, very similar to the tea house during the day. Oh! Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and he felt even more disappointed. Senior, do you have your tiger tally? A qi refining cultivator had been waiting respectfully for a long time. After bowing respectfully, he asked with a smile. The brilliance of Xiaohua's arrival also attracted the attention of the cultivators sitting in front of him. Almost everyone turned their heads and used their divine sense to check. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to take out the copper talisman. Instead, he quickly took a few steps forward. At this moment, another cold brilliance flashed. The qi refining cultivator was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, Senior. Senior, is there someone behind you? Xiaohua nodded slightly. The cold brilliance sat down cross-legged, and the figure of the tall cultivator also appeared. Everyone was even more surprised. Everyone knew that there was a curfew in Sky Patrol City at night, so ordinary cultivators couldn't come to this tea house. However, not only did someone come, but there were even two people. How could it not arouse suspicion? Senior, where is your copper talisman? The qi refining cultivator still respectfully asked the tall cultivator. The tall cultivator didn't say anything and flipped his hand. A tiger tally that was slightly different from Xiaohua's appeared in his hand. Oh! Senior, please. When the qi refining cultivator saw that the tiger tally had some golden engravings, he became even more respectful. He reached out his hand and took the tiger tally. Then, he led the tall cultivator to the front of the crowd. The tall cultivator glanced sideways at Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, and followed the small cultivator. Senior, where is your tiger tally? Not far away, another qi refining cultivator hurriedly came over and asked with a bow. Here. Xiaohua took out his copper talisman. Oh, Senior, please follow this junior. The qi refining cultivator took Xiaohua's copper talisman and glanced at it. Although he was respectful, he was far less reserved than the previous cultivator. He led Xiaohua to the back of the crowd. At this moment, inside the tea house, there were only a few tables that were unoccupied. There were 2 tables at the front and 2 at the back. Coincidentally, Xiaohua was sitting at a table at the very back, while the tall cultivator was sitting at the table at the very front. Obviously, when they saw that Xiaohua was actually sitting at the back, not only were the cultivators who came first surprised, but the cultivators who followed Xiaohua were even more puzzled. They couldn't help but look at Xiaohua a few more times. Motherfucker, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. At this point, how could he not have guessed it? The secret auction in the Sky Patrol City was different from the secret auction in the Weeping Moon City. The order was different. The cultivators at the front had more privileges than the cultivators at the back. Moreover, the significance of each tiger tally was related to this. Chang Shu was just a city guard of the Sky Patrol City. The tiger tally he could get was of the lowest level. Forget it, anyway. I'll just get some dry separation pills. I don't want to attract too much attention. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He didn't want to be the center of attention. When the two of them sat down, the whole space was deserted. Everyone was silent. Obviously, they didn't know each other. After another half an hour, the wall in front of the few jade chairs emitted a faint brilliance, and then the wall began to slowly retreat, leaving a space of several feet in front of everyone. At the same time, the ground of the space slowly rose, revealing a round platform about 10 feet in size. Si-la-la, a burst of brilliance flashed, and a small hurricane blew in the middle of the round platform. A deep hole appeared in the middle of the round platform, and there was a step in the deep hole. A short, dark-skinned cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment slowly walked up the steps to the round platform. The cultivator stood still on the round platform and looked around before bowing and saying, "This humble Taoist Bai Xing is the ruler of today's price negotiation. I hope everyone can come and support me." Seeing that no one in the room said anything, Bai Xing was not surprised, and said, "Fellow cultivators, please rest assured. The reputation of my Sky Survey tea house is still well known in Sky Survey City. Even the city lord knows about it, and this auction was approved by him. However, today is a curfew, so it's a little inconvenient for all of you. Bai Xing apologizes to all of you." With that, Bai Xing bowed deeply. "There's no need to be so polite." The cultivator who came with Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "His Excellency the City Lord won't care about your negotiation. We also know whether your Sky Survey tea house is trustworthy or not. You'd better start quickly." "Yes, I'll start now." Bai Xing said in a respectful manner. "However, I always have to explain the rules before the start of each bargaining session so that the newcomers won't be confused." Then, Bai Xing patiently explained the rules of the bargaining session. Her nagging was no different from the rulers of all the auctions. Xiaohua also heard clearly at the end. The rules were the general rules, but there were a few differences. First, the cultivators sitting at the front had priority. They could get the items that they bid for with the same amount. Second, this auction was divided into two parts. The first part was the same as the auction. The tea house provided items, and the cultivators bid for them. The second part was similar to the auction. The cultivators took out their own items, and the other cultivators bid. Of course, the cultivators in front still had priority. After Bai Xing finished speaking, the auction began. It was similar to Xiaohua's idea and the layout of the tea house. Everything at the beginning was no different from the auction. Some ordinary medicinal pills, ordinary spiritual herbs, and even some qi refinement cultivation methods were really tasteless. However, even if these were ordinary items, there were still people who took a fancy to them. From time to time, some cultivators would raise their hands and bid. After a while, Xiaohua suddenly understood. "Damn it, I've already paid a sum of spirit stones for the qualification to enter this bullshit auction. If I don't bid, I'll have to give 30% to this tea house. I'm giving it away for free. No matter what, I have to bid for something. These cultivators have probably already thought it through. No matter if it's useful or not, I'll get it first." Thinking about this, Xiaohua was about to raise his hand to bid. Unfortunately, he woke up too late. Bai Xing on the high platform waved his hand and said with a smile, "These are the ordinary items that I can provide. Next, is the item that everyone wants." "Oh?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. "The item that we want? Then, what is it?" Just as he was thinking, an aura-refining disciple walked out from behind Bai Xing. He was holding a huge tray with more than a dozen small storage pouches on it. That disciple handed the tray to Bai Xing and then returned in admiration. He then heard Bai Xing point at the tray and say with a smile, "These are aura refining cultivation methods from more than a dozen cultivation groups. They were all found by some people on the battlefield. We've collected them and put them together. If any fellow Taoist needs any cultivation group's cultivation method, feel free to bid." Oh, Xiaohua somewhat understood. Sure enough, a cultivator in front of him raised his hand and said, "This old man wants qi refinement sect's cultivation methods. Do you have any here?" Yes, Bai Xing waved his hand and one of the storage pouches fell into his hand. He opened it and immersed his divine sense inside. After looking at it for a while, he said, "This storage pouch contains more than 20 jade slips for qi refinement sect's cultivation methods. Are they to your liking?" Chapter 2475. Immediately, Bai Xing called out a rather large number of spirit stones. I want it." That cultivator actually didn't even think about it and nodded. "All right, can the fellow Taoists in the front row negotiate?" Bai Xing asked as usual. "If no one wants it, then it's this fellow Taoists." The entire space was quiet, and no one made a sound. "All right, this storage pouch is fellow Taoists." Bai Xing pointed, and the storage pouch flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator opened it and smiled. "It's the real deal." "Good." Immediately, that cultivator also took out a small storage pouch and threw it to Bai Xing. Bai Xing respectfully received it and smiled. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." With this cultivator taking the lead, two other cultivators in the front row picked up the storage pouches of two sections. When no one in the front row spoke, it was the turn of the cultivators behind. Obviously, the cultivators behind were very interested in qi refinement techniques. There were actually 3 cultivators bidding for a storage pouch of the white sect, which set off a small climax. After the qi refining cultivation methods were auctioned off, it was time for the foundation building cultivation methods. The number of storage bags containing foundation building cultivation methods was obviously a lot less. Xiaohua had no interest in foundation building cultivation methods and qi refining cultivation methods, so he could only sit and watch. The foundation establishment techniques were all taken by the senior cultivators, and the cultivators behind didn't get anything at all. However, they were still looking forward to it, as if there were even better things behind. After that, there weren't any golden core techniques as expected, but flying swords and sword slips for sword cultivators. These sword domain items set off a climax, and many cultivators in the back row competed to increase the price. Xiaohua looked at the quality of these flying swords and sword slips. Most of them were pregnant swords, and only 30% of them were bright swords. It was far from what he had, so it was even more boring. After these flying swords and sword slips, Bai Xing actually took out 10 flying swords used by illusory swordsmen. Unfortunately, they were all taken by the cultivators in the front row. Not to mention Xiaohua, even the cultivators near the front row didn't have time to speak. This is a bit strange. The secret auction had been lively for 2 hours. Although Xiaohua didn't get anything, he already had a faint feeling that something was wrong. This was completely different from what he thought. Sure enough, the next bid made Xiaohua flabbergasted. Bai Xing took 3 storage bags from a disciple and said with a smile, "These 3 storage bags contain the tokens, magic weapons, and corpses of the 13 disciples of the strange beast sect of the Ripple Nation. May I ask, which fellow cultivator needs them?" Xiaohua almost cried out in shock. His previous bad feeling had indeed become reality, and it was such a cruel reality. The corpses of cultivators who died in battle could actually still be auctioned here. Obviously, Xiaohua's unusual behavior alarmed some people. Not only did the few cultivators beside him look over, even Bai Xing raised his head and glanced at Xiaohua before smiling apologetically. "Fellow Taoists in the back row, please wait a moment. Fellow Taoists will only have the qualifications to bid after the fellow Taoists in the front row have chosen. Humph, Xiaofan snorted, but he was unable to vent the anger in his heart. A desolate feeling floated out from his heart. It was to the extent that a thick killing intent flashed in his bewildered eyes. He really didn't want these cultivators to desecrate the corpses of cultivators who died in battle, even if they weren't disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Bai Xing's voice sounded in his ears again. These corpses of the strange beast sect's disciples were collected by some fellow Taoists from the battlefield. However, they weren't disciples of the strange beast sect, so they didn't have any obligation to return these things to the strange beast sect. Moreover, they didn't need any battle achievements. Therefore, if any fellow Taoist is from the strange beast sect or has some relationship with the strange beast sect, please make a bid. First, use spirit stones as a reward for collecting these corpses, and second, let the corpses of these disciples return to their homeland. Alright, I won't say any more. The 3 storage bags are bid separately. If someone wants to take all 3 storage bags, then that fellow Taoist has priority. Immediately afterward, Bai Xing listed out 3 exorbitant spirit stones. Humph, you make it sound so nice and dignified. Isn't it just for spirit stones? Xiaofan listened for a moment, and the anger in his heart somewhat dissipated. What Bai Xing said was also somewhat reasonable. Not all the corpses of disciples that died on the battlefield could be brought back by their fellow disciples. There were some people that were willing to collect these scattered corpses for the sake of spirit stones. This could be considered as some benefits, but in reality, it was still for the sake of spirit stones. Disregarding everything else, just the number of spirit stones Bai Xing called out made the corner of Xiaohua's mouth twitch slightly. That was simply robbery. Are there fellow Taoists from the strange beast sect here? Bai Xing looked for a moment and saw that no one was bidding. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even these magic tools, no one wants them? Still, no one agreed. Obviously, there were no disciples of the strange beast sect among these cultivators. Forget it, Bai Xing clapped his hands and casually threw the 3 storage bags on the round table. Wait, Xiaohua stood up and called out. Oh! Fellow Taoist! Bai Xing's face flashed with joy. He waved his hand again, and the 3 storage bags fell into his hand. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist's patience is really extraordinary. I almost thought that no one was bidding. This old man isn't bidding. This old man wants to ask. Xiaohua's hoarse voice sounded, how do we deal with these corpses of the strange beast sect? How do we deal with them? What does fellow Taoist mean? Bai Xing was a little confused. Isn't fellow Taoist bidding? What this old man means is, if no one bids for these corpses in the end, how do we deal with them? Xiaohua suppressed his anger and asked. Oh, so that's what fellow Taoist meant. Bai Xing casually threw the storage bags on the ground again and said, if it's the magic tools, this Bai and the others can send them to the auction or the trade fair. But the tokens and corpses. Hehe, we have no other choice but to burn it. Why can't we send them back to the strange beast sect? Or let them pay less spirit stones? Xiaohua thought that although burning them was better than leaving them in the berserk corpse snowfield, he still didn't give up and asked. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Bai Xing's lips curled into a smile. This Bai and the others spent spirit stones to collect these corpses. Moreover, this Bai and the others also have to pay for running this auction. Fellow Taoist, you don't think that this Bai is doing this here, and the city guards of Sky Patrol City or the higher-ups of Sky Patrol City don't know about it, right? All of this costs spirit stones. Besides, if this Bai gives these corpses to the strange beast sect, how can they give this Bai spirit stones? Let's assume that they will give spirit stones for the time being, then the one who will give these corpses to the strange beast sect won't be this Bai, right? The smile on Bai Xing's face was inexplicable. Even if they want to give this by spirit stones, fellow Taoist, how many spirit stones do you want for each corpse? Just the amount that fellow Taoist Bai mentioned just now, won't do? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Why don't fellow Taoist Bai just take a little reward, wouldn't that be perfect? Humph, cultivator, don't ask if you don't understand. A cultivator next to Xiao Hua said coldly, don't waste this old man's time for nothing. Bai Xing chuckled and didn't explain anymore. He clapped his hand again and took out another 4 storage bags. He said with a smile, these are the corpses of the disciples of Chen Fangu of the Meng Kingdom, but they are not magic treasures. There are only tokens and corpses. This Bai has 4 bags. One has 10, the other 2 have 23 and 45. Which fellow Taoist wants them? What does this mean? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. At this time, seeing that there were no cultivators in the front row bidding, the cultivator who scolded Xiao Hua just now raised his hand and said, this old man wants the storage bags of the 23 cultivators. Okay. Bai Xing waved his hand, and the storage bags flew to the cultivator's hand. The cultivator also took a look and didn't take out any storage bags. Xiao Hua understood that the 23 cultivators' corpses didn't have as many spirit stones as the cultivator paid, so there was no need to take out any more spirit stones. Does anyone want the items in the other 2 bags? Bai Xing asked. However, at the same time, he waved his hands and coldly threw the 2 storage bags on the round platform, as if he knew that no one would ask again. Sure enough, no one said anything. The whole place was very quiet. Even the sound of the 50 or so Chunfan Valley disciples' corpses falling on the high platform could be faintly heard. No. Xiao Hua was a little restless. Even if I don't want any tokens or magic treasures, these corpses. I can't let them blaspheme them like this. They simply don't take us, the disciples who fought a bloody battle, seriously. When he thought of this, a strange feeling arose in his heart. If that cultivator was a disciple of Chunfan Valley, why did he only want 23 corpses? Then why didn't he want the remaining 45 corpses? Could it be that he doesn't have enough spirit stones? If that's the case, even if I have to take out some spirit stones, I'll still help him. But how am I supposed to ask for it? Alright, next up is the Heavenly Profound Sect's disciple. There are only 2 storage bags. One of them has 12 corpses and the other has 37 corpses. Bai Xing asked the disciple to take out another 2 storage bags. Before Bai Xing could finish speaking, a cultivator who was slightly closer to Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, fellow Taoist Bai, this old man wants the 37 storage bags. Oh. Bai Xing raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, you're quite straightforward. In that case, this old man will not let you down. Fellow Taoist, please don't worry. I won't let you suffer a loss in terms of spirit stones. This old man naturally believes in fellow Taoist Bai, the cultivator replied with a chuckle. Alright. Wait. 2 voices sounded at the same time. One was naturally Bai Xing's, and the other was a cultivator who was slightly more interesting than Bai Xing. Oh? A trace of joy flashed across Bai Xing's eyes. He pointed his finger and said, could it be that this fellow Taoist wants to make a bid? Chapter 2476. That's right, this old man is going to bid. That cultivator stood up and reported a number. This is unexpected. The cultivator from before looked at the cultivator in front of him and seemed to be thinking about something. However, when he saw Bai Xing's encouraging gaze, he calmly reported a number as well. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the bidding didn't last long and only lasted for 3 rounds. The cultivator who made the final bid smiled and said, forget it, this old man won't bid anymore. Give me the 12 storage pouches. He, thank you, senior brother. The cultivator who made the first bid cupped his hands and took the storage pouch. The cultivator who made the next bid took the other storage pouch. Senior brother? Xiaofan somewhat understood. I reckon these two cultivators are disciples of the Xiaofan Valley. In the next hour, Bai Xing took out the corpses of many disciples from various sections. There were truly too many to count. The smallest amount was a storage pouch with a few corpses, while the largest amount was a storage pouch with 100 corpses. Other than the corpses of a few sect's disciples that no one wanted, all the other corpses had cultivators bidding. It was rare to see a disciple of the Xiaofan Valley bidding. Alright, next are the corpses of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. Bai Xing smiled and clapped his hands. A disciple brought up 4 storage pouches. There are 10, 21, 35, and 52 inside. I wonder which fellow Taoist is going to bid. This old man wants them. How could Xiaofan let the corpses of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples fall into the hands of others? He raised his hand and said, "This old man wants all 4 storage pouches." What? Fellow Taoist wants all of them. Bai Xing was stunned. He pointed his finger and said, These are the corpses of more than 100 cultivators. This merit. Fellow Taoist, don't you think this is too great? What? Merit? Xiaofan was stunned. This sentence was like a spark that ignited him. A surge of hot blood suddenly rushed to his brain. His entire body was trembling, and goosebumps covered his skin. They actually took the corpses of my Imperial Thunder sect, no, all the cultivators who died in battle on the battlefield as their own merit. They actually used these corpses as a trade. This is their merit, Xiaofan roared in his heart. Xiaofan, who was scheming, shrewd, and experienced, actually didn't expect that there would be such a group of people in Sky Patrol City after the battle. They were using the corpses of cultivators to earn spirit stones. There were also some shameless cultivators who used dirty spirit stones to exchange for these noble corpses and then used these corpses to exchange for fake merit. Fellow Taoist. Bai Xing said in a low voice, have you made up your mind? The battle merits of these 100 corpses are simply too great. Fellow Taoist. I'm afraid you won't be able to explain this to your sect, right? If the sect pursues this matter, we won't be able to handle it. Killing intent flashed through Xiaohua's eyes once again, and his hands trembled slightly. He was confident that if he were to make a move himself, the several tens of gold core cultivators in this space would definitely not be his match. Furthermore, since they were doing such a dirty deal here, they definitely wouldn't dare to expose their whereabouts, and they definitely wouldn't be discovered by others. Fellow Taoist? Have you made up your mind? Bai Xing didn't expect that he was lingering in front of the gates of hell. He urged, there are still some corpses behind, and other fellow Taoists are also waiting. Sigh, a trace of understanding flashed through Xiaohua's mind, and he thought of the darkness when he walked out of the Imperial Thunder sect. In this world, there is only light and darkness always comes after light. Without light and darkness, there would be no Dawn Rain continent. Forget it. Even if this young master kills all the cultivators here today, this kind of trade will definitely not be severed in the future. Although they are doing these dirty deals, the corpses of the cultivators who died in battle can still return to their respective sects. At the very least, their corpses will be burned to ashes in Sky Patrol City. Fellow Taoist. Are you going to bid? The few cultivators beside him also urged. This old man doesn't want it for now. Xiaohua, who had finally understood, immediately sat down. How could he possibly spend his spirit stones on such a dirty transaction? What? Bai Xing was stunned again. Then, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, these corpses are in my hands. If this fellow Taoist has other ideas, feel free to tell me." Then, he threw 4 storage bags on the high platform and took out other storage bags. After another hour, the bidding for the corpses of the cultivators was over. Bai Xing kept the storage bags that were not bid on and took out dozens of storage bags. He said with a smile, "The following storage bags are naturally filled with the corpses of sword cultivators. They are placed according to the cultivation level of the pregnant sword and the number of sword cultivators. I won't say more about the details, everyone, please bid." The corpses of sword cultivators were different from the corpses of disciples of various sections. Every cultivator could ask for credit, but every cultivator had to bid according to their cultivation level and the swordsmen they encountered in battle. Therefore, once these storage bags were placed on the high platform, it immediately attracted the bidding of many cultivators. Listening to the sound of bidding, Bai Xing's face was full of smiles. He felt that every sound was a shiny spirit stone. Looking at the extremely lively scene in front of him, Xiaohua seemed to have nothing to do with it. He just looked at this farce of fighting for credit with a mocking expression. The intensity of the bidding was really no less than the bloody storm on the battlefield. Perhaps, when the elders in the conference hall saw this young master reveal so many corpses that day, they also felt some disdain in their hearts, right? Xiaohua secretly mocked, compared to them, this young master's battle achievements are much less. Or perhaps, this young master also wants to get some corpses of swordsmen. Anyway, this young master doesn't care about credit, it's better to exchange them for spirit stones. Xiaohua's thoughts were also somewhat active. But then, Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he secretly said, "Damn it, this young master still wanted to kill these cultivators just now. Why do they seem to be wallowing in the mire now? Then isn't this young master the same as them? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Alas, the temptation in this world is really too great." This sword cultivator's corpse was bid for more than half an hour before it fell to the ground. Even the cultivators in the front row also participated in the bidding. It was clear how popular this sword cultivator's corpse was with these cultivators. All right. When all the cultivators were satisfied and sat down, Bai Xing clapped his hands with a red face and said with a smile, "Thank you for your support, fellow Taoists. Below are some slightly more valuable items. This Bai has also placed them in his storage bag. Please bid." As he spoke, several disciples brought over a dozen storage bags and placed them in front of Bai Xing. They cupped their hands at the crowd and left. What are these? Xiaohua secretly thought, if these aren't corpses, this young master will bid. These are the flying boats used by various sections. Of course, some are damaged. However, in this Bai's opinion, it doesn't matter whether they are damaged or not. As long as you bring them back to your sects, they will all be. Good. Bai Xing immediately called out the names of the flying boats and the required number of spirit stones. Of course, these flying boats were the same as the corpses of the disciples of various sections. If they didn't belong to their sects, it would be useless for them to take them. They would inevitably suffer the same fate as Xiaohua. However, the flying boats required a lot of spirit stones. It seemed that only a few cultivators in the front row were bidding. The cultivator in the front row doesn't seem to be bidding. Seeing the cultivators in the front row raising their hands to bid, Xiaohua suddenly saw the cultivator who came in with him. He couldn't help but wake up. Could it be that he's the same as me? This isn't possible, right? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, Bai Xing raised his hand and took out a storage pouch. Inside this storage pouch is the thunder-controlling Sect's thunderboat. I spent a lot of money to purchase it. Which fellow Taoist wants it? Although Bai Xing didn't say which fellow Taoist he was talking about, his gaze had already fallen on Xiaohua. Everyone already understood that Xiao Hua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course, Xiao Hua had already clearly seen which sect the cultivators present were from. However, everyone understood that no one would be able to break the other's cover by shouting at each other. Oh, right, apart from the cultivator who hadn't bid, no one knew his background. How many spirit stones? Xiao Hua raised his hand. The thunderbolt of the Imperial Thunder sect didn't participate in the battle here. This old man doesn't know where it came from. Moreover, it's a bit damaged. If fellow Taoist wants to bid, you must think of a good reason. Bai Xing was indeed very considerate. He reminded Xiao Hua and said the number of spirit stones. So much. Xiao Hua was a bit dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist should be clear in his heart. Bai Xing looked as if he wasn't afraid that Xiao Hua wouldn't take the bait. The thunderbolt of the Imperial Thunder sect has always been rare. Moreover, it can carry a lot of people. Even if this thunderbolt is a bit damaged, I'm afraid the Imperial Thunder sect isn't willing to part with it. Forget it. Xiao Hua reached out and took out a storage pouch from his chest. He handed it over and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Bai, please take a look." Apart from what fellow Taoist paid earlier, these spirit stones are just right. Bai Xing said with a smile. After receiving the storage pouch from Bai Xing, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense. There really was a thunderbolt inside. However, the thunderbolt was already damaged. Moreover, the damage seemed to be quite serious. Like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't be used, if it wasn't seriously damaged, how could this little bit of spirit stones be exchanged for a thunderbolt? Xiao Hua sneered. However, this guy doesn't know, why would this young master use spirit stones to exchange for battle achievements? After receiving the thunderbolt, Xiao Hua calmly sat down. The purpose of coming here had been accomplished. His spirit stones weren't wasted. As for the dry separation pill, to be honest, Xiao Hua didn't have any hope in his heart. Chapter 2477. After a short while, Bai Xing clapped his hands and bowed as he said, "Thank you for your support, fellow Taoists. I've run out of things to offer, so if any of you have any other ideas, you can contact me in private." Xiao Hua knew that Bai Xing was talking to him, but he sat there calmly like a mountain. "Next, it's time for you to exchange what you have." As usual, the fellow Taoists in the front row will speak first, and they will have priority. Bai Xing said with a smile. Of course, if you stay in the Sky Survey Tea House for a long time, you will be able to get a tiger tally from the fellow Taoists in the front row in the future. Naturally, you will have priority. After saying that, Bai Xing raised his hand and smiled at the cultivator in the front row. "Fellow Taoist, you can take out what you want to bid or say what you want to bid for. If any fellow Taoist here or the Sky Survey Tea House has it, we can provide it to you." "Okay." The cultivator stood up and said in a strange voice, "I came here to collect some things and also to ask for a rejuvenation pill. May I know which fellow Taoist has this item?" Bai Xing laughed before the cultivator beside him could answer. "Fellow Taoist, you have come to the right place. The Sky Survey Tea House just happened to have a rejuvenation pill. May I know how much you are willing to pay?" There's a rejuvenation pill here?" Not only Xiao Hua, but the other cultivators were also shocked. Damn it, it seems like the Sky Survey Tea House and the Sky Survey City's auction fair are colluding. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Immediately after, the cultivator sent a voice transmission to Bai Xing to negotiate. Bai Xing revealed a difficult expression as if she was trying to bargain. After a short while, the two of them finished negotiating. Just as Bai Xing was about to hand over the rejuvenation pill to the cultivator, a cultivator beside the cultivator stood up and angrily said, "Fellow Taoist Bai, since you have the rejuvenation pill, why didn't you take it out earlier? This way, we can also bid for it and you can get more spirit stones. Even if I want to bid now, I don't have the chance. Hehe, fellow Taoist, you should know that the rejuvenation pill is an item in the Sky Survey City's auction fair. I can't bid for it here. If fellow Taoist wants to bid for the rejuvenation pill, you can go to the auction. As for the item that my Heavenly Survey Tea House wants to negotiate, I'm sure fellow Taoist knows about it. Bai Xing smiled apologetically and said, of course, if this fellow cultivator has a need and can make a request here, since the Sky Survey Tea House can help, we will naturally help. Even if fellow Taoist brought it up first, I would still give it to fellow Taoist. However, this rejuvenation pill is very rare. I only have one. I'm very sorry. Sigh, all right. When the cultivator heard this, he knew that Bai Xing's words were reasonable. He could only sit down dejectedly, feeling very unwilling in his heart. All right, fellow Taoist, please speak. Bai Xing handed the rejuvenation pill to the cultivator and respectfully said to the cultivator who came in with Xiao Hua, Dao friend hasn't said anything yet, which made this Bai confused. Could it be that everything before didn't go to Dao friend's mind? The cultivator didn't stand, but instead said coldly, I don't need these. I only came here to ask a question. If anyone can answer even half a sentence, I have spirit stones to pay. Oh. If that's the case, then please say it. There are many fellow Taoists here, maybe someone will know. Bai Xing wasn't surprised. I want to ask, who knows if the person who assassinated Tu Hong was a swordsman or a cultivator? If it was a swordsman, which sword sect was he from? If it was a cultivator, which sect was he from? The cultivator said indifferently. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at that cultivator in confusion. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. Cough cough, Bai Xing smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Wasn't Senior Tu Hong killed by Qin Jian, a sword cultivator? Who else could it be? Besides, how could it be a cultivator? Could it be a golden core cultivator from the conference hall? The cultivator didn't seem to intend to answer his question. Instead, he looked around and said, which fellow Taoist knows? This old man has spirit stones to pay for it. As he said that, he slapped his hand and took out a storage pouch and threw it to Bai Xing. Bai Xing caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed greatly. He looked at the cultivator and reported the number of spirit stones in the pouch. This time, even Xiao Hua's expression changed. Good heavens, so many spirit stones. This young master really wants to sell himself. Fellow Taoist. A cultivator diagonally across from Xiao Hua stood up and said in a low voice, I don't know if this person is a cultivator or a swordsman. However, it was a coincidence that day. I saw a person using a very strange concealment technique. All right, tell me in detail. Time, location, and possible direction of escape. As long as this old man is satisfied, I can give you a portion of the spirit stones. The cultivator nodded and answered. There really isn't a wall that doesn't have a crack in the world. Xiao Hua's back was covered in cold sweat. He clearly saw that day that there weren't any cultivators nearby and there wasn't any divine sense. However, this cultivator actually knew the place where he used his concealment technique. This was really something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Next, the cultivator transmitted his voice. Xiao Hua couldn't hear what they were saying. However, in the end, the cultivator really took out some spirit stones and handed them to the cultivator. It seemed that there was some clues. Who is this cultivator? Why did he come here to inquire about this young master's whereabouts? Xiao Hua unconsciously stared at the cultivator a few more times. However, the cultivator's confusion blocked the cultivator's view. Xiao Hua couldn't see anything clearly. This. Another cultivator stood up and raised his hand. That day, when Qin Jian attacked Tu Hong, this Taoist, was also nearby. I saw the situation clearly. I have been puzzled these past few days. After hearing what fellow Taoist said, I suddenly realized that an attack. Fellow Taoist, you can transmit your voice. The cultivator coldly reminded, as if he didn't want the surrounding cultivators to hear. Soon after, the two cultivators continued to transmit their voices. While Xiaohua's back was covered in cold sweat, he closed his eyes again and carefully thought about the situation that day. It seemed that he didn't miss anything. The sword formation he used was something he hadn't used before. The Dream Executioner used 64 sword rays, which was definitely a big deal. The most likely problem was the green and red sword rays. It seemed that some of the Dao sect's disciples had seen them before. However, Xiaohua's biggest advantage was that he wasn't even at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, so it was impossible for him to fall into the eyes of others. Sure enough, after the two transmitted their voices for a long time, the cultivator was silent for a moment. He pointed at his storage bag and tossed it to the cultivator, who stood up. Fellow Taoist is right. In this old man's opinion, this old man is also puzzled. Alright, if there aren't any more clues, these spirit stones are this fellow Taoist's. I still have some here. Hearing that the interrogation was about to end, several cultivators stood up. Fellow Taoists, transmit your voices separately. The cultivator said indifferently. But after an hour, when the cultivators finished transmitting their voices, the cultivator shook his head. Fellow Taoists, this old man won't say anything about some of them, but the other two fellow Taoists have already said it. Forgive this old man for not being able to give you the spirit stones. If there aren't any more fellow Taoists, this old man will give these spirit stones to this fellow Taoist. Clearly, among these cultivators, there were some who were passing themselves off as fish eyes. They were easily discovered by this cultivator. Since this cultivator had already vaguely pointed it out, the few greedy cultivators behind him who still wanted to get lucky gave up. No one said another word. Alright, half of the spirit stones in this storage bag are fellow Taoists. The cultivator waved his hand and the storage bag landed in the hand of the cultivator who had sent the voice transmission. The cultivator very familiarly took out half of the spirit stones in the storage bag and returned the remaining spirit stones to the cultivator who had sent the voice transmission. The price negotiation at the Sky Survey Tea House is really not bad. The cultivator took the storage bag and stood up. He shouted, "Bai Xing, open the restriction. This old man is leaving." Fellow Taoist. Bai Xing smiled bitterly. It's not dawn yet. The prohibition of the Sky Survey City is still in effect. Since this old man can come, naturally, I can also leave. The cultivator only said one sentence and walked behind the crowd. Yes, this Bai understands. Bai Xing seemed to wipe the sweat on his head. He cupped his hands at the crowd and walked quickly to the front of the cultivator. He respectfully opened the restriction and sent him out. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Bai Xing returned and bowed to the crowd. This Bai is really sorry to have made all fellow Taoists wait for so long. Fellow Taoist Bai, who is that person? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Bai Xing smiled apologetically. Forgive this Bai for not recognizing you. Fellow Taoist, who are you? The cultivator didn't say anything after hearing this question. Bai Xing laughed apologetically again. Those who come to my Sky Survey Tea House are all giving you face. I'm only in charge of negotiating prices and earning some hard-earned spirit stones. I don't know anything else. Please forgive me, fellow cultivators. Well, let's not talk nonsense. It's my turn. A cultivator in the front row stood up and said, "This old man wants to find some primordial true wood. I wonder if any fellow Taoist has it? Or do you have information about it? Primordial true wood? Xiaofan curled his lips. Why don't you want primordial true water or primordial gold qi? I have them in my space. Xiaofan had primordial gold mother and primordial jellyfish in his space. Not to mention primordial gold qi and primordial true water, even primordial unity green light and primordial unity green light could be easily obtained. However, when these two primordial true wood fell into Xiaohua's space, it was a different scene. It was not as arrogant as it was on the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua received the two items. He was very afraid of them, so he threw them far away at the edge of the space. He was afraid that these two items would have some strange properties. Chapter 2478. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, the two items seemed to have a faint connection at the edge of his space. Their brilliance intertwined with each other. Not only did the Tai E green light and the Tai Wei green light increase, but the innate gold qi and the innate primordial water also increased greatly. These two items were also intertwined with each other as if they were one. Of course, the gold qi and the primordial water were also scattered throughout the space, but they were far less powerful than before. As far as I know, there seems to be this item somewhere in the Huan country. However, it's been too long and I can't remember it. The first cultivator who obtained the rejuvenation elixir said with a smile. Alas, I also vaguely know about this. The cultivator who needed the innate primordial wood sighed. It's just that I've been in the Sky Patrol City for a long time and haven't seen it in the auction, so I came here to try my luck. Obviously, this cultivator's luck was not as good as Xiaohua's. After waiting for a while, no one spoke, so he could only sit down resentfully. When it was the turn of the last cultivator in the front row, the cultivator clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Bai Xing and said, "Fellow cultivator Bai, I need this item. I wonder if your Sky Patrol tea house has it?" "Well, since you've come prepared, I'll take a look first." Bai Xing took the jade slip and immersed his divine thought into it. Immediately, his face was filled with astonishment. However, this astonishment was immediately replaced by confusion. He raised his head and said embarrassedly, "Fellow cultivator, please wait a moment. The spiritual tea in your jade slip. I'm not familiar with it. I'll ask my junior brother to come and take a look." Ha ha ha. "Fellow cultivator Bai, this is not spiritual tea," the cultivator said with a laugh. "Oh? If this is not spiritual tea, then what is it?" Bai Xing was a little confused. "I've been running the Sky Patrol Tea House for decades, and the Sky Patrol Tea House has been operating for thousands of years. Of course, I can recognize this spiritual tea. Hee, alright. If the Sky Survey Tea House has this spirit tea, I will buy it with spirit stones." The cultivator nodded. Then, a cultivator who was older than Bai Xing flew up and cupped his hands at the crowd. He took the jade slip and looked at it for a moment. Then, he shook his head slightly and said, "This spiritual tea looks very familiar. However, when I look at it carefully, it is different from all the spiritual teas in my sect. I have never seen it before. My Sky Survey tea house doesn't have this tea either." At this point, the old man asked sincerely, "What is the name of this spirit tea? I am very curious." "Junior Marshal brother," this fellow Taoist said, "this isn't spirit tea." Bai Xing explained. "Oh? It's not spirit tea." Disappointment appeared on the old man's face. He then cupped his hands and said, "Then I was blind. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to say the name of this item." After he finished speaking, the old man bowed and left. It seemed that if it wasn't the spirit tea, then it had nothing to do with him at all. "Can I show it to you, fellow Taoists?" Bai Xing asked tentatively. Of course, the cultivator nodded and said, "I want you to see if you have any information about this item or if you have this item." Damn! This guy is looking for something similar to the spirit tea. That's why he came to the Sky Survey Tea House. Who would have thought that they don't even know about it? Xiaohua sat at the back, watching everyone check one by one, somewhat bored. I want to find some dry distance pills, but obviously, these cultivators certainly don't have this thing, and even if they do, it won't be too much, and this young master has already been identified as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and today I have broken through the ban of the Sky Patrol City. If I ask for too many dry distance pills, it will definitely attract the attention of others, and if they follow the map, they might be able to find this young master, it seems. As he thought about it, the jade slip was passed to Xiaohua. Seeing that everyone was silent, the cultivator had already given up on the idea. He was waiting for Xiaohua to finish reading it and take it back. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. After reading a bit, he was stunned on the spot. He was not only familiar with this item, but he was also very familiar with it. In his space, there was a large patch of spirit grass planted with this item. It was the fragrant spirit tea that Ziyi gave him. Isn't this the fragrant spirit tea? It's obviously the same. Why did this cultivator say that it's not the spirit tea? Xiaohua was very puzzled and looked at it again and again. Seeing that Xiaohua was holding the jade slip without moving, the cultivator was pleasantly surprised and whispered, "Fellow Taoist. Do you have this item?" "Oh, I won't hide it from you. I do have a few pieces." Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. Fellow Taoist really has it? How many pieces do you have?" The cultivator almost cried out in surprise. About 3 or 4 pieces. Xiaohua said embarrassedly, this old man thought that this was the spirit tea. I have already drunk it twice. I thought that the last 3 or 4 pieces were too little, so I didn't drink it. You really used it to drink tea? The cultivator almost cried out in surprise. Xiaohua said curiously, isn't this the spirit tea? If this old man doesn't drink tea, what else can I do? You are really wasting God's gift. The cultivator almost jumped up and said, quickly give me those 4 pieces. No matter how many spirit stones you want, this old man will agree to it. Seeing the cultivator rushing over and stretching out his hand in front of him, Xiaohua smiled. If he didn't knock now, when would he? Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua transmitted his voice, what is this item? You can't tell others, but you can't tell me? This. The cultivator calmed down and said hesitantly, this old man can tell you the origin of this item. However, you have to make a hard oath to give it to me. No problem. Xiaohua made a hard oath and said that he would give the 4 pieces of fragrant spirit tea to the cultivator. Only then did the cultivator feel relieved and said, actually, this item shouldn't be of any use to you. Leaving it in your hands can only be used as spirit tea. Fellow Taoist, just say it quickly. Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man has already promised to give it to you, and I promise that I will never ask for too much. Are you still not satisfied? Oh, that's right. Only now did the cultivator realize that if Xiaohua had listened to him and asked for a lot of spirit stones, he might not be able to afford it. Wouldn't he have fallen into Xiaohua's trap? Alas, this old man is too surprised. The cultivator smiled apologetically, thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. This item is only effective for one of my soul-related secret arts. This old man has been looking for this item for dozens of years. Recently, I learned from some of my seniors that this item was found in the millions of Meng Mountains. Moreover, even in the hands of soul cultivators, this item is absolutely precious. Soul cultivator? Xiaohua was shocked, and Ziye's elegant image appeared in his mind. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't look like a barbaric soul cultivator. Presumably, fellow Taoist also got this item from a sword cultivator. The cultivator said with a smile, only swordsmen and soul cultivators can get this rare item. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to know how this old man got this item. You just need to tell me its origin. Xiao Hua said absent-mindedly. Seeing that the two of them were talking through telepathy, the other cultivators naturally knew that this item was related to the cultivator's secret. They could only sit quietly and wait for the two to complete the transaction. When the cultivator finished his brief explanation, Xiao Hua understood. This item was called the Daybreak Moon, and it was an auxiliary item used by soul cultivators during their cultivation. It was similar to the spirit stones and medicinal pills used by cultivators, but this Daybreak Moon was even rarer. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua understood a little, and his heart was also enlightened. Ziyi might not be a soul cultivator. He might be like the others, mistaking this Daybreak Moon for spirit tea. Otherwise, how could he taste this extremely rare treasure in the eyes of soul cultivators in a tea house? Then, Xiao Hua asked the cultivator about the usage of the Daybreak Moon. The cultivator hesitated, only saying that it was related to his secret arts, and didn't want to talk about it. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. Since fellow Taoist doesn't want to talk about it, then this old man won't force you. This old man will take these 4 spirit tea and won't exchange it for anything else. I just want to exchange it for the dry distance pills Dan recipe. I don't know if fellow Taoist has it. What? You. What do you want the dry distance pills Dan recipe for? The cultivator was surprised. You said before that you wouldn't make things difficult for this old man here. Xiao Hua shrugged, and said with a smile, this old man isn't really making things difficult for you. This is indeed this old man's original intention. Even if you don't tell me the origin of this thing, this old man will still ask you for it. How could this old man have the dry distance pills Dan recipe? The cultivator smiled bitterly. This old man isn't good at alchemy at all. Then we can only see if other fellow Taoists have it. Xiao Hua spread his hands and said. Okay. The cultivator was also helpless. When he was about to open his mouth, he shook his head. This fellow Taoist. These 4 twilight moons of yours are priceless treasures to this old man, but to others, they are simply worthless. As for the dry distance pills Dan recipe, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to obtain. This old man really doesn't have any certainty. I won't let you and I exchange spirit stones. How about fellow Taoist find the Dan recipe himself? Fellow Taoist, this old man's words are naturally reasonable. You can go and ask. No matter how many spirit stones, this old man will agree. Xiao Hua only thought for a moment before transmitting his voice. Okay, this old man will give it a try. After all, this old man isn't an alchemist, so I don't know what the result will be. The cultivator heard that Xiao Hua didn't want to take the initiative himself and only wanted him to help him bid. He was quite puzzled, but he could only pinch his nose and follow Xiao Hua's instructions. The result could be considered as Xiao Hua's expectations. There really were alchemists among these dozens of people. After the cultivator negotiated for a long time, paid a large sum of spirit stones, and also the secret of the twilight moons, the cultivator obtained a jade slip. This fellow Taoist. The cultivator gave the jade slip to Xiao Hua, and then took the 4 verdant twilight moons from Xiao Hua, and said with extreme helplessness, "You're really making things difficult for I. In fact, fellow Taoist can use spirit stones to exchange for the Dan recipe. Why must you let I bid?" Chapter 2479. Xiao Hua said via voice transmission, that fellow Taoist communicated with you via voice transmission. Although this poor Taoist couldn't hear it, according to this poor Taoist's thinking, they must have an additional condition, which is that they want to know the name and usage of this day-night moon. That's right. That cultivator was stunned, but he immediately realized, fellow Taoist means, because he wants to know the name and use of this twilight moon, he made a deal with I? Huh, people are naturally curious. If they come across something they don't know, or even something that might be beneficial to their cultivation, they will inevitably do everything they can to know or obtain it. Fellow Taoist took out this mysterious thing, although it's useless to him, he still wants to know. This in itself is a temptation. If I bid, he may not be willing, but if fellow Taoist bids, then he will definitely succeed. AI, fellow Taoist is right. That cultivator was clearly convinced by Xiaohua's words. He cupped his hands and said, "This old man understands." Xiaohua watched that cultivator turn around and leave. He impatiently immersed his divine sense into the jade slip, carefully memorizing the pill formula he obtained with great difficulty, then threw it into the space. The spiritual herbs used to refine the dry separation pill couldn't be said to be rare and old, but in Xiaohua's eyes, these weren't difficult at all. And they were simply at his fingertips. With this pill formula, he could use it as a reference. He could even refine the pill himself. He didn't need to bid at the auction, and he didn't need to attract the attention of others. It must be known that bidding for more than 10 dry separation pills at once was definitely a big deal for a large sect, not to mention that Xiaohua might need several hundred pills. Xiaohua's purpose in coming to this bargaining session has been achieved, so he was very satisfied. He didn't care about the transactions of the other cultivators. Even if he had a lot of old spirit grasses in his space, he was too lazy to deal with them. As for the things that the other cultivators took out, they weren't particularly precious and had nothing to do with Xiaohua's cultivation. So be it. These sanctimonious things, this young master won't play with you anymore. Although Xiaohua wasn't arrogant enough to directly leave like that cultivator, he still closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to them. Another hour passed, and the sound of bargaining gradually died down. A cultivator in front of Xiaohua said in a low voice, "This old man originally didn't have anything to bid on, but if I don't take out something, I'll be letting down fellow Taoist Bai's hospitality. How about this? This old man has a sword slip that I obtained from a sword cultivator." The contents of the sword slip seemed to be a map. As for where the map is, this old man doesn't know, but it definitely doesn't belong to the cultivation 3 kingdoms. I wonder which fellow Taoist is interested. With that, the cultivator greedily took out a large number of spirit stones. Map? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Could it be the ruins of the Buddhist sect? At this moment, Bai Xing chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this map of yours. I'm afraid the number of spirit stones given is a little too high, right? How could anyone possibly make a bid?" The cultivator laughed and said, "This thing is useless in this old man's hands." Just like that fellow Taoist from before, he actually drank something that others regard as a treasure like spirit tea. In the eyes of others, this map is probably a rare treasure. If this old man doesn't take advantage of this moment to get more spirit stones, when will I? Even if no one bids, this old man won't lose anything, right? That's reasonable. Everyone had seen Xiaohua and that cultivator trade for the twilight moon, so they also knew that what this cultivator said was reasonable. "Fellow Taoist, you have to let us take a look, or else who knows where this map is," a cultivator said with a smile. "And, wait a moment, this old man will add some restrictions." After that cultivator finished speaking, he cast a few spells and handed it over to Bai Xing. Bai Xing looked at it and smiled without saying anything. Then, she handed it over to the cultivators in the front row in front of the high platform. This seems to be a map of the vicinity of 1,000,000 Meng mountains. A cultivator was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "That, fellow Taoist, don't blame me for speaking without thinking." As that cultivator spoke, he clapped his hands and took out a sword slip. He smiled and handed it over to that cultivator and said, "Fellow Taoist, take a look." Is it similar to your map? Oh. Is it? Ha ha ha, this old man is ignorant and inexperienced. That cultivator's tone was awkward at first, but then he laughed and said, if that's the case, then there's no need to negotiate. This old man will embarrass himself. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. While putting away the sword slip, they looked at Xiaohua sitting at the back. They only had to wait for Xiaohua to complete the trade and then they could end this negotiation. Oh, this old man doesn't have anything I want. To be honest, this is the first time this old man has come to this kind of negotiation, so I'm not prepared. Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands and said, how about this? Fellow Taoists, you can trade the maps with this old man. This old man will take 20 spirit stones, 10 for each map. Oh, is that so? Fellow Taoist is actually interested in this map? If that's the case, this old man also has one here. Bai Xing laughed when he saw this. He clapped his hands and took out a green sword slip from his storage bag. This old man spent 2 spirit stones to exchange for this from an Qi refinement disciple. If fellow Taoist likes it, this item is fellow Taoist's. Bai Xing didn't wait for the others to speak. He waved his hand and the sword slip flew over. He said with a smile, this old man earned 8 spirit stones. Oh. Why? Xiaohua was very puzzled. He thought that no matter what, he would have to bargain for a few rounds, but he didn't expect that Bai Xing would actually take out a map from her storage pouch, and even give it to him so easily. Since Bai Xing had Bai Xing's interference and the price had already been finalized, the other 2 cultivators also knew that this item wasn't valuable. They might as well exchange it for a few spirit stones. Especially the cultivator in front of Xiaohua. He clearly knew that Xiaohua had some ulterior motives, but the 2 of them had already given the map to Xiaohua, so his portion was almost useless. He also somewhat reluctantly gave the sword slip to Xiaohua. Ha! Xiaohua was very happy. He cupped his hands and said, many thanks, fellow Taoists. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Bai. You're welcome, you're welcome. If fellow Taoist doesn't have any requests, today's bargaining session will end. Bai Xing said with a smile. Yes, I don't have any requests. Xiaohua nodded with a smile. As he spoke, he waved his hand and put the 3 jade slips into his space without even looking at them. Good. Bai Xing waved his hand and put all the storage bags on the high platform into his sleeve. He said with a smile, I announce the end of this bargaining session. Fellow Taoists, the sky is already bright. Fellow Taoists can leave now. If fellow Taoists want to drink tea in this humble tea house, please move upstairs. This humble tea house will serve tea for free. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Bai. All the cultivators stood up, cupped their hands, and prepared to leave. But just as Xiaohua stood up, he heard Bai Xing's voice transmission, fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Me? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled and looked at Bai Xing in confusion. Yes, fellow Taoist. Bai Xing said with a smile on his face. All right. Xiaohua watched the cultivators leave one by one. Although he muttered in his heart, he wasn't nervous. Fellow Taoist, please sit. Bai Xing followed the crowd to Xiaohua's side and said very politely. Well said. Xiaohua sat down steadily and asked calmly, but I wonder why fellow Taoist Bai asked I to stay? It's nothing. Bai Xing looked up and saw that everyone had left through the restriction. He smiled and said, I just want to make a deal with fellow Taoist. A deal? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and said curiously, I've already found what I need. What else does fellow Taoist Bai want to make a deal with I? Naturally, it's this. Bai Xing took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiaohua with a smile. What is this? Xiaohua didn't take it and asked instead. Bai Xing didn't withdraw his hand and said politely, "Fellow Daoist, why don't you take a look for yourself?" Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He seemed to have thought of something and reached out to take the storage bag. Sure enough, the storage bag was actually the corpses of the 40 or so Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. They were thrown inside carelessly, and men and women were mixed together, just like goods. Fellow Daoist Bai, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Hua suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Didn't I say before? I didn't come to bid for this thing, and I disdain to use this thing to fake battle merits." "Huh, fellow Daoist, don't be agitated." Bai Xing said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, this is the first time you've come to this Bai's negotiation, so you naturally don't know the rules, and this Bai definitely doesn't care. However, since fellow Daoist has already participated in this negotiation, the first rule must be obeyed. The first rule is that we have to negotiate the price of this corpse. Do we have to fake battle merits?" Xiao Hua said coldly. "Fellow Daoist, you're wrong." The smile on Bai Xing's face didn't change, and he was still very polite. "This is the first time fellow Daoist has come here, so we have to negotiate the price. As for whether fellow Daoist uses battle merits, that's fellow Daoist's business. This Bai and the others won't care." "What if I don't pay spirit stones?" Xiao Hua stood up and asked lightly. When Bai Xing heard this, he didn't seem to be surprised or nervous, and he said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, it's fine if you don't pay spirit stones. This Bai won't force you, nor will I prevent you from leaving this restriction, nor will I let anyone kill you in the Sky Patrol City. Of course, I won't find someone to kill you on the battlefield." "Are you threatening I?" Xiao Hua's coldness became stronger. No, this Bai doesn't mean that at all." Bai Xing said with a smile, "This Bai just wants to say that this has nothing to do with spirit stones. Since I can do such a business here, I naturally have an inextricable relationship with the Sky Patrol City. Let me tell you, fellow Daoist, this Bai has someone above." "Humph," Xiao Hua sneered. "What I want to say is, even if I don't care, the group of cultivators waiting outside the tea house, they may not be at ease." When Bai Xing said this, it was as if she had put the finishing touches on a dragon. She stopped and looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully, as if she was waiting for Xiao Hua to make a decision. Chapter 2480. "Io, that's right." Xiao Hua groaned, "Damn it, this group of sanctimonious bastards is doing such a vicious transaction here. If I don't participate, I'll be an untainted piece of trash. How can they be at ease? Even if two cultivators from some sect fight for the same storage bag, it's still safer than me. Do you understand, fellow Daoist?" Bai Xing took the opportunity to say. "What about the cultivator who came with I?" Xiao Hua said coldly, "He didn't negotiate anything, right?" He, fellow Daoist, don't compare yourself with him." Bai Xing said with a smile, "This Bai's tiger tally is recorded. It can be traced to who it is given to and who it is given to. This Bai doesn't know who he is, but this Bai knows the tiger tally that he uses. Besides, even if I can't find any trace of you from the tiger tally, you've braved the ban to come to my Sky Patrol tea house. I've asked someone to patrol the city guards of Sky Patrol City. I'll definitely be able to find you, right? Do you want to force this old man to kill you?" Xiao Hua said coldly. Bai Xing was not afraid at all. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, this Bai is doing business. I emphasize that harmony brings wealth. How can I argue with you? These are the rules. I won't hide it from you. If you don't take this storage bag, the cultivators in this tea house will definitely make things difficult for this Bai. Can you pity this Bai?" Bai Xing said that he was pitiful, but there was no pitiful look on his face. He was very sure that Xiao Hua would definitely pay spirit stones to buy this storage bag. He had done this many times before. This was because he knew that Xiao Hua couldn't kill him, and Xiao Hua couldn't really face the many cultivators in the tea house. So what if I kill you all? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as killing intent rose within him. He was originally suppressing his anger, but now, he was actually being forced to buy and sell. If we kill these filthy people, we can also let others know how filthy we are. Let them know. Thinking, Xiao Hua swung his Taoist robe and was about to use the heaven and earth sleeve to restrain Bai Xing. Hee, looks like you've thought it through. When Bai Xing saw Xiao Hua's sleeve move, he thought that Xiao Hua was going to take out spirit stones. He smiled apologetically and said, "Actually, fellow Taoist didn't suffer any losses today. Just now, if I hadn't taken out a sword slip that wasn't a map and gave it to fellow Taoist, just the maps of those two cultivators, fellow Taoist would have had to spend countless spirit stones." Oh? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He quietly withdrew his magic power, and then took out Bai Xing's sword scroll. He immersed his divine sense into it, and sure enough, it wasn't a map at all, but a damaged sword technique. This sword art. Xiao Hua glanced at the sword art and unconsciously became slightly stunned. This seems to be a sword scroll that transforms into a sword? What do you think, fellow Taoist? Am I a good friend? Bai Xing said with a smile, "This sword technique is no ordinary sword technique. If I'm not wrong, it should be used by swordsmen. Of course, this sword technique is very damaged and the cultivators of my Dao sect are unable to use it. However, it allowed me to throw out a brick to attract jade today. Even if you spend some spirit stones to negotiate the price of these corpses, and also get 2 maps, it's definitely killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Alright." Seeing Bai Xing's business to such an extent, Xiao Hua was really speechless. Although he didn't want to add fuel to the fire, but he was even more unwilling to expose his whereabouts at this time, and even more unwilling to attract the attention of the Snow Region's Taoist master. He could only pinch his nose and enter the trap. "Great." Bai Xing bowed and said, "Thank you for your support, fellow Taoist." As he spoke, he quoted a number of spirit stones. Fortunately, Xiao Hua calculated a little, and this price was also fair, even lower than the price of others. "Forget it, why don't you give the other corpses to me too?" Xiao Hua sighed. "Fellow Taoist Bai is so benevolent, I can't not support you." "Don't," Bai Xing hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The number of corpses was specially prepared according to fellow Taoist's cultivation. If there are more, fellow Taoist won't be able to account for it. Moreover, doesn't fellow Taoist already have a thunderbolt? When the time comes, find an opportunity to hand it over to the conference hall, the merit will be even greater than this." Sweat, why didn't I think of this? Xiao Hua naturally thought of the situation when he was bidding for the corpses earlier. This Bai Xing's business is really done to the point of perfection. After Xiao Hua paid the spirit stones and put the storage bag into his sleeve, Bai Xing happily accompanied Xiao Hua out of the restriction. Sure enough, on the first floor of the tea house, almost all the bidding cultivators were sitting there wearing camouflage clothes, each of them with a cup of spirit tea in front of them. "Waiter, serve this fellow Taoist some spirit tea." Bai Xing shouted as soon as he appeared in the tea house. "Yes, this little one will come right away." The waiter on the other side responded, and the atmosphere in the tea house clearly relaxed. Although everyone didn't talk, they all picked up their teacups and very contentedly tasted the spirit tea. Looking at the cup of spirit tea offered by the Qi refining disciple, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This spirit tea was very valuable. Not only was it a sum of spirit stones, but it was also the corpses of dozens of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. It was also his own life or the dozens of lives in the tea house. After a while, light gradually appeared outside the window, and the sound of people faintly came from the street of the tea house. The Qi refining disciple very carefully opened the door of the tea house. then immediately stood behind the door respectfully. A cultivator who had been near the door for a long time immediately stood up and swaggered out. And after this cultivator left for a while, another cultivator stood up and followed him out. Xiaofan observed for a moment and found that they probably couldn't go out together. Basically, they had to wait for the cultivator in front of them to disappear on the street before the cultivator behind them could stand up. Xiaofan wasn't in a hurry. After waiting for everyone to leave, he stood up and slowly walked to the door. At this time, the sun had just risen, and the warm sunlight shone on Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright sun in the sky, muttering to himself, "There's light, it's really good." Then, he also stepped forward and went to the street without looking back. Behind Xiaohua, the door of the Heavenly Inspect Tea House wasn't closed, and no one came in or out. No one knew that last night, there were actually a lot of military merits that appeared out of thin air in this place. Xiaohua naturally didn't go to the conference hall to receive his military merits. Instead, he returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. He didn't go to the Imperial Thunder Sect's residence, but instead, he casually found an alchemy cave, activated the restriction, and sat down. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a piece of fragrant spirit tea from the space. With Ziye's jade slip and the fragrant spirit tea seedling, it was really easy for Xiaohua to grow the fragrant spirit tea in the space. However, Xiaohua didn't have the hobby of drinking tea. He was extremely used to growing, picking, and collecting the fragrant spirit tea. How could he have thought that this thing was actually used by soul cultivators? Smelling the fragrant spirit tea's fragrance, Xiaohua couldn't help but salivate. He smacked his lips a few times and felt a little regretful. He regretted that he didn't get a tea set in the tea house. His space was a dazzling collection of treasures, jade slips, and even spiritual herbs, but there was no tea set. Even if he wanted to drink a mouthful of the fragrant spirit tea, he couldn't. If I can't drink it, can't this young master eat it? Xiaohua thought and put the piece of fragrant spirit tea into his mouth. Immediately, a burst of fragrance filled his mouth, and a sweet and refreshing feeling spread down his throat into his body. Feeling the refreshing feeling, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm afraid Ziyi was tempted by this fragrance. If it wasn't for this extreme fragrance, how could he, a child of an aristocratic family, personally brew tea? But, how do I use this so-called twilight moon?" Xiaohua waved his hand and another piece of fragrant spirit tea appeared in his hand. Then, Xiaohua closed his eyes and several soul strands came out from his eyes. It's really interesting. When Xiaohua's soul strands came into contact with the dark green fragrant spirit tea, he felt a kind of comfort. This comfort was extremely refreshing, similar to the refreshing feeling on the tip of the tongue. However, one penetrated the heart and lungs, filling the body, while the other directly rushed into the depths of the soul. When the refreshing feeling entered the dark cloud formed by the soul strands, the entire dark cloud slightly swayed. Then, a wave of fluctuation came out from the dark cloud and entered the soul strands. When the fluctuation came from the soul strands into the fragrant spirit tea, the soul strands danced like tentacles. As the soul strands danced, the fragrant spirit tea also vibrated strangely and floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, a thumb-sized dark green crescent moon flashed out from the fragrant spirit tea. It was entangled by the soul strands, and a dry, yellow leaf slowly fell from the soul strands and floated into the air. This fluctuation is soul power. Suddenly, a lightning-like realization appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Previously, I thought soul power was the same as a person's strength. Being able to lift things with one's arms is strength. Although the soul strands were able to entangle the soul-suppressing bell, that kind of strength was not soul power. This fluctuation is true soul power. Although the soul strands were able to entangle the fragrant spirit tea, if it was not soul power, then it was the fragrant spirit tea. Only this fluctuation, can take out the dawnlight moon from the fragrant spirit tea. This fluctuation is true soul power. Xiaohua's mind moved like lightning. And the soul cultivation method is to temper the fluctuations. Isn't it just tempering soul power? Isn't it the same principle as the Tao sect's magic power? Ha ha ha, Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, the dawnlight moon followed the fluctuation of the soul strands into the Dharma eye, entering the mysterious place. Once the dawnlight moon entered the mysterious place, it immediately emitted a misty emerald green brilliance. This brilliance was extremely similar to the green seal text's green color, illuminating the mysterious dark cloud. When the dawnlight moon entered the aura ring, the entire aura ring was filled with emerald green brilliance, like the hazy moonlight between dawn and dusk. Chapter 2481. Moreover, this emerald green brilliance contained a thick and clear fragrance. As the brilliance densely filled the entire heaven ring, it combined with the fragrance of the black silk wood from before, becoming increasingly rich. Looking at Xiaohua's primordial spirit and the little white dragon soul that accompanied it, it danced even more, just like a cultivator who had taken an extremely powerful spirit pill. Great, seeing his primordial spirit becoming increasingly stronger, and following the little white dragon soul, his primordial spirit swam even faster, rushing to the peak of the heaven ring several times faster than before. If nothing unexpected happened, he feared that within a few years, he would be able to complete the first stage of the soul cultivation technique and enter the second stage of the clear spirit heaven. This is the little white dragon soul that is on the verge of dissipating, and it is currently condensing. Its soul is naturally extremely powerful, and this condensing process naturally drives the cultivation of my soul. Xiaohua naturally understood the reason behind it. The so-called to redeem others is to redeem oneself, Amitba. Motherfucker, why is it related to Buddhism again? Xiaohua suddenly woke up again. The 3,000 great Taos, in the end, I'm afraid it really is all the great Taos. Maybe soul cultivation and Buddhism are also one of the great Taos. Seeing that his most unremarkable soul cultivation technique had obtained a trace of opportunity, Xiaohua was very happy, and withdrew his mind from the mysterious dark clouds. He took out the sword slip that Bai Xing had half sold and half given. This sword slip was very damaged, and there was no complete sentence that could be linked together. Xiaohua could only reluctantly read this sword slip once, and roughly understood the meaning. This sword slip, naturally has no value. Nascent soul cultivators wouldn't care, and ordinary gold core cultivators definitely wouldn't want it. However, Bai Xing's business acumen is really deep in his bones. This kind of smooth and slick person can be considered to have saved his life today. Xiaohua sneered as he sent the sword slip into the space, and then secretly pondered, just as I expected, this sword transformation technique involves the secret method of using the primordial spirit to control the sword, and only by reaching the primordial spirit to control the sword can one truly step into the sword transformation technique. However, this sword transformation technique is a bit strange, it actually has the method of forming the sword spirit. In other words, fusing the sword spirit and sword intent into one to form the sword heart. This sword heart was the key to controlling the flying sword with the primordial spirit? Damn it, this young master is confused. Wasn't this sword intent the manifestation of a sword spirit? Wasn't it similar to the spiritual will of a cultivator? How could they merge into one? Wasn't there only one of them? Furthermore, looking at the synthesis of the sword heart, it seemed to be somewhat similar to condensing a core. When did sword cultivators become similar to cultivators' spells? Xiaohua was a little dizzy because of this specious transforming into sword technique. He wanted to refine a few fire runes or see if he could refine Lingli pill. At this time, he simply put these aside. He stretched out his hand and took out all the sword slips he collected. He checked them carefully one by one from the pregnant sword. For several days in a row, Xiaohua's brows were tightly knitted. Until one day, Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He put all the sword slips into the space, and said with self-mockery, "So this sword intent is only a swordsman's understanding of flying swords. It's the soul of the flying sword in the swordsman's heart." When the swordsman tempered the sword intent, he also gradually condensed his soul into the sword intent. The sword spirit was a trace of the primordial spirit of the swordsman. With the cultivation and breeding, it had spirituality, so the flying sword also had a spirit. However, this sword spirit was only a means for the swordsman to control. The cultivation of the swordsman was also divided by the tempering of the sword intent, not by the strength of the sword spirit. If the swordsman wanted to enter the transforming sword realm, he had to plant the sword intent in the sword spirit and let his soul and the sword spirit combine. Only then could he and the flying sword become one. This should be similar to the Taoist sect's pregnant baby, not condensing a core. It was precisely because of this that the swordsman could only have one soul and one sword heart. Therefore, the swordsman could only have one flying sword in his life, and he couldn't sacrificial refine the second one. This was completely different from the Taoist sect's pregnant baby. A cultivator might have one, or two, or even more life-bound magic treasures. As long as the cultivator's mind is strong enough. But thinking of this, Xiaohua was somewhat confused. That's not right, Senior Li Xiaobai had 9 flying swords. His sword intent was 9 stars soaring sun. This sword pill must also have his sword heart, but why didn't Daoist Master Bright Sword and Senior Li Xiaobai's jade slips mention this? Since the sword pill doesn't have a sword heart, then what about Senior Li Xiaobai? Did he really die with the Dao? Also, that little deer is clearly Daoist Master Bright sword intent, right? Why is it so docile? Where is the sharpness of a flying sword? If it's like this, will I still need to refine this 9 stars soaring sun sword pill? It seems like the second sword pill is already complete. If I introduce the primordial spirit brand, I can successfully nurture the sword. Originally, Xiaohua didn't know the mysteries of the Tao of the sword and didn't know fear at all. He thought that this sword pill was like a cultivator's magic tool, and after refining it, it would be his. But now that he saw more and knew more, his heart became increasingly uncertain. Powerful primordial spirit, thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Damn it, if it dares to be more powerful than my primordial spirit, I still have a little white dragon in my soul. Even Daoist Master Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai are only nascent soul cultivators. If they have any more tricks up their sleeves and do something to the sword pill, I will wait for the moment of danger to summon the little white dragon. Humph, that is an existence that can directly face 3 nascent soul cultivators. I don't believe that I can't deal with these 2 people. Also, what is my boy? That is Di Ting, an existence that even the Empress of the 10,000 demon realm trembles in fear. Who dares to make a move against me? After being ruthless, Xiaohua laughed again. Besides, Li Xiaobai and Daoist Master Bright Sword didn't make arrangements when they were on the brink of despair. If they want to live, there are many ways, there is no need to do these dirty things. I, on the other hand, have seen too much in the dark. There is really no need to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Looking at Daoist Master Bright Sword intent, I can know that this is a magnanimous gentleman. There is no need to worry. Thinking about this, Xiaohua opened his mouth and the second sword pill flew out with Buddha fire. It was also green and red. It landed in the air and spun around like a spiritual thing. Come out. Xiaohua opened his mouth again and the Zhu Meng flew out. It drew a beautiful sword arc in the air and landed beside the sword pill. When the Zhu Meng came out, the sword pill became even more lively, as if it had seen someone close to it. It circled around the Zhu Meng rapidly, as if it was acting coquettishly and showing off. It was more like a feeling of urgency. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a flying sword. It is really different from ordinary magic tools. Xiaohua laughed. Just as he was about to use the primordial spirit imprint, suddenly, another thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind like a thunderbolt. Damn it, this flying sword has a sword spirit. Oh, no, it has a sword heart in the future. Isn't it like a magic tool having a weapon spirit? Isn't this a spirit tool? However, this weapon spirit is the same as a cultivator's nascent soul, the sword heart. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck, as if he had discovered something inconceivable. No, it is definitely not that simple. Xiaohua shook his head again. If it is like this, how could the Dao sect cultivators not know? How could a nascent soul senior be unable to forge a spirit tool? There must be something strange about this. Or perhaps, nascent soul cultivators are not willing to use their bodies to feed a weapon and become a weapon spirit. Forget it, don't think about it, don't think about it. If I think about it too much, I will definitely go crazy. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his train of thought. The great Tao of cultivation was truly vast and boundless. Walking around carelessly without guidance was truly quite dangerous. Xiaohua sat quietly for a while, then used a sword cultivator's primordial spirit branding technique and imprinted the primordial spirit from the dream executioner onto the second sword pill. Sensing that the primordial spirit was once again dormant, Xiaohua smiled. He knew that after this dormant state, a flying sword would appear in this world, and another sword light would be able to kill evil. If this second sword pill corresponded to the 9 stars transit, it would be the morning star. However, in this young master's hands, it will not be so refined. The first sword light is the dream executioner, then this young master's second sword light will be the mountain splitter. Mountain splitter, unrivaled. This young master will split open all the mountains of injustice in this world. Wang, a sword cry seemed to come from the dream executioner. The mountain splitter also sensed it. Seeing this, Xiaohua became even more delighted. Great, this young master's matters are going smoothly. It seems that I need to refine some. Unfortunately, just as he thought of this, the restriction of the pill refining cave shook, as if a transmission talisman had arrived. Which blind fool! Xiaohua was somewhat angry, but immediately after, he shrugged his shoulders. What do you think? Who would look for me at this time? It can only be Senior Marshal Brotherly. Forget it, Senior Marshal Brotherly Zongbao has summoned me, so I must go out to battle. What fire talisman? Let's talk about it later. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua opened the restriction of the alchemy room, he saw a disciple on duty from the Imperial Thunder sect carefully standing at the door. When he saw Xiaohua, he immediately smiled respectfully and said, "Junior greets Marshal Uncle. May I know if you are Marshal Uncle Xiaohua?" "That's me." Xiaohua was somewhat baffled, but his heart trembled slightly, and he cautiously asked, "What matter does Marshal Nephew have?" Junior has disturbed Marshal Uncle Zhao's quiet cultivation. That disciple still spoke softly, as if he was a female cultivator. Today, Junior is on duty. Just now, at the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment, I saw a Foundation establishment senior come to visit Marshal Uncle Xiao. Marshal Uncle Dui, who was on duty at the door, told Junior to inform Marshal Uncle Xiao. However, Junior has searched everywhere for Marshal Uncle Xiao. Chapter 2482. Seeing that this disciple was so long-winded, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. Since it wasn't anything special, he patiently listened to the disciple. When this junior was hesitating whether to inform that Foundation establishment senior, I suddenly thought of whether Marshal Uncle Xiao would be meditating in this cave, so. At this moment, the disciple saw Xiaohua's faint smile and immediately became reserved again. He bowed and said, "This junior has said too much. Martial uncle, please follow this junior to the entrance of the encampment. That Foundation establishment senior must be waiting anxiously. Okay. Xiao Hua replied concisely. The entrance of the encampment wasn't far from the cave, and this distance was enough for Xiao Hua to guess. However, when he saw this individual cultivator who came to visit, he definitely didn't expect it to be him. This person was none other than the Qi refinement cultivator Xiao Hua, saved outside Haoming City by Feng Liang. However, at this time, Bai Fengliang was already a Foundation establishment cultivator. He wore a light blue Daoist robe and looked quite imposing. Seeing Xiao Hua appear at the entrance of the Imperial Thunder sect, Bai Fengliang's face showed a trace of joy, and a trace of ecstasy. He almost lost his composure and took a few steps forward. Then, he stopped and waited there respectfully. Huh? Bai Fengliang, why are you looking for me? Could it be? Xiao Hua was very afraid of the Heavenly Demon sect when he was in Haoming City and didn't understand the situation, so he used the Foundation establishment pill as bait to let Bai Fengliang go to the Heavenly Demon sect to be his eyes and ears. However, he also made it clear to Bai Fengliang that everything depended on Bai Fengliang's willingness. If he didn't want to tell him the situation of the Heavenly Demon sect, Xiao Hua would absolutely not force him. However, seeing Bai Fengliang today was absolutely unexpected. He didn't expect Bai Fengliang to take the initiative to come to him and report the situation of the Heavenly Demon sect to him. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang bowed very elegantly and said, I've long admired your name and even wanted to make friends with you. Now that I've taken the liberty to come here, please forgive me. Xiao Hua blinked and smiled bitterly in his heart. He then cupped his hands and said, I'm just an ordinary cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, how could I have any reputation? Fellow Daoist Bai must be joking. Huh, fellow Daoist Xiao, this isn't the place to talk. I've prepared some wine, how about inviting fellow Daoist Xiao? Very good. Xiao Hua was also unsure whether the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment would allow the so-called rogue cultivator, Bai Fengliang, who was actually a disciple of the Devil sect, to enter. Since Bai Fengliang had already prepared a place, he also nodded his head. Seeing Bai Fengliang leading the way, Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, Fellow Daoist Bai, are we going to the Heavenly Survey Tea House? Sky Patrol Tea House? Bai Fengliang was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile, No, I'm staying at an inn in Sentry City. It's very peaceful there, so I'd like to invite fellow cultivator Xiao to have a chat there. Very good. Hearing that it wasn't the Sky Survey Tea House, Xiao Hua felt relieved. Since he knew how filthy the Sky Survey Tea House was, Xiao Hua didn't even want to take a single step into it. He even thought that if he met Ziyi in the future, he would definitely tell him not to take even half a step into that tea house. Bai Fengliang followed Bai Fengliang to the inn and opened the door to enter. Bai Fengliang immediately bowed and said, Bai Fengliang greets the Vice Sect Master. Xiao Hua was stunned. Then, his magic power surged and he naturally prepared to kill Bai Fengliang on the spot. However, he heard Bai Fengliang say, Bai Fengliang is really blind. He actually didn't know the identity of the Vice Sect Master. If the Sect Master didn't ask me to come here to greet the Vice Sect Master, I would still be in the dark. Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, Zhang Qingxiao, that bastard, said that he would only attack after he personally introduced me. Not now. However, Xiao Hua immediately had an impulse from his heart. An impulse to stretch out his leg and kick Zhang Qingxiao twice. An impulse to kick Zhang Qingxiao's white face that was popular throughout the Dawn Rain continent into a persimmon. Damn it, when did I become the Vice Sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect? Feeling that Xiao Hua's situation was not right, Bai Fengliang hurriedly said, Don't worry, Vice Sect Master Xiao. Only I know about this. When I received the Sect Master's order, I also made a blood oath that I would never reveal it. Don't worry, Vice Sect Master. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Get up." Then, he sat on the bed in the room and looked around. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rabbit talismans flew out. Oh? That's right, these rabbit talismans can now be refined with jade marrow. Xiaohua saw the rabbit talismans fly out and grabbed with his hand, activating the array. He couldn't help but think to himself, Vice Sect Master Xiao is indeed skilled. Seeing Xiaohua casually set up the array, Bai Fengliang's heart was filled with respect. Xiaohua nodded and asked, "Why did the Sect Master send you here? Does he know that you know me?" "Yes, Vice Sect Master Xiao knows." Bai Fengliang stood there respectfully and replied, "After I received the Foundation Establishment pill from Vice Sect Master, I quickly reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Thus, there was an envoy from the Sage Sect who came to find me. At the same time, he asked for my opinion and brought me to the Sage Sect." Sage Sect? Xiaohua snickered and thought, this Zhang Qingxiao is really good at pranking. Isn't it just the Heavenly Demon Sect? What Sage Sect? What a welcoming envoy. After passing the Sage Sect's envoy's assessment and considering my physique, I was allowed to enter the Pure Lotus Sect of the 13 Sacred Sects. Bai Fengliang said again, "In the past few decades, I've been practicing hard and my progress is not bad. I've gained the favor of the sect's venerable, so I was sent out to gain experience. A few days ago, when I was in Haoming City, I received the Sect Master's order. This order was issued by a venerable on behalf of the Sect Master. At that time, there were many sacred sect disciples in Haoming City, and there were 11 of them who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Because I practiced the Taoist sect's cultivation method and used to be a rogue cultivator, I was sent to meet Vice Sect Master Xiao. As far as I know, the Sect Master doesn't know that I've met Vice Sect Master Xiao." "Oh, I see." Hearing Bai Fengliang's complicated explanation, Xiaohua frowned. However, he heard that Zhang Qingxiao didn't issue the Sect Master's order directly. It was issued when they met outside the Sky Patrol City last time. Thinking that Zhang Qingxiao had brought the elixir he needed so quickly, he felt warm in his heart. "Give it to me," Xiaohua said as he stretched out his hand. "Yes." Bai Fengliang wasn't surprised. He carefully took out a storage bag from his chest and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine thought. He frowned and said, "Why is there so little? This is too little." Bai Fengliang's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly shocked, but he didn't dare to show it. He said in a low voice, "Vice Sect Master Xiao, these are all the elixir pills in Haoming City. Elixir pills from the other 7 major cities are also being collected. When the elixir pills are found, they will be sent to Sky Patrol City. At that time, I will give it to Vice Sect Master Xiao until Vice Sect Master Xiao thinks it's suitable." "And, that's more like it." Xiaohua nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he put the storage bag containing more than 60 dry distance pills into his space. In addition, there are instructions in the Sect Master's order. "Vice Sect Master, if you need anything, you can tell me. I have the Sect Master's order in my hand, and I can mobilize most of the disciples in the sacred sect." Bai Fengliang said respectfully. "What else do you want?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head with a smile. "Forget it, take these things first." "Yes, I understand." Bai Fengliang replied carefully. "By the way, Bai Fengliang, do you still remember what you told me that day?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "What sacred sect, and what are the 13 sects?" Hearing Xiaohua asking about the 13 holy sects, Bai Fengliang was slightly taken aback. However, after pondering for a moment, his expression changed slightly. He smiled apologetically and said, "Vice Sect Leader Xiao, please don't make fun of me. You are the Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how can you not know about the 13 sects?" Xiao Hua stared into Bai Fengliang's eyes and asked word by word, Bai Fengliang, look at me carefully. Do you think I'm the vice sect master of your heavenly demon sect? This. Bai Fengliang bit his lips, as if he was thinking and hesitating. In the jade slip that the sect master of your heavenly demon sect gave you, did he say that I'm the vice sect master? Xiao Hua asked coldly. I don't remember it clearly. Bai Fengliang woke up and smiled apologetically. The jade slip that came with the sect master's order can only be read once. Moreover, I was too excited and I didn't see it clearly. What if you said it was Vice Sect Master Xiao? Or Xiao Hua, Vice Sect Master? Xiao Hua asked again. It seems to be Xiao Hua, Vice Sect Master. Bai Fengliang hesitated for a moment before answering. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hua nodded and sneered, I'm only at the Foundation Establishment realm, how can I be the Vice Sect Master? I'm afraid that when you saw my name and the Vice Sect Master's title, you thought. That's why you mistook me for the Vice Sect Master. Bai Fengliang's face immediately turned red. Xiao Hua's words hit the nail on the head, revealing his joy at that time. When he saw Xiao Hua's name, he was astonished. While he was shocked, he also let his imagination run wild. To be able to form a relationship with the Vice Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he really understood what kind of glorious future he would have in the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. As for the content after that, he was really in a trance. I was indeed a little too pleased with myself. Bai Fengliang replied embarrassedly. This Vice Sect Master is someone else. You don't need to worry about who it is. Just follow the instructions on your sect master's order and give the item to me. Xiao Hua nodded and said, however, at this time, it's up to you to fulfill your promise. Of course, Bai Fengliang, if you're not willing, you don't need to answer. I definitely won't force you. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua asked again. Bai Fengliang was forced into a helpless state, and a pitiful expression appeared on his face. After all, he wasn't sure if this was the Heavenly Demon Sect's probing technique. If he didn't answer well, he would be killed. Chapter 2483. This lowly one. Bai Fengliang smiled apologetically. This lowly one is just an ordinary disciple of the Holy Gate. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. After all, you and I had such an agreement back then. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang really wanted to call Xiao Hua Deputy Sect Master Xiao. If you have any more things coming for me in the future, feel free to come to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment to find me. Xiao Hua waved his hand and was about to put away the rabbit array. But at that moment, Bai Fengliang's body trembled and he hurriedly shouted, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait. Oh? Is there anything else? Xiao Hua asked curiously. It's like this. Bai Fengliang bit his lips and said, I was able to join the Holy Gate and have my current achievements all because of fellow Taoist Zhao's guidance and arrangements. That day, fellow Taoist Xiao had an agreement with me. Although I didn't agree to it, I already agreed in my heart. Since fellow Taoist Xiao asked about it today, how could I dare to hide it? Oh? Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled and said, I'm not some deputy sect master of your Holy Gate. Moreover, I might have been sent by your sect master to test you. Bai Fengliang's face was filled with embarrassment as he said, even if fellow Taoist Xiao was sent by my Holy Gate to test me, I still owe fellow Taoist Xiao a favor. I can't not repay this favor. Alright, tell me what you know. Xiao Hua didn't sit down, but stood there and said. A faint smile flashed across Bai Fengliang's face as if a heavy stone had been lifted off his chest. He said, actually, ever since I joined the Holy Gate, I have always remembered fellow Taoist Zhao's words. I have always paid attention to the Holy Gates situation. However, the Holy Gates rules are very strict, and the various sects don't have much interaction with each other. I only know about my Pure Lotus sect. Oh, then tell me about the 13 holy sects first. Xiao Hua was bewildered when he heard this. No matter how he heard it, this so-called 13 sacred sects seemed to be related to the Buddhist sect. He didn't know what Zhang Qingshao meant by turning the heavenly demon sect into this state, so he asked with interest. The 13 sacred sects are the heavenly demon sect, Tiangang sect, Tianfan sect, earthly fiend sect, earthly Ao sect, earthly spirit sect, human enlightenment sect, human splendor sect, human Zen sect, pure lotus sect, pure land sect, yin-yang sect, and fairy sect. However, apart from Lu Weigang, the sect master of the pure lotus sect, I don't know who the deputy sect masters of the other 12 sects are. Bai Fengliang smiled bitterly. Lu Weigang? Xiao Hua is stunned. Is this Lu Weigang a former Changbai sect disciple? This. I don't know. Bai Fengliang shook his head and said, however, the pristine Lotus sect cultivates orthodox Taoist spells. Many of our disciples come from independent cultivators or other cultivation sections. Many of them are disciples of other sects. As he spoke, Lu Weigang thoughtfully looked at Xiao Hua. What else? Xiao Hua asked again. Bai Fengliang shook his head helplessly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, believe it or not, this is all I know. I don't know anything more. Oh, right, there's another news. I've only heard that the heavenly demon sect is going to be established. Seeing that Bai Fengliang really knew very little, Xiao Hua was extremely disappointed. However, he was really happy for Zhang Qingshao in his heart. After all, to be able to operate a devil sect to such a strict level was really not easy. Xiao Hua was confident that he could not do it. However, Xiao Hua asked curiously, what? Hasn't the heavenly demon sect already been established? Why do you still want to establish a sect? I don't know. Bai Fengliang smiled apologetically, but it's all rumors. I don't know either. Well, okay. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, what cultivation method are you cultivating? What other elixirs do you need? Bai Fengliang's face showed joy and said, I'm cultivating a cultivation method of the pure lotus sect. However, I only have half of the cultivation method for the early and middle stages of the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, I need all the elixirs that fellow Taoist Xiao usually uses. Show me your cultivation method. Xiao Hua very naturally raised his hand. Yes. Bai Fengliang did not dare to neglect and showed his cultivation method to Xiao Hua. Well. So it's this. Xiao Hua nodded and clapped his hand. He also took out a jade slip and handed it to Bai Fengliang. This jade slip is also bestowed. Take it, it should be at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. In addition, I'll give you these elixirs as well. Consider it as thanks for your hard work in Sky Patrol City. As he spoke, Xiao Hua took out another storage bag. Bai Fengliang was overjoyed. When he finished looking at the contents of the storage bag, he was even more ecstatic. He bowed and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Thank you. Deputy Sect Leader. Well, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I'll tell him about your matter. In addition, you can show this jade slip to Sect Leader before this matter is over. Remember, it's a matter of life and death. Ah. This is. When Bai Fengliang heard this, cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He said in extreme panic, I know. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Bai Fengliang finally understood that his mission was absolutely dangerous. If it were not for Xiao Hua's jade slip, his life would really be in danger. Nonsense. Seeing Bai Fengliang's ashen face, Xiaohua sneered. Only the two of them knew about his relationship with Zhang Qingxiao. Since Zhang Qingxiao dared to mention deputy sect leader Xiao in the jade slip, then Bai Fengliang would definitely die after seeing this jade slip. Zhang Qingxiao would definitely kill him to silence him. In fact, not only Zhang Qingxiao, even Xiaohua had this intention. If it were not for Zhang Qingxiao wanting to go to Han country and Xiaohua urgently needing this pill, Zhang Qingxiao would definitely come personally and not let others do it. However, Zhang Qingxiao's subordinate just happened to be someone familiar with Xiaohua. After Xiaohua probed, he felt that Bai Fengliang was still trustworthy, so he had the intention to protect himself. As long as you remember, some things must be buried in your heart for a lifetime. This is the only way to preserve your life. Xiaohua made a grabbing motion, and a dozen talismans fell into his hand. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Bai, you can open the room's restriction now." "Yes, I'll open it now." Bai Fengliang hurriedly activated the token and opened the room's restriction. He said respectfully, "I'll send fellow Taoist Xiao out." "No need. You just need to do your job well." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I still have other things to do, you can just stay here." "Yes, I understand." Bai Fengliang nodded and asked again, "If other big cities have things coming over, how can I find fellow Taoist?" "Use the messaging talisman." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then clapped his hand and took out his messaging talisman and handed it to Bai Fengliang. After Bai Fengliang received it, Xiaohua turned around and walked out of the room, quickly leaving the inn. Although Xiaohua's face was calm, he muttered in his heart, "Second senior brother's ambition is really big." He ignited the sword Dao battle, and he took advantage of the chaos to rob. Presumably, he wants to take advantage of the fact that the other sects have no time to care about him and announce the Heavenly Demon sect to the public. This courage. TSK. He's really a good disciple of Master. When he thought of Xiao Yuehong, he thought of his lazy and idle cultivation attitude. It was this little cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs that was killed by 3 nascent soul cultivators. The heavenly Tao was really heartless. Since the heavenly Tao was heartless, why would Xiaohua stop Zhang Qingxiao from establishing the sect? With a swoosh sound, another messaging talisman flew to Xiaohua's front. "Oh." Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took the messaging talisman. He looked at it with his divine thought and said with a smile, "It seems that what will come will come." Then, he did not go in the direction of the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment. Instead, he turned around and went to the city gate of Sky Patrol City. When he arrived at the city gate, he saw that the security was extremely tight. The cultivators who came in were considered good, but the cultivators who went out were all interrogated. Xiaohua looked at it coldly, knowing that it was the aftermath of his assassination of Tu Hong. If I can find any flaws in this place, can I still be an expert who can kill a golden core cultivator? Xiaohua sneered secretly. Big brother. Xiaohua had just stood still when an extremely familiar divine thought swept over him. Xiao Mao's voice was heard not far away. Xiaohua looked up and saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao standing in a corner a few hundred feet away from the city gate. They were quietly watching everything that happened at the city gate. Little brother greets senior brother Li. Xiaohua walked slowly to Li Zongbao and cupped his hands. Senior brother, you called me over. Are you going out of Sky Patrol City? Yes. Li Zongbao said faintly, now that the war has begun, it's the best time for us to kill Qin Jian. If we don't go now, when will we? Yes, I'll listen to senior brother Li's orders. Xiaohua smiled, but then he asked curiously, but... Senior brother Li, don't you have a special order from the conference hall? Why don't you use the teleportation formation but go out through this place? The teleportation formation is currently transporting disciples from various sects out. It's very busy. Xiao Mao answered excitedly, as if killing Qin Jian was something that he yearned for day and night. Well, that's one of the reasons. There's another reason. I'll explain it to you when we're out of Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao waved his hand. Yes, Xiaohua was puzzled, but he still answered. Most of the cultivators who were going out of Sky Patrol City were not participating in the war. Their cultivation levels were only around the beginner stage of the Foundation establishment realm. They were reluctant to use the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City, so they could only go out through the city gate. There were many of them and they were in groups. There were actually a few long lines in front of the city gate. Li Zongbao did not care about these ordinary cultivators at all. He clapped his hands and took out the special order from the conference hall. He raised his hand and walked past the crowd to the front of the line. Where did this cultivator come from? Why is he so unruly? A cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm said anxiously, "We're all going out." "Why are you?" Shu, a cultivator next to him, hurriedly pulled the cultivator's sleeve and whispered a few words. The cultivator shrunk his neck and stopped talking. Li Zongbao turned around and looked at them coldly. He then walked to the front of two city guards in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Chapter 2484. The two city guards had already seen Li Zongbao coming out from the crowd. They looked at each other and quickly stepped in front of Li Zongbao and the other two. Fellow cultivator from the Utopia faction. The city guard in front raised his hand and said coldly, "Although you are a disciple participating in the battle, according to the rules of the Sky Patrol City, you still have to line up at the back. Please don't overstep." Li Zongbao raised his hand and the council hall's special permit was held in front of the city guard. "What's this?" The city guard was slightly stunned. "This is the special permit of the Yanxi Mansion's council hall. We want to go out of the Sky Patrol City, please make an exception." Xiao Mao knew that Li Zongbao was impatient with the city guards of the Sky Patrol City, so he quickly cupped his hands and said. The city guard frowned and scanned the special permit with his divine thought. He said lightly, "The special permit of the council hall is used by all cultivation sections. Of course, it can be used in the Sky Patrol City. However, the city governor of the Sky Patrol City has issued a ban. In order to find the swordsman who assassinated Senior Tu Hong, we must strengthen the investigation of the cultivators entering and leaving the Sky Patrol City. Fellow cultivator, please go back and line up." "How dare you?" Xiaohua scolded, "Isn't the Sky Patrol City under the jurisdiction of the council hall? Don't the city guards of the Sky Patrol City obey the special permit of the council hall? If so, I'll go back and ask the elders of the council hall, when did the Sky Patrol City run out of the jurisdiction of the council hall?" "Don't." Another city guard next to him poked the city guard and smiled apologetically, "Fellow cultivators, don't be anxious. My junior brother is Senior Tu Hong's disciple. He has not rested for dozens of days in order to find the swordsman who killed Senior Tuesday." Fellow cultivators, you know that Qin Jian is the public enemy of all cultivators. We are looking for Qin Jian for the benefit of everyone, so. Since that's the case, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua smiled, "However, I heard that Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman who can assassinate Senior Tuesday. I'm afraid it's not easy for you to arrest him, right?" Yes. The city guard took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "That may be the case, but we still have to do our best. We have to let Senior Tu Hong rest in peace. We went to Sky Patrol City because of this." Xiao Mao said with a smile, "We also received news that Qin Jian is somewhere in Huan Nation." Speaking of this, Xiao Mao looked embarrassed. While the Sky Patrol City was arresting Qin Jian, Xiao Mao was searching for news of Qin Jian in the Huan Kingdom. Didn't this mean that the city guards of the Sky Patrol City were busy? Yes, there are too many rumors at this time. No one can tell which one is true. As long as we have the heart and effort, Senior 2 will be happy. The city guard reached out and took Li Zongbao's special permit. After examining it carefully for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, "This is indeed the special permit of the assembly hall. It's not fake. If we don't even acknowledge the conference hall's special order and can't even be trusted, then who can? Fellow Taoists, please." After saying that, the city guard returned the special order to Li Zongbao and waved his hand to instruct the city guards guarding the city gate to move aside. What surprised Xiaohua was that Li Zongbao, who was usually very arrogant, did not say much at this time. He coldly took the special order and led the way through the gap made by the city guards. When they passed through the city gate, a faint brilliance flashed between the city gates. Li Zongbao paused for a moment and waited for the brilliance to dissipate before he followed Xiaohua and Xiao Mao out of Sky Patrol City. "Where's the flowing cloud flying ship?" Li Zongbao shouted as soon as he exited the city gate. "It's here." Xiaohua hurriedly took out the flowing cloud flying ship. "Let's go." Li Zongbao flew onto the flying ship and said only one word. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He urged the flying ship and the three of them quickly rushed towards the northern sky. Behind them, several gazes swept past before slowly retracting. After flying for half a day, Li Zongbao did not say a word at all. When he saw flashes of lightning in the sky and ice pellets falling from the sky, Li Zongbao turned his head and ordered, "Xiao Mao, you take over from Xiaohua." "I have something to ask Xiaohua." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Mao quickly walked in front of Xiaohua and sat down cross-legged to take control of the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiaohua walked in front of Li Zongbao and asked curiously, "Senior brotherly, what's the matter? You killed Tu Hong." Li Zongbao did not open his mouth and only transmitted his voice. However, this faint transmission and Li Zongbao's unquestionable tone were like a thunderclap that struck Xiaohua's heart. Crack! Coincidentally, a bolt of lightning struck the left side of the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiaohua's pupils shrank slightly, but then he smiled without changing his expression and said, "Senior brotherly, could it be that you want to take credit? Even if you want to take credit, you don't need to use me as bait." Although Xiaohua looked as if nothing had happened, his heart was in a perilous situation. He definitely did not expect that someone would link him to Tu Hong's death, and this person was actually Li Zongbao. Therefore, although his reply sounded very calm, the words in his words could not stand up to scrutiny. However, Li Zongbao did not care about the inappropriateness of Xiaohua's words. He stared straight into Li Zongbao's eyes and said indifferently, "I am very conflicted about Tu Fu's death. On one hand, he was a rare commander in our Dao sect. With his command, our Dao sect cultivators should be safe and sound before the nascent soul masters arrive. But on the other hand, he viewed human lives as grass and destroyed tens of thousands of lives in the blink of an eye. And junior brother Xiao and the others were also part of his scheme." Xiaohua fearlessly met Li Zongbao's aggressive gaze and also looked straight at him, quietly listening. "Logically, I should protect him and ensure his safety. But emotionally, I want to kill him with my own hands." Of course, junior brother Xiao was tricked by him and many of us were in danger. I also feel that it is normal for you to want to kill him. However, if it was only because of this, I feel that you would not be so impatient. It would be best to kill him after the battle. But what he should not have done the most was to scheme against Dui Qimeng. Dui Qimeng is Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation partner. Although the majority of cultivators do not know about this, it is not a secret to Golden Core cultivators. If you had not killed Tu Hong that day, Dui Qimeng would have held the dual cultivation ceremony with Tu Hong with the support of the Snow Region's Daoist master. By the time the dual cultivation ceremony was held, everything would have been too late, right? Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua's eyes and a trace of warmth flashed through them. Therefore, you had no choice but to take the risk and kill Tu Hong before the dual cultivation ceremony. Hehe, Brother Li is really imaginative. These little brothers would never dream of it. And you can even think of the things that my junior brother Chui would dream of. This little brother really admires you. How could Xiao Hua admit it? Naturally, he replied with a smile, although Senior Tu Hong put us in danger, this little brother benefited from the disaster. Apart from Chui Hongshan's matter, this little brother can't thank him enough. Of course, this little brother was indeed angry about Dui Chimeng's matter, but now that I think about it, Chui Hongshan was already dead and Dui Chimeng had no one to rely on. Dual cultivation with Tu Hong was not a bad thing. Besides, Chui Hongshan has always been at odds with this little brother. In the myriad Thunder Valley, he was also at odds with this little brother. He always made this little brother call him senior brother. Why would this little brother care about him? Junior brother Xiao, don't tell me that you don't know Tu Hong's true motive for marrying Dui Chimeng. Li Zongbao's cheeks twitched as he asked with dissatisfaction. Oh? What other motive? This little brother really doesn't know? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Even if Dui Chimeng is a human cauldron, it is still a rare opportunity for Dui Chimeng. Looking at Xiao Hua's face that was as pure as Xiantian true water, Li Zongbao really wanted to punch this guy's face. However, he still restrained himself and told Xiao Hua everything he knew. He then asked, think about it, if Dui Chimeng married Tu Hong, what would happen to her? There is definitely only one outcome. Impossible. Xiao Hua's face was extremely shocked. Then, he waved his hand in disbelief. If Dui Chimeng died, how could my Imperial Thunder Sex Lord not know? Dui Chimeng's natal spiritual tablet is still in the Jade Archive Hall. Hehe, junior brother Xiao. When Dui Chimeng marries into Sky Patrol City, her natal spiritual tablet will be handed over to Sky Patrol City. This is a valuable gift that your sect must give to Sky Patrol City during Dui Chimeng's dual cultivation ceremony. It is said that the palace master of your Imperial Thunder sect's Dui Lei Palace personally came to Sky Patrol City for this matter. However, because Tu Hong's scheme was exposed, she did not even get off the Thunder Boat. Li Zongbao explained. Besides, Dui Chimeng's soul was transferred into Yu Meng's body. How could Dui Chimeng's natal spiritual tablet be damaged? This. Xiao Hua was just asking casually. When he heard this, he could only smile bitterly. This Tu Hong. I really did not expect him to be so shrewd. I am definitely not as shrewd as him. You really don't know? Li Zongbao laughed. That day, the assassin even took out Yu Meng's corpse. How about this? That's an assassin, that's a golden core realm cultivator. That's something that disciples like you who have backing can know. If it wasn't for Brother Li mentioning it today, I would never have imagined that there would be so many fishy things about it. Xiao Hua naturally didn't admit it. Ha ha ha. Li Zongbao raised his face and laughed. Junior brother Xiao, if it was someone else, they would naturally not think that the swordsman who looks exactly like Qin Jian is you. However, don't forget that I am acquainted with Wuxia. Her secret technique. See, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly thought, isn't that right? I originally thought that only Fairy Hongxia knew about the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. However, I forgot about Li Zongbao. He has seen Wuxia before. Aya, that's not right. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up again. Although Li Zongbao and Wuxia were a couple, he had only seen Wuxia's appearance after she changed her appearance. He didn't know Wuxia's true appearance. He was tricking him. Sighed Brother Li. After Xiao Hua recovered from his daze, he smiled bitterly. Don't be jealous of me. As the saying goes, the 9 sons of the dragon are all different. My fairy Wuxia is as beautiful as a flower. Your Wuxia. Hehe, she is actually not bad. Don't suspect me just because of this ah. Chapter 2485. Seeing Xiao Hua's astonishment, Li Zongbao was already satisfied. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, his eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness, but this tenderness was instantly extinguished by his indifference. Actually, these are not important. Li Zongbao said indifferently, these only show that you have the intention to assassinate Tu Hong. The most important thing is that you have the strength to assassinate Tu Hong. Moreover, you have the time to assassinate Tu Hong. Brother Li's words make me even more confused. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders. His expression seemed relaxed, but the mana in his body was constantly on high alert. The matter of him assassinating Tu Hong had really pierced through the heavens. He had directly stepped on the face of Shui Yu's spiritual master. Xiao Hua had already offended spiritual master Jing Ru. Now that Shui Yu's spiritual master knew the truth, did he still want to live? Master Shui Yu and Master Shui Yu were different. Master Shui Yu did not dare to brazenly go to Sky Thunder Peak, but Master Shui Yu dared to. He could even, directly capture Xiao Hua and did not need to care about Master Qian Lazy of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Therefore, Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless, even if he was facing Li Zongbao, who he trusted more. Little brother's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. With the addition of my secret technique, I am at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. And, even if I am at the early stage of gold core, it is still impossible for me to compare to Senior Tu Hong. Xiao Hua said innocently. If we are talking about junior brother Zhao's cultivation, how could others know more than me? Li Zongbao said with a smile, previously, junior brother Xiao was brave and invincible. You killed a weapon cultivator and a beast cultivator, and you also saved Xiao Mao from a sword cultivator. And, that terrifying phoenix name, you didn't get it for nothing, right? When junior brother Xiao used that technique, I'm afraid you didn't think about killing Tu Hong in the future, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have revealed it like this. Senior brother Li. Seeing Li Zongbao speak so bluntly, Xiao Hua coldly said, if this little brother can kill Tu Hong, then senior martial brother Li probably won't be a match for this little brother. Senior martial brother Li, are you not afraid that this little brother will kill you? Hehe, I'm quite good at judging people. You are not the kind of person who willfully kills the innocent. And this point. Wuxia also said. Back then, although you were only in the second layer of qi refining, she said your future was limitless. When I saw you for the second time, I was already aware of it. Li Zongbao seemed to really be at ease with Xiao Hua and spoke without hiding anything. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said very strangely, Brother Li, you're talking about so many strange things. This makes little brother puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Actually, I've been wondering about 2 things for the past 10 days or so. Li Zongbao did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he muttered to himself, there is no doubt that you can kill Tu Hong. But how could you transform into Qin Jian? Furthermore, you can actually use a sword array. Then the 64 flying swords that killed Tu Hong in the end. Where did they come from? Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed out loud. So Li Zongbao really did not know about Kai Wuxia's secret technique. It was only because he saw that Fairy Wuxia's beauty was far from Kai Wuxia's that he lied to him. He then said, that was Qin Jian from the start, not me. How is it possible for Qin Jian to sneak into Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao shook his head slightly, do you think Shui Dao Master is a golden core cultivator? Furthermore, that day was also strange. Why did Shui Dao Master leave the city? Even until now, I still have not figured it out. Even my master can't explain it. Martial Uncle Heng Ming. Xiao Hua's face turned extremely ugly. If Li Zongbao was here to frighten him, he would not mind. But, this matter actually involved Heng Ming. Do you think that you do things flawlessly? Li Zongbao saw Xiao Hua's expression change and said indifferently, do you think that the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall are all idiots? Do you think that after rescuing Xiao Mao and the Xuanyan school disciples from the Gale Snowfield Spirit Stone vein, you can brush it off with just a few words of evasiveness? Humph, not to mention my master, even Tu Hong, he is famous in the meeting hall for strategizing. I'm afraid that he would have long suspected your cultivation level. But you can rest assured that I have already told my master that I will not report a word of your actions to him. He also knows my painstaking efforts and did not interrogate me. He just said some of his own thoughts in front of me. What? Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. He really did not expect that his actions were so secretive, but he was still seen through by others. And, there is one more thing that I'm afraid you yourself did not think of. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua and said, when you finally escaped from under the nose of Shui Yu Dao Master, you used the Devil Sect movement technique. Shui Yu Dao Master had already seen through it. A few Golden Core cultivators, including my master, also received this news from Sky Patrol City. This news may be able to cover up something for you. But when it fell into my eyes, I could not help but think of the enmity between you and the Devil Sect cultivators on the way back to Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua's face turned ugly. He, junior brother Xiao, you can rest assured. Li Zongbao said again, my master and a group of Golden Core cultivators are just suspicious of your cultivation. As for the matter of you killing Tu Hong, I'm afraid they have not contacted you yet. Of course, it is precisely because of the conflict between the Golden Core cultivators and Tu Hong, the representative of Sky Patrol City, that you are temporarily protected. This is only temporary. Whether you will be protected in the future is not something I can guess. I did not assassinate Tu Hong at all. Xiao Hua immediately denied. Li Zongbao still ignored him and said, of course, from the current situation, Tu Hong did not have time to report your performance in the meeting hall to Sky Patrol City. That is to say, Shui Yu Dao Master does not know that your cultivation is close to the middle stage of Golden Core. Otherwise, he would not have made such a big fuss. Instead, he would have gone directly to the Imperial Thunder Sect station to take you down. This is also the reason why I brought you out of Sky Patrol City last time and this time. At this time, he has not seen Tu Hong's jade slip, but he will see it sooner or later. As long as he sees that you are a threat to Tu Hong, and you are Cui Hongshan's senior brother, then you will definitely be in trouble. The teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City is heavily guarded. Shui Yu Dao Master's divine thought is left there. If you are noticed by him, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns. Therefore, I can only bring you out of Sky Patrol City through the gate. The gate of Sky Patrol City is guarded by a Golden Core cultivator, so it is not dangerous. Oh, no wonder Li Zongbao was so patient just now. So that's why. Xiao Hua immediately thought of the situation when he was about to leave the city gate. If it was before, he would have been angry, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart warmed. However, he still could not admit it. He smiled and said, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if Shui Yu Dao Master is a nascent soul cultivator, he can't ignore my identity as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Even if he sees me, he can't directly say that I am a sword cultivator, right? You should say this to Qian Mo. Li Zongbao sneered, didn't you see Qian Mo's performance in the meeting hall? You killed many sword cultivators and brought back the corpses of the Imperial Thunder Sect cultivators. What was his attitude? Other than protesting, what else did he have? When you were forced to take out the flowing cloud flying boat, what was his attitude? Other than returning it, he could only let the younger generation solve it, right? Do you think he would offend Shuayu Dao Master for you? It's good enough that he didn't sell you out. Moreover, don't have any illusions about Yanxi Prefecture. Don't forget that when Cui Hongshan and the others came back, all the Golden Core Masters knew about it. My master was also present. They interrogated Cui Hongshan and the others more than 10 times and almost searched their souls. They just wanted to know how they survived. But, did they mention Dui Qimeng? My master told me clearly that he just wanted to see the Imperial Thunder Sect make a fool of themselves. He wanted to see how the Imperial Thunder Sect would explain to Tu Hong and Shuayu Dao Master. After all, that day in the meeting hall, Dui Qimeng had already said that her lover was the surviving Cui Hongshan. But he didn't expect that Qian Mo actually dared to hide it from Cui Hongshan. He still wanted Dui Qimeng to marry Tu Hong, and none of the Golden Core cultivators mentioned this matter. They all wanted to see how this so-called heaven-sent karma would end up. Even Xiao Hua, regarding your sect's senior Qian Lei Zi, don't have too much hope. This matter, he might not be completely ignorant. Qian Mo, he might not have such big guts. To put it bluntly, he is just a messenger. He can only shirk responsibility when something happens. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao with an uncertain expression. These words were what he suspected, and also what he didn't want to believe. But since Heng Feng said it, how could he not believe it? Actually, I don't need to say so much to you, but I'm really worried that you don't understand. Li Zongbao sighed at the end, these words. I'd rather rot in my stomach, but I have to say it to you today because I want to tell you that Xiaoyu mainland is not a simple place. This Sky Patrol City is a den of tigers and wolves. Now that you've left Sky Patrol City, then, don't ever step into Sky Patrol City again. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed and bowed, thank you, Brother Li. Even if I'm not the one who killed Tu Hong, I'm really touched by Brother Li's frank and sincere words. No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Of course, when I bid farewell to Wuxia, she also asked me to take care of you. But I didn't expect, it's only been a few decades, and I'm already unable to take care of you. Besides, in the future, Brother Li, in the future? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He felt that Li Zongbao's thoughts of loving the house, and he was very worried. It's nothing. Li Zongbao laughed, my cultivation method is going to improve again. You should be happy for me. Oh, yes, congratulations, Senior Brother Li. Xiao Hua didn't understand Li Zongbao's thoughts, so he could only cup his hands in respect. Also, if you and I are free after the war, do you have time to accompany me to Luyang? Li Zongbao raised his eyes and looked out of the flowing cloud-flying boat, seemingly casually asking. Chapter 2486. The dark clouds rushed forward and countless ice pellets hit the airship's defense. The future of the airship was boundless. Li Zongbao sighed and said, Wuxia is also the only one I can't let go of. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He nodded and said, if senior brother has an order, how can this little brother dare to disobey? Li Zongbao didn't say anything else. It was as if he had said all the words he wanted to say in the past few years. Xiao Hua was sad. He thought a lot in his heart. What Li Zongbao said was a huge blow to him. He really didn't think that his disguise would be so weak. As long as he knew a little more about him, he would be able to guess that he was the one who killed Tu Hong. His sword cultivation would also appear in front of everyone. If Xu Chenghe, Xie Zhiqian, or Chen Yi knew that Xiao Hua wasn't dead, they would be able to guess that he was a sword cultivator. Then, his disguise of killing Tu Hong wouldn't be much of a disguise. This young master has always wanted to hide and not expose some of his strength. But after all, with this kind of strength, there are many things that can't be concealed. And all the concealment is meaningless. Everything depends on strength. Xiao Hua sneered. Now that I have exposed some of my strength, it has fallen into the eyes of others. Fortunately, no one knows this young master's bottom line. Shuayu's spiritual master. Although this young master can't win against him, if he wants to capture this young master, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's courage was boosted. He looked at Li Zongbao in front of him again. Li Zongbao's straight body, snow-white hair, and the pure words that were still beside his ear. Xiao Hua's heart surged with a trace of warmth. I'm afraid that this kind of love, this kind of sincerity, is where the light of this world lies. Also, according to Li Zongbao's words, it seems, the improvement of his cultivation method is not a good thing. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately turned to look at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao closed his eyes and concentrated on driving the airship. He didn't hear the sound transmission of the two at all. Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua transmitted, do you know what cultivation technique senior martial brother Li Zongbao is practicing? Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. He also sent a message to Xiao Hua. Senior brother Li Zongbao is the leader of the three kingdoms of cultivation. We all know his skills. It's said that it's the secret book of the Utopia faction, Liqing's treasure mirror. Big brother. Oh, what's so special about this cultivation method? Xiao Hua didn't like the name of this cultivation method. Of course, I don't know the details. Xiao Mao said embarrassedly, however, the way of heaven is ruthless. If you want to get close to the way of heaven, you have to get rid of your human desires first. The Liqing treasured mirror is said to be the skill that is closest to the way of heaven in the Utopia faction. The heavenly Tao is heartless, but cultivators have feelings. Just for the sake of pursuing the heavenly Tao, he had to cut off his lust? Is that still a cultivator? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. However, since this cultivation method was the secret book of the Utopia faction, and Li Zongbao also relied on this cultivation method to achieve such a high cultivation, it could only mean that this cultivation method was effective. What could Xiao Hua say? Perhaps, after Li Zongbao went to Luoyang and saw Wuxia's corpse, he really abandoned the lust of a cultivator. Xiao Hua understood. Moreover, during this period, the indifference in Li Zongbao's eyes has become more and more. I'm afraid that his cultivation has improved greatly. That's probably why he said so much today. What does a cultivator look like without lust? An immortal? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Ling Yunwu, who had transformed into a sword, and the dead Yuan. They seemed very similar to Li Zongbao and Wuxia. Could it be that Li Zongbao will become an immortal with outstanding cultivation in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiled and whispered, Senior brother Li, I encountered a strange thing in Sky Patrol City. Oh? What's the matter? Li Zongbao turned around. Although he was curious, his face was cold as he asked. Take a look and see what this is. Xiao Hua said and handed 2 storage bags to Li Zongbao. Oh? Li Zongbao scanned with his divine thought and frowned. Isn't this the corpse of a disciple of your Imperial Thunder sect? Why didn't you hand it over to the meeting hall? Brother Li, look at the other one. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Li Zongbao opened the other one and saw that it was a thunderbolt. He was even more puzzled. This thunderbolt is so damaged. Where did you get it? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. It turns out that Senior Brother Li also has things that you don't know. It's not like I don't have divine foresight. How could I know so much? Li Zongbao replied with a smile. I got this from the Sky Patrol tea house. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and told him about the Sky Patrol tea house. There's such a place? Xiao Hua didn't transmit his voice, so Xiao Mao also heard it clearly. Both of them exclaimed. Are you telling the truth? Li Zongbao's face was gloomy as if he was extremely angry. Of course. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, if I didn't pay the spirit stones, how could they let me out? And, the Utopia faction and the Xuanyan school, also had cultivators participating. Humph, you shouldn't have taken out the spirit stones at that time. Li Zongbao said coldly, just kill them all. Who dares to say no? Ha, ha. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't say anything. Oh. Li Zongbao suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully. Xiao Hua said again, I'm no match for them. Moreover, I'm afraid that this kind of dirty thing has been going on for a long time. If you kill these people, there will be others. You can't kill them all. Even so, you can't make a deal with the corpses of my Utopia faction's disciples. Li Zongbao sneered. At this time, I must investigate it personally and report it to the conference hall. Good. Xiao Hua saw that Li Zongbao was about to enter the trap. He clapped his hands and said, however, before you show off your invincible power, can you help me take a look at this thunderboat? Why would I want to take a look at your broken thunderboat? Li Zongbao said indifferently, this belongs to your Imperial Thunder sect. How would I know? Ha, ha, can you not always say that it's broken? Xiao Hua said shamelessly, I exchanged it with a lot of spirit stones. I still want to use it. Stop dreaming. Li Zongbao snorted coldly. This thing is only used for war achievements. It's completely useless. No way. Xiao Hua said with a wry smile. This thunderboat seems to be in good condition. Otherwise, why would I take out the spirit stones? To be honest, your Imperial Thunder Sect's thunderboat is still inferior to the 7 Skills Sect's flowing cloud flying boat in terms of refining techniques and ease of use. Li Zongbao pointed out the crux of the matter. However, the core of your thunderboat is different from the flowing cloud flying boat. It uses spirit stones to activate a simple thunder pool. The power of the thunder pool propels the flying boat. In this aspect, it's better than the flowing cloud flying boat. It's faster and has greater carrying capacity. A simple thunder pool? Xiao Hua was stunned. He reached out to take the storage bag from Li Zongbao. Don't bother looking for it. Li Zongbao passed the 2 storage bags to Xiao Hua. That simple thunder pool is the most important secret of your Imperial Thunder Sect's thunderboat. All the thunderboat's thunder pools have a self-destruct mechanism. Since this thunderboat is already useless, the thunder pool must be destroyed as well. Without the thunder pool, a thunderboat is nothing. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed. It was not easy to make Li Zongbao say the word fart. This thunderboat is already useless. You can only use it to exchange for war achievements. Li Zongbao's face became cold again. He said, also, even if there is a thunder pool, it can only be used by people with thunder attribute physique. Oh, I forgot. Your phoenix celestial body seems to be able to control heavenly lightning. I'm afraid it can also drive this thunderboat. However, a phoenix celestial body of more than 400 zhang. Can this thunderboat hold anyone else? All right. Xiao Hua shrugged. He took the storage bag and immersed his divine sense into the thunderboat. He said, it's good that senior brother knows. Don't hurt this little brother too much. That's not a small amount of spirit stones. Hee, the corner of Li Zongbao's mouth could not help but reveal a trace of smile. When Xiao Hua immersed his divine sense into the thunderboat, he discovered that the entire thunderboat had an array that blocked divine sense. Xiao Hua was unable to see the interior of the thunderboat. Forget it. When I have time, I will use my Dharma eyes to take a look. Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed. He kept the storage bag and looked at Li Zongbao. He said, little brother, how about repairing it? You want to repair it? Li Zongbao rolled his eyes at him and said, let's not talk about whether you know how to refine equipment. Even if you know how to refine equipment, do you have the Thunder Roll Stone to refine the Thunder Pool? Do you have the Jade Scroll to refine the Thunderboat? Forget it. You better exchange this Thunderboat for war achievements. Just say that this little brother and you found it together. The corpses of those Imperial Thunder Sect disciples should also be handed over. All right. Xiaofan nodded slightly. At this time, outside the flowing cloud-flying ship that Li Zongbao had rented for 99 years, it seemed to be already night. Strong gales mixed with palm-sized snowflakes and thumb-sized ice particles hit the light barrier. The light constantly flickered, and the moonlight could not be seen. However, the surrounding dark white snow flickered faintly, illuminating the path in front of the three people. It seemed to be both dark and bright. This rarely seen snowy rain lasted for dozens of days. It was intermittent and continuous. On this day, endless red clouds flickered in the sky. Rumble. The sound of thunder rippled in the sky. The entire world was brightened and darkened by lightning. Li Zongbao, who was standing with his hands by his side, suddenly opened his eyes and roared angrily, "Don't you dare hurt my Dao sect disciples." His figure immediately stood up and threw himself in front of the flying ship. "Xiao Mao, you take control of the flying ship. Big Brother will also go and take a look." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. He clapped his hand and took the Yi Yang fan in his hand. His figure also flew up. Yes. Xiao Mao's heart was itching, but he still controlled the flying ship and flew behind the two people. A few miles ahead of the flying boat, there were two groups of enemies. One group consisted of more than 10 Daoist sect disciples who were a mix of Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement cultivators, while the other group consisted of more than 20 Bright Sword sect disciples. Nearly 40 people were fighting together, and it was obvious that the cultivators were at a disadvantage. At this time, Xiao Hua did not pay much attention to this kind of fight between Sword sect and cultivator. If it was a normal day, he would only let Xiao Mao come out, and he would sit leisurely on the flowing cloud-flying ship. However, he had to come out personally. This was because half of the Dao sect disciples were from the Utmost Happiness faction, and the other half were from the Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 2487. Li Zongbao shouted, "Don't hurt my Taoist sect's disciples," and rushed into the battle. Before he arrived, the disciples of the Utopia faction shouted, "Uncle Li is here. We are saved." The morale of the disciples of the Utopia faction was greatly boosted. Even the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction were overjoyed. The yellow talismans and magic weapons in their hands shone brightly. Since he was facing more than 10 swordsmen, Li Zongbao waved his celestial piercing whip again. Almost 20 whip shadows were displayed accurately. They flashed and whistled in the snowy sky, completely messing up the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The ice particles and snowflakes within a radius of several hundred feet were stirred up and sent flying. This power was actually much stronger than before he returned to the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Huafei, who was behind him, saw the layers of whip shadows. The magic power on each of the whip shadows was condensed. As the runes on them circulated, they absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in a frenzy. Xiao Huafei narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had obtained an opportunity in the past 5 years and his magic power had greatly improved, Li Zongbao seemed to be improving all the time. Now that he had reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, Li Zongbao was not far behind. Attack! Seeing Li Zongbao's might, the 20 or so sword cultivators were shocked. They all abandoned their opponents and glanced at each other. Sword energy circulated within their bodies and the flying swords in their hands went to meet Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip. The flying swords were either dotted with stars, falling rain, blooming flowers, or lush green bamboos. All of them transformed. Rumble. The 20 whip shadows hit the celestial piercing whip almost at the same time. The spiritual chi exploded and the flying swords screamed. The huge airwave even sent everyone flying. In the airwave, several flying swords screamed and fell diagonally. They were defeated in one hit and could no longer fight. Li Zongbao, who was resisting the 20 swordsmen alone, was also suddenly sent flying. The Taoist robe on the arm that held the celestial piercing whip was completely gone. Pieces of the robe turned into butterflies and flew into the sky. Soon after, they were swept into the night sky. Looking at Li Zongbao's bare arms, a faint brilliance flashed. It was a protective restriction. The true essence in Li Zongbao's entire body was in disarray, almost out of control. As he did his utmost to operate his heart technique to collect his true essence, he was still somewhat regretful. Compared to Xiaohua, I'm still lacking by quite a bit. As it turned out, Li Zongbao had gone head-on against more than 20 drawn swordsmen, and actually, he wanted to compete with Xiaohua. If Xiaohua knew what Li Zongbao was thinking, wouldn't he be so cocky? Senior Li. Xiaohua scanned Li Zongbao with his divine sense and saw that his face was pale gold, and there were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was a little shocked, as he didn't know why Li Zongbao was so reckless today. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, don't panic. Little brother will help you." Just as Xiaohua shouted, the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, who were slower than the Sword Cultivator, once again activated their magic weapons and attacked the defeated Sword Cultivator. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and beat the Sword Cultivator while he was down. Nothing. Li Zongbao took a deep breath and suppressed his true core strength. He looked at the yang leaf fan in Xiaohua's hand and frowned. Obviously, he didn't think highly of this so-called magic weapon. You and I each take 10. Let's see who can finish killing them first. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when he saw Li Zongbao's figure spread out again. The holy whip in his hand stretched out slightly, and with a whoosh, it rushed toward the 2 sword cultivators closest to him like a yellow dragon. What is Li Zongbao doing? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. This was a little different from the previous Li Zongbao. However, Xiaohua waved the yang leaf fan as well, causing a flaming dragon to sweep up and charge towards the 2 sword cultivators that were attacking the disciples of the Imperial Lightning sect. He said in high spirits, "It's as you said. Killing people without blinking an eye." The disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction and the Utmost Happiness faction were fighting fiercely, so maybe they didn't hear it. However, Xiao Mao, who was driving the flowing cloud-flying boat in the distance, heard it clearly. He had goosebumps all over his body. Damn it, Big Brother is a poet. These 2 sentences really rhymed. Although Xiaohua's yang leaf fan was only a magic weapon, that fire dragon was not inferior to the holy whip in the slightest. In this snowy region where the fire attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not abundant, that fire dragon flew to the 2 sword cultivators and had already absorbed a lot of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It expanded to several feet in size and wrapped around the 2 sword cultivators in an instant. Buzz! The 2 sword cultivators were somewhat caught off guard and hurriedly withdrew their flying swords. They first protected their own bodies and then tried to counterattack. However, that fire dragon was far more intense than they thought. The tiny flames were like small tentacles that completely covered the sword light. With a sizzling sound, it was as if cold water was poured into hot oil. All of the sword light was eroded by the fire. The 2 sword cultivators hurriedly urged their sword origins to resist the fire with all their might. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a magic staff that was as thick as a bull's mouth. His figure swept through the air, and he didn't pay attention to the two sword cultivators at all. He raised his head and smashed the third sword cultivator. This person, isn't he too fierce? The third sword cultivator's sword light was somewhat strange. It was like a huge mountain. When the huge sword danced, the sword light smashed down like a mountain. The heavy sword light also carried the sharpness of the sword light. He also had the same thought as all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaofan. At the same time, he also sneered in his heart like all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaofan. He unsheathed his huge sword and the mountain mixed with the sharpness rushed over. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. This loud sound was even more shocking than the sound of Li Zongbao fighting against the 20 sword cultivators before. And this sword cultivator also ended up together with all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaofan. That seemingly majestic mountain was smashed apart by Xiaohua's magic staff. That snow-white sword light collapsed like an avalanche. Soon after, it was like a myriad of dandelions that spread their wings and escaped far away. That huge sword was actually shattered by Xiaohua's magic staff. There was no most fierce, only more fierce. This sword cultivator's huge sword was shattered and his own primordial spirit was also injured. His sword origin stagnated and fell from the sky. That clever thunder-controlling sect disciple swung his hand and shot out more than 10 lightning talismans, trapping this injured sword cultivator. That disciple even rubbed his body and rushed forward. A black lightning seal flickered as lightning threads rushed towards the sword cultivator's chest. Xiaohua was delighted in his heart. His figure flashed and he grew more than 1 zhang tall. His left hand grabbed and formed a lightning-attracting technique. Once again, he drew a line in the air. Kacha. Several thick lightning lights appeared out of thin air. They flickered with a sinister appearance and hit the 4 sword cultivators who had drawn their swords within several zhang in front of Xiaohua. This lightning light was really too fast. The sword cultivators who had drawn their swords didn't have time to defend. 2 of them were struck in the forehead and immediately fell from the sky with a blood-curdling scream. The other 2 hastily dodged in panic and barely avoided their vital points. That lightning light hit their backs. However, how could these 2 sword cultivators withstand Xiaohua's heavenly lightning? That lightning light not only tore apart the defense on their backs, it also deeply penetrated their bodies. As their flesh was torn open, countless purple lightning lights also spread all over their bodies. Ah! The 2 sword cultivators clenched their teeth as if they wanted to resist this unbearable pain. They even tried their best to urge their sword origin to resist the sword light that was corroding their sword origin. However, they only saw a black shadow sweep past them. Another black magic staff flashed past and the magic staff accurately hit the top of their heads. As the corpses of the 2 sword cultivators fell to the ground, the fire dragon that Xiaohua had driven with his sun leaf fan earlier also destroyed the defensive sword lights of the 2 sword cultivators. That powerful magic power drove the scorching flames to attack the corpses of the 2 sword cultivators. The sword energy of the 2 sword cultivators only lasted for a few breaths of time before their corpses were completely burned. Although their corpses didn't turn into charcoal, they lost their balance and fell to the ground. They also suffered the same fate as the last 2 sword cultivators. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were in an uproar. The disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction also cried out in surprise. Xiaohua killing these 5 sword cultivators was really too beautiful. Not to mention how profound Xiaohua's magic power was and how meticulous his control of the magic weapon was, just the way he flew over like moving clouds and flowing water without stopping to rest. The corpses of the 5 sword cultivators fell from the sky at practically the same time. Moreover, the spells he used were all different. This simply surpassed Li Zongbao, who was known as the number 1 person below the Golden Core stage. Because at this moment, although Li Zongbao also effortlessly killed 4 sword cultivators with his immortal piercing whip, Not only was he one sword cultivator inferior to Xiao Hua in terms of numbers, his methods were also lacking. The 4 sword cultivators all used the same move, the immortal piercing whip swinging down. Countless whip shadows fell down with earth-shattering momentum, directly knocking away the sword cultivators' flying swords and smashing the sword cultivators' corpses. Besides this move, there was nothing else. Huff, huff. After Xiao Hua finished killing the 5th sword cultivator, he immediately panted. He flipped his hand and threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He pointed with his finger and said, "Junior brothers, the rest is up to you. I've already done my best." Yes. The spirits of many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were greatly roused. With a senior brother who could compare to Li Zongbao by their side, they naturally couldn't show weakness. Each of them was much more ferocious than before. Under the surge of their magic power, they reversed their previous decline in one fell swoop and suppressed the sword cultivators' attacks. Killing all of the sword cultivators was only a matter of time. Huff, huff. Xiao Hua looked on proudly. He pretended to be pale, and his figure once again slowly flew back. Over there, Xiao Mao had already put away the flowing cloud flying ship. He took out his Dharma treasure and hovered in midair. Li Zongbao was different from Xiao Hua. His hands were extremely ruthless. After killing 4 sword cultivators, he still wasn't willing to stop. As the shadows of his whip danced, several sword cultivators lost their lives one after another. And with the harvest of one life after another, Li Zongbao's magic power became increasingly smooth. The immortal piercing whip also whistled happily. Even in Li Zongbao's already faint eyes, there was a hint of human radiance. Senior brother Li is indeed powerful. Xiao Mao also saw the difference, and said very enviously, "Junior brother's master once said that using killing to stop killing is the highest Tao, and using killing to cultivate is the Tao of cultivation." Junior brother has always been unable to attain the Samadhi realm, but senior brother Li seems to have already mastered this Tao. Bullshit. Xiao Hua originally wanted to say bullshit, but when he remembered that it was Xiao Mao's master who said it, he hurriedly covered it up. You don't want to walk the great Tao that leads to the heavens, but instead choose to walk the path of bloodthirst? Senior brother Li, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chapter 2488. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. I don't think it's inappropriate. Big brother, don't you see? This holy piercing whip is the Utopia faction's killing weapon. Senior brother Li can only skillfully activate the holy piercing whip now, but he hasn't really integrated with the holy piercing whip yet. If he reaches that step one day, I'm afraid he won't be far from the great Tao. Is that so? Xiao Hua was a little confused, but then he smiled bitterly. The Utopia faction has been around for so many years. They naturally have nascent soul stage elders and spirit severing stage elders. Li Zongbao is their pride. How can they destroy their own wall? Using killing to refine one's nature is also a great Tao from ancient times. There must be a great reason behind it. Kill, Xiao Hua was thinking, but he heard Li Zongbao's voice like spring thunder. With a roar, the holy piercing whip suddenly expanded. It didn't draw out any whip shadows. The runes on the holy piercing whip swelled, and it lashed out at the 10th swordsman. Before the holy piercing whip could hit that cultivator, a few feet away, his whole body flashed with brilliance, and the protective sword chi quickly dissipated. That swordsman didn't turn his flying sword to attack Li Zongbao, and the holy piercing whip firmly knocked him into the air. And from beginning to end, the holy piercing whip didn't touch that swordsman at all. Good. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted loudly. Li Zongbao's move had suppressed Xiao Hua in an instant. In the hearts of the disciples of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao was still the pride of the Utopia faction. He wasn't someone Xiaofan of the Imperial Thunder sect of the country of Shi could compare to. These nearly 20 bright swordsmen didn't have high ranks. Their bright sword 1st grade to bright sword 4th grade weren't considered tough bones. After Xiaofan and Li Zongbao jointly killed 15 of them, the remaining few sword cultivators had long been flustered. They were surrounded by more than 10 cultivators. After another 2 were killed, the remaining 2 swordsmen risked their injuries and tried to break out of the encirclement by stepping on their flying swords. However, even though their idea was good, they were surrounded by more than 10 cultivators after all. How could it be so easy to escape? With a single glance, Xiaofan knew that the 2 of them were most likely doomed. However, right at this moment, Li Zongbao tossed the immortal piercing whip into the air once more. With a buzzing sound, the immortal piercing whip transformed into a rainbow and struck down one of the swordsmen. The sword light surrounding the swordsman was completely shattered, and the magic tools of the 2 cultivators immediately took the life of the swordsman. As for the last sword cultivator, he was even worse off. His eyes trembled as he looked at the majestic immortal piercing whip. He was struck by the magical artifacts of more than 10 cultivators and died. Seeing Li Zongbao's state of mind, Xiaofan couldn't help but shake his head. Greetings, senior brother. The dozen or so cultivators were divided into 2 groups. About 6 or 7 disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect rushed over and bowed. Thank you, senior brother, for saving our lives. May I know which Thunder Palace you are from? Although they saw that Xiaohua's cultivation hadn't even reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, who still dared to call him junior brother? Hehe, this Xiao is a disciple of the Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. My name is Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands in return. Oh. So it's the Thunder Palace's senior brother Xiao. When those disciples heard that Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, they were even more delighted. One by one, they rushed to announce their names, seemingly wanting to befriend him. Damn it, this job really isn't something an ordinary person can do. Xiaohua listened to each name and nodded with a smile on his face. However, his brain, which could remember jade slips and cultivation methods in the blink of an eye, was unable to remember these strange names. Nonsense, if it was Dui Qimeng and Dui Lingba, they both had the same Dui. Only the last 2 words were different. Some even only had a single word difference. Even Qian Mo had 2 different words. This basically didn't have any meaning. How could Xiaohua remember it? Perhaps only that guy Cui Hongshan has this kind of amazing ability. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. This ability, this young master can't catch up to him in this lifetime. When everyone had announced their names, everyone looked at Xiaohua with a smile, seemingly somewhat expectant. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. How strange, he was somewhat puzzled. Seeing Xiaohua's bewilderment, a quick-witted disciple said in a low voice, Senior brother Xiao, these are close to 20 bright swordsmen. They're storage pouches. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua, who was confused by the numerous names, suddenly came to his senses. He pointed his finger and said, You. Oh, Kuan Peng, the disciple who spoke said with a smile, Senior brother Xiao, what instructions do you have? I'll have to trouble junior brother Kuan Peng to bring those storage pouches over. Xiaohua instructed. Bring them all over. Kuan Peng was a little hesitant. He whispered again, Senior brother Xiao only killed 5 swordsmen. We will only take the storage pouches of those 5 swordsmen. The rest will be distributed by the cultivators of the Utopia faction. If I tell you to go, then go. Xiaohua's tone was very unyielding, without a doubt. Good boy. Those are the cultivators of the Utopia faction. That's Li Zongbao. Kuan Peng almost stuck out his tongue. However, since Xiaohua had instructed, Kuan Peng obediently flew down. First, he took the storage pouches of the 5 swordsmen killed by Xiao Hua. Then, he looked at the cultivators of the Utopia faction. Originally, a disciple flew out, but seeing that the Imperial Thunder faction's disciple had gone first, that disciple obediently stopped in mid-air. Thus, Kunpeng didn't hold back. He took all the storage pouches in his hand and flew in front of Xiao Hua. Go, give these storage pouches to that Utopia faction's disciple. Split them in half in front of him. Xiao Hua said casually. This can be done. Kunpeng's face was full of joy, and the other cultivators of the Imperial Thunder faction were overjoyed. They could calculate the difference in the number of people even with their heels. Sure enough, Kunpeng took the storage pouches and divided the things in half a meal's time. The Utopia faction's disciple was obviously surprised, but when he turned his head and said a few words, his face was even more stunned. He took the storage pouches handed over by Kunpeng with a wry smile. The 10 swordsmen were killed by Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao himself didn't have any objections, so what could he say? Besides, Li Zongbao had never divided things with them. They each got a storage pouch of the swordsman. What else was there to be unhappy about? It was just that they were not used to it. It was probably the first time that they compromised with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction, which was not considered a first-class cultivation faction. Kunpeng happily took the storage pouches and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua couldn't compare to Li Zongbao, so he used his divine thought to check if there was anything special. Then, he smiled and said, "You can divide it by yourself." "I don't want it." "Really?" Kunpeng and the others were even more surprised. This was really, once again, beyond their expectations. "Senior Xiao, these are the cultivators you killed. If you don't take some, our faces will be red." "Forget it, take one more." Xiao Hua pointed to Xiao Mao next to him. "Leave one for the junior of the Xuanyan school." "Okay." Kunpeng knew that Xiao Mao came with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua, so he didn't dare to neglect it. After distributing it nimbly, he asked, "Senior Xiao, where are you going?" "Oh, I and the others are going." At this point, Xiao Hua couldn't help laughing. Until now, he still didn't know where Li Zongbao was taking him. "I'm going to the Huan country with Senior Li Zongbao." Xiao Hua covered it up. "So it's like this." Kunpeng blinked his eyes and whispered, "Senior Xiao, we are here to ask for help. If you have time, please go to the 7 Extremes Mountains." "Oh, why?" Xiao Hua was surprised. "My Imperial Thunder sect was sent to the 7 Extremes Mountains to attack the sword cultivators guarding there. However, before we reached the 7 Extremes Mountains, we encountered a lot of sword cultivators and beast cultivators. Among the sword cultivators, there was an illusory swordsman, which was quite powerful. My Imperial Thunder sect suffered heavy losses. Therefore, we were sent back to ask for help from the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, and to see if there are any disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect or disciples of other sects nearby to ask for help." As he spoke, Kunpeng looked at the Utopia faction and whispered, "Senior Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is famous. If he can take the disciples there, it will be a great help." Xiao Hua frowned slightly and asked puzzledly, "Isn't Junior Kun with the disciples of the Utopia faction? What are they doing?" Kunpeng was embarrassed. He looked at the other disciples next to him and smiled apologetically, "We are the last group of disciples to go to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Because we left late, we didn't encounter the ambush. Instead, we met a junior who escaped from the ambush. Therefore, we didn't go to the 7 Extremes Mountains and flew out to ask for help first. However, we encountered sword cultivators nearby. When we retreated, we also encountered the disciples of the Utopia faction who were being chased by swordsmen. In fact, we didn't know them at all." "Oh, I see." Xiao Hua nodded. At this time, Li Zongbao also flew out from the crowd. "Greetings, Senior Li Zongbao." Kunpeng and the others didn't dare to neglect and hurried forward to greet him. "Okay." Li Zongbao casually made an obeisance and said to Xiao Hua, "Junior Xiao, have you finished your business? My disciples of the Utopia faction were ambushed by sword cultivators in the Flowing Ice Valley. Can you go to the Flowing Ice Valley with me now?" This. Xiao Hua hesitated. He was in the same team as Li Zongbao, so he had to listen to Li Zongbao's orders. However, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were also in trouble. "I'll let Senior Li Zongbao know." Kunpeng was very clever. When he saw that even Li Zongbao wanted to invite Xiao Hua, he hurriedly made an obeisance and said, "My disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were also ambushed by sword cultivators in the Seven Extremes Ridge." "My Senior Xiao." "Oh, I see." Li Zongbao nodded slightly and said, "In this case, Junior Xiao, if you want to go to the Seven Extremes Ridge, take Xiao Mao with you now. Time is tight. I also have to go to the Flowing Ice Valley. When the two battles are over, we'll meet again." "Okay, thank you for your understanding, Senior Li." Xiao Hua was relieved. He looked at Xiao Mao and said, "Let me drive the flowing cloud flying boat and follow Senior Li. My flying speed is fast, so I don't need it." "Okay." Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao and nodded. "Then Xiao Mao will follow me." Immediately, Li Zongbao didn't delay. He took out a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. He asked Xiao Mao to release the flying boat and flew away with Xiao Mao. The disciples of the Utopia faction were still flying in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2489. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly ordered Kunpeng and the others, "You all follow the Utopia faction disciples. It's always good to have more people. I'll go to the Seven Extremes Mountains myself. Senior brother Xiao, be careful." Kunpeng knew what Xiao Hua said was reasonable. He recorded the approximate location of the Seven Extremes Mountains in a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. Then, he led 7 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect to chase after the Utopia faction disciples. Xiao Hua knew the situation was urgent. He didn't dare to be negligent. He immersed his divine thought into the jade slip and activated the Imperial Thunder travel. Thunder roared around him as he flew into the distance. After flying for several days, he encountered several groups of sword cultivators. However, Xiao Hua only whistled past without paying them any attention. Those sword cultivators were also greatly shocked. A few of the more experienced ones, upon seeing Xiao Hua's fleeting figure and the swaying thunder in the air, had long since changed their expressions. Some even shrunk their necks and hurriedly flew to other places, no longer daring to approach the direction Xiao Hua was heading. Today, at noon, several towering mountain peaks could be seen rising up from the snowy lands. If these mountain peaks were placed anywhere else in the country of Xi, they would be considered normal. However, after being used to the snowy lands of the highlands, it was natural for them to be surprised by the sight of these mountains. "Oh? Is this the Seven Extremes Mountains?" Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He was about to take out the jade slip. At this moment, a divine thought swept past behind him. "Who is it?" Xiao Hua was startled. His flying speed immediately slowed down, and his divine sense also swept over. However, when his divine sense crossed 5 kilometers, he suddenly realized something and immediately stopped. He clapped his hand and took out the yang leaf fan. Magic power surged from his body, and he took out a vigilant stance. As for that divine sense, it swept past Xiao Hua and immediately locked onto him. After half a meal, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm hurried over from a distance. Xiao Hua also knew this cultivator. Isn't this Martial Uncle Kun Shui of the Earth Thunder Palace? Xiaohua's divine thought swept over and recognized Kun Shui. He immediately withdrew his divine thought and waited respectfully in the air. Kun Shui had left a good impression on Xiaohua when he was at the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment in the Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua's attitude was also humble. Xiaohua, why are you here? Kun Shui flew closer and asked in surprise, didn't you go back to Sky Thunder Peak with Cui Hongshan and the others? I'll let Martial Uncle Kun know that I'm now under the command of Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao. I'm in the same team as Senior Martial Brother Li. Oh? Li Zongbao? Kun Shui was surprised. Isn't he a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yes, Li Zongbao has used the special order of the meeting hall to transfer this junior to serve under him. Xiaohua cut the long story short and asked again, Junior just killed those who followed Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao to the side, but I met Kun Peng of the Earth Thunder Palace. He said that the disciples who went to the 7 Extremes Mountains were ambushed by Huan Nation swordsmen, so Junior came alone to help. When Martial Kun saw this, he frowned and scolded, nonsense. You are only at the middle foundation establishment stage. How can you come to the 7 Extremes Ridge as you please? If you follow Li Zongbao, you might feel wronged, but at least your life is guaranteed. You are the heroes of the Imperial Thunder Sect. When you return to the Sky Thunder Peak, you will be praised by the sect leader. You can't be too careless. Yes, Junior was worried about my fellow apprentices at that time, so I didn't think too much. Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and smiled apologetically. Where is Li Zongbao? Martial Kun asked curiously, you are here, why didn't he come? If he comes, the Imperial Thunder Sect will have another good helper. Uncle Kun, the Utopia faction was also ambushed by swordsmen. Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao was busy rescuing their disciples, Xiaohua smiled apologetically. By the way, did Uncle Kun also receive Kun Peng's call for help? Ha, I didn't meet Kun Peng, it was other disciples. Martial Kun looked ahead and asked curiously, Xiaohua, didn't you go to the 7 Extremes Mountains? Why are you here? Xiaohua was speechless. He clapped his hands, took out a jade slip and handed it to Martial Kun. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior took Kun Peng's jade slip and flew here. I'm afraid it flew wrong. Oh. Martial Kun took the jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and said, you are not wrong, Kun Peng remembered it wrongly. He has no sense of direction. If you listen to him, you will still have to fly back to Sky Patrol City. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua was relieved when he heard that he didn't fly wrong. Let's go, I am going to the 7 Extremes Mountains to get out of trouble. Follow me. Martial Kun smiled and said, however, you have to stay close to me. Don't be more than 100 feet away, or else I am afraid I can't take care of you. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua replied happily. It was rare for him to meet such a warm-hearted senior. Martial Kun scanned the area with his divine thought and pointed with his finger. He said, in front of us is the Prison Dragon Ridge, not the 7 Extremes Mountains. However, it is not far from the Prison Dragon Ridge. Kun Peng just pointed the way a little off. Yes, senior, please lead the way. I will follow you. Xiaohua said respectfully. All right, follow this old man. Martial Kun waved his sleeves and took the lead to fly towards the mountain peaks that towered into the sky. Xiaohua followed behind Martial Kun with a smile on his face. Oh, Xiaohua, how are Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan? I just got the news that day and thought. Cough, there are some things that are not appropriate for me to say. Martial Kun asked with a smile. I'll let Martial Uncle Kun know, Xiaohua honestly reported. Junior sister Dui and junior brother Cui have already reconciled. After all, the two of them have experienced life and death together, and they've already seen through many things. Since the two of them can be together, some trivial things don't matter. That's good. Marshal Kun's flying speed was still very fast, more than 20% faster than an ordinary gold core practitioner. However, he was still relaxed as he asked, in addition, this is just the beginning. The words of the three disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace that day were only seen by ordinary people. The matter of Dui Chimeng and Tu Hong will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent after the sword battle. Yes, even the entire Imperial Thunder sect knows about it now. They will have to face many things in the future. Alas, yes. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. When he gave the male and female Thunder Beast cores to the two of them in the pill refining cave, wasn't this also his intention? Especially, to let Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng dual cultivate at that time. This could also be considered a big gift from Xiao Hua to Cui Hongshan. If not for this, when they returned to Sky Thunder Peak, how could the myriad Thunder Valley, which had always been weak, face those meaningless rumors and slanders? Two middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps it could make others stop gossiping. Seeing that Xiao Hua was also flying and answering him at the same time, and not much slower than him, Marshal Kun's face showed a surprised expression. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power and secretly increased his flying speed. He seemed to want to see if Xiao Hua could catch up with him. At this time, Xiao Hua was also somewhat worried. He couldn't help but think about how eldest senior brother and master would treat this matter when they returned to the myriad Thunder Valley. Gradually, the two of them flew into the mountain ridge, their figures disappearing between several towering peaks. Rumble, there was a series of earth-shaking sounds. Countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed out from Prison Dragon Ridge. Several hurricanes rushed into the air, sweeping away all the white snow between the mountains. Waves of energy also spread out to the surroundings of Prison Dragon Ridge. Just a few li away from Prison Dragon Ridge, the waves of energy swept through the air. A burst of brilliance flickered slightly and quickly disappeared. Marshal Uncle Kun, what is the meaning of this? Inside Prison Dragon Ridge, in the middle of several towering mountains, Xiao Hua fell on the bare ground and coldly asked Marshal Kun, who had a happy expression on his face. Haha, at this time, what do you want to do for this old man? Are you stupid? Marshal Kun laughed maniacally. He slapped his hand and took out a palm-sized, golden magic bottle from his storage bag. Under the stimulation of his magic power, a golden flame gradually appeared on the magic bottle. Xiao Hua slowly climbed up from the ground and very calmly patted the dirt off his body. He stared at Marshal Kun with narrowed eyes. Just now, he followed Kun Peng into Prison Dragon Ridge. When he just arrived at this open space, he saw Kun Peng's magic power surging around his body and his hands continuously forming seals. He thought that he was ambushed by some sword cultivator. Just when he released his divine sense to check the enemy's whereabouts, he felt 4 waves of magic power coming from all around the valley. The waves were like a net that intertwined in the air and instantly covered him from top to bottom. An unparalleled force pulled him down from the air and smashed him straight to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's skin was rough and his flesh was thick. After smashing the rocks on the ground, he didn't suffer any injuries. It was just that his robe was dirty. He felt that in this inexplicable array, a huge force seemed to exist in the air, pressing down on him from top to bottom. His body felt as if it was solidified and filled with magma. It was difficult for him to move his hands and feet. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense. He first checked under his feet. When he saw that there were strong waves in the rocks, his heart couldn't help but thump. He knew that the earth escape technique was probably not easy to use. Then, he looked at the left side of the valley. The entire valley was filled with strong waves. It should be the range of the array. Marshal Kun's body was suffused with a faint brilliance that shielded the waves. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "This junior doesn't know when this junior offended Martial Uncle. It actually made Martial Uncle spend so much effort to lure this junior here. That Kun Peng is probably Martial Uncle Kun's nephew, right?" Martial Kun didn't pay attention to him. He slowly urged his magic power. The fireball in his hand became bigger and bigger. The golden light also penetrated several zhang. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't get any information from Martial Kun. He coldly snorted, "Relying on this bullshit array, you want to trap this young master? Martial Kun, you're too imaginative." As he spoke, Xiaohua's magic power surged and gradually let out a thunderous sound. His figure flew up and rushed towards Martial Kun. At the same time, Xiaohua waved his hand and wanted to take out the magic wand. Chapter 2490. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua rushed up a few feet, an incomparably huge force was born from the fluctuations, firmly suppressing him. It was as if a huge boulder was pressing down on his shoulder, smashing him to the ground again. And when he landed with a plop, the huge force reduced and returned to the same state as before. What surprised Xiaohua the most was not this. He waved his hand and took out the devil staff from the space. However, the devil staff that was previously like a wooden stick was now as heavy as a mountain. Almost as soon as it touched Xiaohua's finger, it immediately slipped from Xiaohua's hand and fell on the rock along with Xiaohua's body. Ha ha ha! Seeing Xiaohua's sorry state, Martial Kun could not help but laugh. "I heard that your lightning escape technique was successful and you were born with divine strength. How about it? In this array, what use do you have?" Xiaohua's face was gloomy as he looked at the magic bottle in Martial Kun's hand. The golden flame gradually solidified and a terrifying aura was emitted from the flame. Even a middle gold core stage cultivator had to store up power to activate it. Everyone knew how powerful this flame was. What kind of array is this? Why is it so strange? Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the Yi-Yang fan. Within his meridians, there was very little true essence. Strangely, it was not restricted by this array. "Hee, I'll let this good martial nephew of yours know." Martial Kun seemed to be in a good mood. While activating the magic bottle, he said leisurely, "Could it be that you haven't heard of the Luding Mountain Sealing Magic Array?" Sealing Magic Array? Xiaohua heard the name and understood. He sneered, "Could it be that the earth attribute of the mountain is used to create a powerful restriction that imprisons the bodies of the people of the devil realm?" "Oh." Martial Kun's face flashed with a strange color. He said in disbelief, "You actually know about this array? You are really, as she said, dabbling in a wide range of things. Your magic power is close to the late foundation establishment stage. In addition, your divine strength is comparable to a gold core stage cultivator." "Who?" Xiaohua's heart trembled as he asked. "Who? Why should this old man tell you?" Martial Kun sneered, "After you die, you can ask in the underworld." With that, Martial Kun waved his hand and the golden flame flew into the air. It suddenly lit up the entire valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was like a waterfall as it poured into the flame from all directions. Split. Martial Kun's body froze in midair. With a point of his finger, the flame split in the middle with a loud bang and turned into 6 different hexagons hanging in the air. It seemed to be compatible with the entire formation. The aura of the flame itself was terrifying, and when it was mixed with the aura of the array, the entire might pressed down on Xiaohua from all directions. How was this dealing with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator? Even if it was to kill a golden core cultivator, this formation was more than enough. Go! For the time being, Xiaohua didn't have a suitable magic treasure in his hands, so he could only wave the sun leaf fan. As the sun leaf fan danced, 6 fire dragons rushed towards the 6 flames. Seeing the huge fire dragons rushing out, Marshal Kun didn't even blink. He even sneered, "Since you saw this old man use this kind of magic, don't you know that this old man is of the fire attribute? This kind of ordinary fire, hee hee." Sure enough, when the 6 fire dragons rushed into the flame only swayed slightly and all the flames were sucked into it without any ripples. "It seems that you have already figured out this Xiao." Xiao Hua sighed. He clapped his hand and the sun leaf fan was stored in the space. "Hee hee, where is your phoenix Dharma body?" Marshal Kun stood there quietly, about 10 zhang away from Xiao Hua. He asked with a smile, "This old man still wants to see how this innate true fire will turn your phoenix Dharma body into a roasted chicken. Who is that person? You only need to tell this Xiao and this Xiao will immediately release his Dharma body." Xiao Hua estimated the distance between him and Marshal Kun and calmly replied. "Actually, there is no harm in telling you," Marshal Kun laughed. "According to this old man's knowledge, it is absolutely impossible for you to escape from this 6-ding mountain sealing magic array. However, this old man has always been careful. Until you die, I will never tell you." Then Marshal Kun tilted his head again. "Don't tell me, you think you can escape from this array?" "Yes, this young master wants to let you know. You dared to scheme against this young master and even talk to this young master for so long. This is definitely the greatest sorrow in your life. How can this old man's strength be guessed by you?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. As he expected, the wishful staff was not restricted by the array at all. You are a bit strange." Marshal Kun saw the wishful staff in Xiao Hua's hand and sneered, "Isn't this old man talking to you to stall for time? Look at these 6 lanterns." While speaking, Marshal Kun grasped his hand and the 6 spells hit the flames. The flames suddenly transformed and 6 lampstands appeared in mid-air. Each lampstand emitted the same golden brilliance. As the brilliance sprinkled down, the lampstands drew a mysterious arc in mid-air and constantly rotated. At the same time, flames like lanterns flew out from the lampstands. The flames emitted a golden light. Although they absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, they did not expand. The hot temperature burned the void. Xiao Hua felt the scorching fire. He wanted to release the Buddha relic and water bottle, but looking at the star-like flames and Marshal Kun who was more than 10 feet away from him, his heart moved again. He waved the wishful staff in his hand, protecting himself so that not even a drop of water could leak out. "Ha ha ha, why do you have the same idea as those devil bastards?" Kun Shuai's body stood there steadily, as if he didn't dare to move too much. His fa li surged and he laughed again. "If this Xiantian true fire can be sent flying by your demonic weapon, would it still be Xiantian true fire? You're really ignorant." Marshal Kun's smile was full of mockery, but it was also a kind of stability and a feeling of relief. Who knew that when more than a dozen flames fell in front of Xiao Hua, they were hit by Xiao Hua's wishful staff? As if they were real things, Marshal Kun's smile froze on his face. This is impossible." Marshal Kun murmured. "Yes, this is innate true fire. Whenever it comes into contact with a magic weapon, and other things, it will burn. There is absolutely no exception, unless the opponent has special means to not let this innate true fire touch him." Although Marshal Kun was very confused, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Under the urging of his magic power, the 6 candlesticks on the candlesticks scattered like flowers by a celestial maiden. "This old man doesn't believe that you can remain untouched in the sea of fire." Xiao Hua was secretly happy. This wishful staff is really famous. It can really hit these flames. However, there are still some problems. After all, there are still magic weapons in the wishful staff. This wishful staff is still stained with some small flames. Moreover, this 6-ding mountain sealing magic array is the key. It's really too powerful, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Xiaohua seemed to be waving the wishful staff very easily, but in fact, only he knew that every time he waved it, the pressure on his body increased a little. It was as if in this big array, only by remaining still could this pressure be eliminated. However, Xiaohua had no other way. He could only try his best to wave the wishful staff. Although it was not as cool as before, under the magic of the heavenly staff technique, the flames were blocked a few feet away from Xiaohua and could not get close to him. However, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua became more and more unable to hold on. The entire valley had been completely covered by the flames. Xiaohua's arms were also very tired. Since he started cultivating, he had never been so tired. Obviously, there were flaws in the heavenly staff technique. Occasionally, some flames passed through the wishful staff and hit Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua struggled to dodge, but when the flames fell to the ground, they immediately burned. There were too many flames passing through, and Xiaohua had no place to stand. He dodged and dodged, quite embarrassed. Fortunately, during this time, Kun Shui did not cast any other spells. He only urged the innate true fire, as if he was not free to come and go in this battle. Ha ha ha! Seeing that the flames had spread under Xiaohua's feet and there was no place for him to move, Kun Shui laughed. This old man wants to see what is so special about your so-called hidden fire physique. Is that so? Xiaohua's arms really had no strength. His eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered. Then this young master will let you see. With that, Xiaohua put away the wishful staff and let the flames fall from the sky. When the flames were close to his body, his hand pinched the fire escape technique, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This. Seeing Xiaohua disappear in the innate true fire, Kun Shui's eyes almost fell out. How is this possible? This is the innate true fire. Even if. At this moment, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the flames that had already spread over his feet. Xiaohua's figure appeared in the flames, and the wishful staff was waved again, strangely hitting Kun Shui's leg. 5 elements escape technique? This is impossible. Kun Shui knew that the 5 elements escape technique was known to be able to escape in the 5 elements. It should be able to escape in the flames, but at that time, it was an ordinary flame, an innate true fire, who would dare to escape in it? Xiaohua waved the wishful staff, and there was only a trace of strength left in his arm. He had endured for so long, waiting for the true fire to fill the valley. Only then would he have the opportunity to use the fire escape technique to rush into the air and have the opportunity to get close to Kun Shui. Although when he was escaping within the primordial fire just now, not only was his escape technique extremely slow, it was also affected by the formation. Moreover, the light protecting his body was also on the verge of collapse and could be shattered by the special characteristics of the primordial fire at any time. But after all, he still succeeded. This last bit of strength was most likely the last straw for him to escape. Seeing that Kun Shui was caught off guard and Xiaohua hit Kun Shui's leg with the wishful staff, Xiaohua could not help but be overjoyed. Chapter 2491. However, when the wishful steel staff fell on Marshal Kun's legs, the brilliance on Marshal Kun's legs flickered, and the brilliance shattered like a firefly. Marshal Kun's figure standing there was actually a phantom. Immediately afterward, Marshal Kun's laughter sounded in the distance. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, it's Xiaohua. Sure enough, you're a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. This old man still underestimated you. Xiaohua's face was extremely ugly. Just as he was about to use the wind escape technique to chase after Marshal Kun, his other hand waved, and he was about to use the soaring dragon shears that he didn't dare to take out. Rumble. A huge sound rang around Xiaohua. Xiaohua only felt that the scene around him was like floating clouds. Countless flying feather beasts, swimming fish monsters, and monsters emerged from all directions and rushed toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked. His divine sense swept over and immediately understood that he had fallen into Marshal Kuen's trap. The space around him was rapidly shrinking. In the middle of the valley, a magic treasure that was flat like a spindle appeared in the air above the array. There were strange runes flowing around it. This magic treasure was dozens of feet in size, and it occupied half of the sky above the array. But the strangest thing was that this spindle-like magic treasure was divided into two parts. In the middle, there was a saw-like gap. The saw-like gap flickered with light and was obviously extremely sharp. Xiaohua was naturally on one of them, and the other was actually Marshal Kuen. Marshal Kuen had set up such a trap, and under his deliberate planning, he actually wanted to cover himself and Xiaohua together in this magic treasure. After the magic treasure shrank to the size of several feet, it stopped shrinking. Then the whole magic treasure emitted a strange blue brilliance. In this brilliance, countless runes swayed. As the brilliance overflowed, the flying feather beasts and other strange patterns that Xiaohua saw moved as if they were alive. Buzz, when all the flying feather beasts circled around the magic treasure, the whole magic treasure began to shake. Damn it! Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and looked at the changing scenery in the sky with puzzlement. When the magic treasure shook, the space where he was collapsed as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. A strange mountain range shaped like a sawtooth appeared out of thin air like a natural moat and pressed toward Xiaohua. The sawtooth flashed with a cold light and was incomparably sharp. A destructive aura emanated from the sawtooth. Not good. Xiaohua was really frightened. He had no doubt that as long as the giant thorn pierced him, even his tempered body would absolutely not be able to resist. He would definitely be pierced into meat paste. Marshal Kuen's plan was to push Xiaohua into the dead. Just as he was trying his best to swing the staff, a powerful suction force was born from the magic weapon. The true essence in Xiaohua's body flowed rapidly, and all the magical power rushed out of his body uncontrollably. It was thrown toward the sky. Earth-splitting earth split. As all of Xiaohua's dermic powers rushed out, the collapse in the space Xiaohua was in immediately stopped. Instead, it strangely retreated and rapidly returned to its original state. The destructive sawtooth rapidly retreated, and it was much faster than when it appeared just now. Just when Xiaohua was puzzled, Marshal Kuen's scream came from the sky. This is impossible, even if your strength is comparable to a gold core, your magic power, how can it be compared to this old man? Of course, this was Marshal Kuen's last voice. Then Xiaohua saw a fierce brilliance flashing from the place where the sawtooth disappeared, like a strong sun. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. At the same time, the scene around Xiaohua changed again. The flying feather beasts that had disappeared before appeared again, but these flying feather beasts did not wander for a moment, and the magic power that had rushed out of Xiaohua's body rushed back into his body. After getting all the flying feather beasts, they gradually enlarged and gradually dimmed. Xiaohua only heard a "kacha" sound and saw a fire in front of him. In this fire, a spindle-shaped magic treasure floated quietly in the air, and on the other side of the magic treasure, Marshal Kuen's corpse was already dead. As Marshal Kuen's corpse flashed out of the magic treasure, the Xiantian true fire that had been wreaking havoc in the formation was swept away and absorbed into the 6 candlesticks. The 6 candlesticks shook less and gathered together again, turning into a golden magic bottle that landed in front of Marshal Kuen's corpse. What's going on? Xiaohua raised his hand and scratched his head inexplicably. At this time, without Marshal Kuen presiding over the formation, the restriction had been greatly reduced. Xiaohua didn't even have the strength to scratch his head, but now he was relaxed again. However, Marshal Kuen's death was obvious. Although Xiaohua couldn't make sense of it, he still waved his hand and the golden magic bottle fell into his hand. With another wave, Marshal Kuen's corpse also floated over. Xiao Hua pulled with his hand and took the storage pouch on the corpse. Then, he searched the corpse's chest. Sure enough, there was a hexagonal magic tablet. Then, Xiao Hua stood quietly in the air and took out a jade slip from the storage pouch. After looking at it for a long time, he pointed with his hand and sent a strand of magic power into the magic tablet. 6 strange fluctuations appeared at the 6 corners of the magic tablet and rushed to the 6 corners of the formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if someone was resisting a mountain. Along with this vibration, the pressure on Xiao Hua's body gradually weakened. When the vibration ended, all the pressure disappeared, and the 6 talismans of different colors flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua moved his arms and legs and felt abnormally relaxed. He could almost fly dozens of feet in an instant. Hehe, the 6 Kings Sealing Mountain Formation. This formation talisman is actually made of talismans. Marshal Kun really put in a lot of effort in order to trip me up. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and stored the formation plate and talisman into the space. Then, Xiao Hua landed on the ground and put away the magic wand. Finally, he waved his hand and took the blue magic treasure that looked like a spindle. TSK, what kind of magic treasure is this? Xiao Hua looked at it strangely. From what Marshal Kun said, he thought that my magic power was at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. That's why he used this magic treasure. Who knew that my magic power wasn't something that a middle-stage gold core cultivator like him could compare to? Instead, he went for wool and came home shorn, and was killed by this magic treasure. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua stored this strange magic treasure into the space. He waved his hand and was about to take out the jade slip from the storage pouch to check, however, just as his hand touched the storage pouch, his heart suddenly jumped violently. Oh? Xiao Hua was startled, but his lowered head didn't change in the slightest. His eyes turned slightly, and he released his Buddhist sense. His Buddhist sense covered the entire valley, and even extended for several li. Aside from the whistling of the cold wind, he didn't see anything special. Strange. Xiao Hua waved his hand and casually took out a jade slip. He placed it in his left hand and slowly checked it. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, Xiao Hua put away the jade slip and flicked his hand. A spark flew out and landed on Marshal Kuen's corpse. The orange flame slowly swallowed the corpse, and only after half a cup of tea's time did it burn the corpse. When the corpse disappeared, a dim gold core the size of a thumb appeared in the flame. Marshal Uncle Kuen, I really can't imagine why you would do such a vicious thing to me. Xiao Hua flew into the air and waved his hand to store the jade slip into the space. He looked at the messy valley and smiled bitterly. However, since Marshal Uncle has done it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that you're buried in Huan country, you're also a meritorious subject of my Imperial Thunder sect. This meritorious service will be left to your descendants. This gold core, this little one will be disrespectful. After saying that, Xiao Hua seemed to be exhausted. After flying for a few feet, he hesitated again. He looked up in the direction of the 7 Extremes Mountains and frowned. How can there be a war in the 7 Extremes Mountains? This is just Marshal Kuen's vicious plan. Why would I go to the 7 Extremes Mountains? I'd better turn back. While speaking, Xiao Hua turned around again and flew back. But after flying for a few dozen feet, when he passed by a foothill, Xiao Hua suddenly stretched out his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. He threw it at a place he had just passed and shouted, "You're courting death." But at the place where Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff hit, a few rays of brilliance suddenly flashed in mid-air. The human figure of a cultivator flashed out of the void. The cultivator's face had a strange shock. Who else could it be but Li Chengxiu of Xian Le sect? Ah! How come it's you? Seeing Li Qingshu's figure appear, Xiao Hua was also surprised. He also looked at Li Qingshu in surprise. He tried his best to urge his spiritual power to avoid Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. You're going to die too. Of course, Xiao Hua's astonishment only lasted for a moment. He definitely wouldn't let anyone know that he was the one who killed Marshal Kun, especially Li Qingshu, who was bent on taking his life. Xiao Hua's sneak attack was absolutely successful. He took advantage of Li Qingshu's side to suddenly turn around and seize the opportunity. How could he be merciful? Li Qingshu was a cultivator of the late gold core stage. It was rare to have such a good opportunity to get close. If Xiao Hua couldn't kill him at this time, the trouble in the future would be big. Sure enough, although Li Qingshu's invisible amulet had some origin, under Xiao Hua's continuous attacks in a short period of time, some of its brilliance had dimmed. Li Qingshu urged his flying technique to escape, but no matter what, he couldn't be faster than Xiao Hua's wind escape technique. Xiao Hua, little bastard. This old man originally wanted to let you live. Who knew that you could actually see through this old man? Li Qingshu's face was gloomy. He gnashed his teeth and said fiercely. Then, when Xiao Hua's stick hit the light protecting his body, Li Qingshu ignored his injury and clapped his hand. A palm-sized pipa appeared in his hand. With a flick of his thumb, the sound of a golden drum rang out from the pipa and directly pierced Xiao Hua's ears. Chapter 2492. Seeing his full strength hit Li Qingshu's body, the defensive brilliance only flickered slightly, and his strength was neutralized. Xiao Hua knew that the origin of this invisibility amulet was extraordinary. When Li Qingshu urged his magic weapon, the sound of the golden drum entered his ears. Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly became dizzy, as if a golden needle had pierced his brain. The wishful steel staff in his hand swayed, and there was a tendency that he could not hold it. Xiao Hua was shocked by Li Qingshu's means and did not dare to neglect. He held the wishful steel staff in one hand and took out the soul-absorbing bell in the other. At the same time, he also took out the toad soul tool. The soul strands flew out from the Dharma eye and rushed into the soul tool. Dang! The sound was like a great bell. That sound rushed into Li Qingshu's defensive brilliance. Li Qingshu originally wanted to use his magic power to play the pipa again, but that extremely loud sound actually broke through his defense and rushed straight into his mind. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the defensive brilliance overflowed with extraordinary splendor, and Li Qingshu's pipa also emitted a babbling sound. Li Qingshu's sluggish eyes showed signs of life. "Io, what a pity!" Xiao Hua secretly said, as he urged his soul thread again, and forced himself to attack again. Dang! At this moment, Li Qingshu's face revealed a horrified expression. He urged the spiritual power in his hand. With a clang sound, the two kinds of sounds collided with each other, producing a crackling, explosive sound. Countless extremely small airwaves were generated between the two of them, and the two of them were pushed back several feet. "Io, not good." Xiao Hua did not expect such a result. While he was complaining in his heart, he waved his hand and the soaring dragon shears suddenly flew out. A golden light flashed in the air, and a "kacha" sound was heard. Several cracks appeared on Li Qingshu's defensive brilliance. "See, isn't this amulet too powerful?" Xiao Hua was once again flabbergasted. He was very clear that even the flying sword of an illusory sword cultivator would have several cracks under the full force of the soaring dragon shears. Li Qingshu's protective talisman actually had several cracks on it. Its degree of toughness was comparable to an illusory sword. Who would have thought that Li Qingshu was even more shocked? He was hiding at the foot of the mountain and saw the whole process of Xiao Hua killing Marshal Kun. He was shocked by Xiao Hua's methods and was already hesitating whether to kill Xiao Hua by surprise. But he didn't expect Xiao Hua to turn around and directly see through his hiding place. His invisibility talisman was not an ordinary talisman. He had just obtained it from one of his teachers. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that Xiao Hua's magic tool would actually be able to break it. And what shocked Li Chengxiu the most was that Xiao Hua's method of attacking him was very different from the method he used to kill Marshal Kun. He simply didn't know how many methods Xiao Hua had. You. Who are you? How could your magic power be more profound than Marshal Kun's? You. Don't tell me you're really. Li Chengxiu's eyes widened. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Why would Xiao Hua care about him? Seeing that the brilliance that was cracked by his soaring dragon scissors was actually showing signs of gradually healing, and Li Chengxiu's figure was also showing signs of blurring, Xiao Hua also clenched his teeth and waved his hand. The sword pouch was in his hand. Quick! Xiao Hua's hand formed a sword seal. 7 flying swords from the sword pouch rushed into the air. The killing intent swept away all the snow in the mountain valley. You. It was actually you who assassinated Tu Hong. Li Chengxiu's eyes revealed a flash of understanding. Damn it, I only had this thought that flashed through my mind that day. I didn't think that it was really you who entered. Just as Li Chengxiu was in a daze, the 7 flying swords crossed in the air and formed a 7-star great array, firmly controlling Li Chengxiu within the sword array. Seeing that the 7-star great array was instantly formed, Xiao Hua's heart slightly relaxed. He, Tu Hong was the first, and you're the second. Xiao Hua sneered, didn't you always want to kill me? Now, I want to see how you're going to do it. Oh, so you already knew. Li Chengxiu looked at the brilliance that had already healed a little and sneered, it was this old man who was stupid. You're old. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Within the 7-star sword great array, the 7 flying swords trembled slightly and emitted a sword cry. A powerful restrictive force pressed down on Li Chengxiu's protective brilliance. The brilliance flickered along with the sword cry, and the cracks gradually expanded. I want to ask you a question. Li Chengxiu couldn't hold back his curiosity and whispered. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Li. I'm the same as Marshal Kun. I definitely won't say a word. Xiao Hua's hand moved again, and the 7 flying swords actually began to rotate like 7 stars dancing in the night sky. The restrictive force became even stronger. Are you, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? Are you a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Li Chengxiu still asked the question. Li Chengxiu's question was quite strange. Xiao Hua was stunned and sneered, of course I'm a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, as for whether I'm a foundation establishment cultivator or not, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he patted his forehead and used a secret technique to deceive everyone. Xiao Hua's cultivation rushed from the peak of the early-stage foundation establishment to the middle-stage foundation establishment, and then to the late-stage foundation establishment. Moreover, the pressure didn't stop at all. It went all the way from the early-stage gold core to the middle-stage gold core, and then stopped at the peak of the middle-stage gold core. You really are a middle-stage gold core cultivator. Li Chengxiu sighed. No wonder Marshal Kun died in the Forbidden Law record. I was also almost deceived by you. If that's the case, then you should. At this point, Li Chengxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Oh? Forbidden Law record? Xiao Hua wrinkled his brows and withdrew the fake pressure of the secret technique. However, when he heard the last half of Li Chengxiu's sentence and the joy in Li Chengxiu's eyes, he felt something was wrong. Go! Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the dream executioner transformed into 64 azure and red sword lights that rushed into the sword formation. Li Qingshu's heart palpitated for no reason. It was as if he was a stranger in front of him. Li Qingshu was so frightened that he hastily urged the secret technique. His entire body flashed with brilliance, and the faint sound of heavenly music echoed in his mind. Only then did he expel that fear. That day. I'm afraid Tu Hong was helpless in front of the piercing swords because of this. Li Qingshu thought with lingering fear. However, looking at the 64 azure and red sword lights that pierced with absolute sharpness, and the 7 flying swords that were revolving like stars, the power of confinement within was like a millstone being squeezed. Within the brilliance, a faint ka-ka sound could be heard. Xiaofan is actually a middle-stage gold core cultivator. And he has so many tricks up his sleeves. Li Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He knew that today was the day he had to make a choice. He concealed himself so deeply. I'm afraid it's really like what he said. Even he doesn't have much certainty. I can only do this. Thinking this, Li Qingshu clenched his teeth and took out a spirit talisman from his storage pouch. He dripped a drop of blood essence into it and then sneered as he urged his magic power. The spirit talisman received the blood essence and suddenly emitted a resplendent brilliance like a rising sun. As soon as this brilliance appeared, a powerful suction force was born from the spirit talisman. The gold core in Li Qingshu's body surged, urging his true essence to circulate, and all the magic power in his body poured into it. Wang, there was a loud sound like millions of bees and flies flapping their wings. Within the entire valley, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within several li converged towards this brilliance. After a series of hurricanes blew past, within the brilliance, a large blood-red hand appeared from within the spirit talisman. Xiaofan had seen this large hand several times. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. This was one of the divine abilities of a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaofan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What else was there to say? This spirit talisman was the life-saving means that Li Qingshu obtained from the sect leader of the Utopia faction when he was on duty at the conference hall. As soon as the blood-red hand formed, it immediately produced a powerful force from its 5 fingers. This force not only tore apart the imprisonment force of the 7 stars great array, but also completely disrupted the 7 stars great array. The 7 illusory swords let out a mournful cry in midair. Moreover, as the large hand shook slightly, the 64 sword lights of the Dream Executioner were suddenly crushed, revealing only the small green and red sword suspended in the large hand like a dead fish. It looked quite lonely. Hiss! Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air. The imprisonment force of this large hand is too powerful, right? Xiaofan hurriedly urged the Dream Executioner. The Dream Executioner was like a panicked bird, struggling in the large hand, trying its best to break free from the imprisonment. Not only that, the large hand tore apart the 7 stars great array and didn't stop at all. It once again covered the direction of Xiaofan. Damn it! Feeling the irresistible imprisonment force falling from the sky, Xiaohua's eyes turned wildly. He waved the wishful staff in his hand, wanting to fight against the nascent soul's hand. But his heart moved, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of refined fire talismans were scattered. Rumble, 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 a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the entire valley was dyed red. What kind of yellow talisman is this? Li Qingshu obviously didn't see Xiaohua's jade talisman clearly. He didn't care about Xiaohua's jade talisman at all. He only wanted to urge the nascent soul's hand to grab Xiaohua to death. However, when he saw an explosion that he had never seen before, the imprisonment force of the nascent soul's hand exploded, and even some parts of the nascent soul's hand cracked, he exclaimed. However, he only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Xiaohua actually took out a dozen more fire talismans from the space. This is a jade talisman. How could he have a jade talisman? Li Qingxiu was shocked. And, it's actually a fireball jade talisman. Xiaohua waved his hand without hesitation, and dozens of fire talismans were scattered again. He didn't look distressed at all, as if he still had a lot of them in his storage bag. And these dozens of fire talismans exploded, blocking the nascent soul's hand from moving further, making Li Qingxiu feel really stretched. Chapter 2493. Let's go. This idea immediately appeared in Li Qingxiu's mind. The one who wants to kill now is Xiaohua. As long as I return to the Sky Patrol City, I can expose this guy's face. Not to mention that killing Tu Hong is a big crime. Shuayuzhenren will be the first to not let him go. There must be something fishy about him hiding in the Imperial Thunder sect with his gold core cultivation. If I'm not wrong, Xiaohua is the person that the senior is looking for. As long as I tell the senior about this, I don't need to do anything. Thinking of this, Li Qingxiu urged the hand of the nascent soul. The big hand shook violently and slammed toward Xiaohua again. Sure enough, Xiaohua took back the dream executioner and threw out more than 10 fire talismans. At the same time, the Tengjiao scissors that stopped in mid-air slashed again. The violent explosion lifted the big hand, and the Tengjiao scissors even left a crack on the big hand. Looking at the giant hand, it took advantage of the moment when Li Qingxiu was moving upwards to wrap around Li Qingxiu. With a sway, it was about to rush into the air. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua didn't expect the giant to escape before Li Qingxiu even used any means. He couldn't help but feel anxious. His figure flickered and rushed to the side of the Yuanying's hand. He waved the wishful steel staff towards the big hand. Unfortunately, although the wishful staff shook the nascent soul's hand and even cracked it, the nascent soul's hand could not be stopped. Quick! Xiaohua did not dare to let the nascent soul's hand fly away. He opened his mouth and a thread of spiritual fire flew out, entangling the nascent soul's hand. The spiritual fire was indeed useful. The nascent soul's hand shook and seemed to be trapped. Moreover, the nascent soul's hand began to show signs of collapse in the spiritual fire. Buzz, at this time, Li Qingxiu also went all out. He dripped another drop of essence blood into the big hand. The bloody big hand shone red. You can stay here. Xiaohua saw that the spiritual fire was tied with the nascent soul's hand. He slapped his forehead and released the Buddha's Sarira. Ah! Buddha! Buddhism sect. Li Qingxiu couldn't help but groan when he saw the Buddha's relic shining with Buddha's light. This Xiaohua what is his background? However, before he could think any further, the pure water bottle in the Buddha Sarira's left hand tipped slightly, and the primordial water gushed out like waves, covering the entire valley in an instant. Even the nascent soul's hand was completely covered. This was something that Xiaohua didn't even take out when facing Martial Kuan's Xiantian True Fire. As soon as it appeared, it immediately displayed a boundless might. Li Qingxiu, who was in the Yuanying's hand, immediately felt as if there was a huge force pressing down on his body. The most frightening thing was that there were tens of thousands of whirlpools spinning around the Yuanying's hand in the Xiantian True Water. Not only did the Xiantian True Water corrode the Yuanying's hand, it also corroded the Yuanying's hand even more. How many tricks does this bastard have? Li Qingxiu was about to cry as he groaned. He really didn't think, not even in his dreams, that Xiaohua, whom he had always looked down upon, would actually become his own nemesis. Go! Li Qingxiu saw that the Xiantian True Water had trapped the Yuanying's hand, and that it was only trapped for a short moment before it showed signs of dissipating. At that moment, he slapped his hand and took out a shiny object from his storage pouch. What kind of tricks does this bastard have? Xiaohua didn't believe that Li Qingxiu, a late-stage golden core cultivator, only had these few tricks. Seeing the shiny object appear, his heart trembled. However, when Li Qingshu activated his magic power, that shiny object turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The light was like a sharp arrow, splitting the Xiantian true water apart and rushing out. He immediately shouted, "Oh no! Isn't this thing the same as the transmission talisman that Feng Buping released that day? Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Hua's figure flashed, and thunder rumbled around him. Immediately, a series of afterimages flashed as he chased after that light. Fortunately, the Xiantian true water blocked the light for a moment. When Xiao Hua flew out of the Xiantian true water, the light had only rushed out a few dozen feet. Just as that light was about to speed up, Xiao Hua shook his hand, and the heaven and earth sleeve came down. Pooh! Xiao Hua's Daoist robe sleeve exploded, and the light that broke through Xiao Hua's restriction slowed down. Luo Luo Luo, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His left and right hands used the heaven and earth sleeve consecutively, stopping that light in midair. When the light dimmed, its true form was revealed. It was a transmission talisman. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and grabbed that transmission talisman. Just as he was about to use his magic power to crush it, his heart was moved again. He released his divine sense and stored the transmission talisman into his space. Perhaps I can find out who is instructing Li Qingshu from this transmission talisman. Xiao Hua thought as he fell into the Xiantian true water again. Seeing Xiao Hua return with a calm expression, although Li Qingshu's divine sense was blocked by the Xiantian true water, he knew that his transmission talisman was intercepted by Xiao Hua. At this time, he was already numb from Xiao Hua's endless methods. He couldn't think of anything else. Looking at the boundless Xiantian true water that completely surrounded him, Li Qingshu's face turned ashen. Xiao Hua stabilized himself and immediately activated the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha's merciful and compassionate expression became even stronger. The Buddha seal in his hand slowly rotated, and the Xiantian true water roared fiercely along with the Buddha seal. The Yuanying's hand that was corroded by the Xiantian true water earlier couldn't hold on anymore. With a rumbling sound, the transmission talisman fell into the Xiantian true water and disappeared. After breaking through the Yuanying's hand, the Xiantian true water directly flooded the defensive light around Li Qingshu. But what surprised Xiao Hua was that this defensive light was actually not afraid of the Xiantian true water. After several impacts, it didn't move at all. Seeing Li Qingshu using his magic power within the light, he rushed into the Xiantian true water, wanting to break out of the water. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. He formed a sword seal and hit the sword pouch. Wang wang. With another burst of sword cries, the 7 flying swords rushed up again and formed a 7 stars great array in the Xiantian true water, once again surrounding Li Qingshu. Xiao Hua, this old man will fight it out with you. Li Qingshu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clapped his hands, and a beam of bright light flashed past. A round magical treasure rushed out of the defensive light and struck towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's body trembled. Li Qingshu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As soon as the magic treasure came out, an indescribable noise came from the magic treasure. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was shaken into chaos. Even Xiao Hua was somewhat unable to stand steadily when he heard it. This magic treasure was not weak, but under the 7 stars great array and the heavy pressure of the Xiantian true water, the magic treasure was somewhat difficult to fly. Moreover, the magic treasure was very close to Xiao Hua at this time. Xiao Hua raised his hand without hesitation. With the wishful staff in his hand, he smashed it without hesitation. Dang! With a loud sound, the magic treasure fell and flew obliquely into the Xiantian true water. Sai, seeing that he could not control the magic treasure as he wished under the heavy pressure, and that his last blow was actually hit by Xiao Hua, Li Qingshu sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot. The situation at the auction in Sentry City was clearly reflected in his mind. Could it be that, since then, this old man's fate has been decided? As soon as this idea flashed in his mind, Li Qingxiu heard a "kacha" sound in his ears. He saw that the light of the invisible amulet was damaged under the 7 stars' great array's 7 flying swords. Now that it had been damaged, the Xiantian true water, which was previously powerless against the brilliance, immediately began to corrode. The brilliance of the amulet was about to collapse. Forget it. Li Qingxiu's vitality was extinguished. Thinking of the scene where Xiao Hua destroyed the evidence, his face gave birth to a grin. Even if this old man dies, I will fight it out with you. As he spoke, the brilliance around Li Qingxiu's body swayed, and his spiritual power suddenly converged. Golden core self-explosion? Xiao Hua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew back. Xiao Hua's flying speed was fast. He had just flown a few feet when an explosion of extermination intent rushed out from the Xiantian true water. The innate true water, which could even crush a nascent soul's hand, was blasted into waves of over 100 feet tall by the violent explosion. The body of the Buddha relic that controlled the innate true water flickered with a bright Buddhist light, and its body began to sway. An extremely indescribable feeling came from the left side of Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace. This was not the most important thing. The 7 stars' great array that imprisoned Li Qingxiu was shattered by this explosion. The 7 flying swords flew out and rushed to an unknown place. The shockwave that followed the direction Xiao Hua flew in pushed him back a few dozen feet, smashing him into the mountain beside him. Although Xiao Hua hurriedly struck a spell and used the earth escape technique to rush into the mountain, his body was also violently shaken, and he suffered a rare injury. Xiao Hua's figure came out from the other side of the mountain. He slapped his hand, and a parasol pill entered his mouth. After adjusting his breathing, he rushed into the sky and circled around from the foot of the mountain. The wave-like Xiantian true water was also turned into a mess by Li Qingxiu's self-explosion. The Buddha's Sarira's Buddhist light dimmed, and it actually looked dispirited. Collect. Xiao Hua urged the Buddha's Sarira, and the clear water bottle produced a suction force, slowly sucking in the scattered Xiantian true water. A force that he had never felt before came out from the clear water bottle. The hand of the Buddha's Sarira shook slightly, and it actually felt like it could not hold it. I hate people like Li Qingxiu who harm others without benefiting himself the most. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense, and he knew that the entire valley was destroyed by Li Qingxiu's self-explosion, not to mention his storage pouch. Most of the things were destroyed, and the broken things were scattered all over the ground. Moreover, this self-explosion also affected the Buddha's Sarira. Or maybe it's because he controlled the clear water bottle that the Sarira became so decadent. Xiao Hua complained again. Then, his eyes turned, and the 9 syllables mantra was recited from the mouth of the Buddha's Sarira. In a moment, Li Qingxiu's soul that had not yet dissipated was captured by Xiao Hua's Sarira. After a moment of questioning, Xiao Hua finally sent his soul away. Chapter 2494. The self-destruction of a gold core cultivator is really too powerful. If it wasn't for the innate true water and the 7 stars great array, I would have been seriously injured. Xiao Hua put away the Buddha Sarira, then found the 7 scattered flying swords from the nearby mountain and put them into the sword pouch. Only then did he look at the messy valley inside. I originally thought I could fish out a storage pouch from Li Qingxiu, but in the end it was all for naught. Other than the golden alms bowl that had long been knocked down and some sturdy refining tools, everything else was destroyed. Even that guy's magical treasure, the pipa, was gone. If I knew it would be like this, I would have used the heaven and earth sleeve to confine it. However, he was just thinking about it. The situation was so urgent that he was injured by the air wave even though he tried his best to escape. Even if he used the heaven and earth sleeve, he would have been seriously injured. After cleaning up the mess, Xiao Hua sat on the ground and thought to himself, Master Du Gi? Why is he inquiring about me? But it doesn't necessarily belong to me. A cultivator who may be a body cultivator, a cultivator who may have no foundation, a cultivator whose cultivation is beyond imagination, a cultivator whose cultivation is not high, but whose magic power is far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Damn it, no matter how I look at it, he is looking for me. See, thinking of this, Xiaofan quivered and almost jumped up from the ground. It can't be the cultivator who sealed my Ni Wan Gong. But then, he shook his head slightly. It seems, it can't be. If it was the cultivator who sealed me, he should know my appearance. My face hasn't changed for dozens of years. Wouldn't it be easy for him to find me? That's even more strange. Xiaofan scratched his head. Maybe, this Master Du Yi isn't looking for me, but Li Chengxiu saw that I wanted to kill him, so he used that nascent soul cultivator's communication talisman to ask for help. Nascent soul cultivator. I am not his opponent now, but I can't break the invisible protective talisman that Master Du Yi gave Li Chengxiu in a short time. Not to mention the jade talisman that Xian Le Sect's fairy Hongxia gave to Li Chengxiu. My goodness, that's a life-saving item for a golden core cultivator. If I didn't obtain the 7 stars grand formation and the innate primordial water, I'm afraid the one lying here today would be me, right? Thinking about this, Xiaofan felt a lingering fear. Actually, the spiritual fire could also break that jade talisman. It's just that Li Chengxiu insisted on running away. This young master still didn't have any good ideas. If he really escapes, damn it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Forget it, there are still more than 10 days before the attack of the 7 Extremes Ridge. This time, not only are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect attacking the 7 Extremes Ridge, but my wife is also there. How can I not go and take a look? I'd better use this time to refine the ice deadly mirror. It's really awkward to not have a handy artifact. Xiaofan waved his hand and ignited a few wisps of true samadhi fire, burning all traces of the battle in the valley. Then, with a sway of his body, he flew towards the direction of the 7 Extremes mountain range. After waiting for an hour, he landed again, looking left and right, looking for a low-lying place and diving in. Back to Yan Shi's mansion in Sky Patrol City, the meeting hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Today's duty was Heng Zhao from the Utopia faction. He asked, fellow cultivators, have all the disciples sent out to test the waters been sent out? I'll let you know, fellow cultivator Heng Ming. We've already discussed this matter properly. We've been working on it since the beginning of the year. Which fellow cultivator didn't do their best? They must have sent out the disciples according to the previous discussion. Zhou Qingping from the Thousand Leaves Ridge replied with a chuckle. Zhu Junwei from the Cool Breeze Valley stood up and said, fellow cultivator Heng Ming, the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley were the last to leave through the teleportation device. They all left the Sky Patrol City at noon the day before yesterday, but there's no further news yet. Well, the Sky Patrol City is quite a distance away from the Spirit Stone Veins. Even the Nanming sect that left first didn't have any news, right? Heng Ming nodded slightly, then stretched and smiled. After this exploration is successful, we can fully engage in the battle. If possible, we'll kill all the swordsmen in the Spirit Stone Veins and end this sword principle war as soon as possible. Fellow cultivator Heng Ming, you're thinking too much. Xiong Huasong from the Black Sky sect also looked relaxed and smiled. In the sword principle war that has been going on for nearly 10,000 years, there have only been a few times when it was ended by cultivators in the Gold Core realm. Our Dao sect had always gained the upper hand from the start of the battle and forced the sword cultivators out of the sword tomb. We had even killed all the sword cultivators within the sword tomb. That was why the swordsmen from the Huan country had no choice but to hastily retreat. Today, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Indeed, our sect's battle line has yet to touch the sword tomb. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as fellow cultivator Heng Ming thinks. Huoping from the blazing fire mountain agreed. However, Hang Ming did not agree. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "The sword cultivators this time are really fierce. They've been suppressing our attacks. We've been hiding our strength again and again, so of course, we can't attack the sword tomb. However, we've already mobilized the elites of each sect to the Sky Patrol City in advance. The Gold Core disciples have also come to help. As long as we kill all the swordsmen in the sword tomb, those swordsmen will be disgraced. Do you think they'll wait for our masters to come?" "That's right." Xiang Ming from the Huanhua sect clapped his hands arrogantly and said, "I agree with fellow cultivator Hang Ming's opinion. We've been scheming for several years and have always been showing weakness. Isn't it to lure these sword cultivators who come and go like the wind into a trap? Now that they've occupied the spirit stone veins and taken away some of the fortresses that we used before, aren't they falling into our ambush? This time, we only need to probe a little more. Once we get the correct information, we'll send out all the disciples. This old man doesn't believe that a mere Huan country can be a match for our cultivation 3 countries. Ha ha ha, it's really like that." The cultivators were all jubilant, as if victory was already in their hands. After a long while, Qian Mo, who had been silent all this time, said faintly, "This old man knows that everyone might not like what I'm saying. However, this old man doesn't have any selfish motives. I'm just thinking about the 3 countries of my Dao sect. I'm just stating facts. Since you know that your words aren't nice to hear, then don't say it." 7 Skills Sects. Wang Yi clearly looked down on Qian Mo and said coldly. Fellow cultivator Wang Hang Ming smiled and said, "The conference hall isn't a place where one person has the final say. Fellow cultivator Qian Mo naturally has the right to speak. His Imperial Thunder Sect's battle achievements are illustrious. They're not inferior to your 7 Skills sect. Humph, who knows where their battle achievements came from?" Wang Yi coldly snorted. "Oh? Fellow cultivator Wang, could it be that you have something to say?" Hang Ming narrowed his eyes and asked with a sneer. Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand, "Of course not. Fellow cultivator Qian should speak. Fellow cultivator Qian has always been a modest gentleman who keeps his promises. Even if his Dao heart is damaged, he would still be a man of his word. This old man can't compare to him." He, the cultivators all covered their mouths and snickered. Clearly, everyone knew about Dui Chimeng's matter. Cough cough, Qian Mo's face was slightly red. He coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators must still be laughing at my Imperial Thunder sect because of Dui Chimeng and Tu Hong's matter. If it was any other day, I naturally wouldn't say anything. In this world, there are clear and turbid matters. The clear ones are clear and the turbid ones are turbid. This old man doesn't care what others say. However, today, this old man has to say a thing or two. Let's talk about Dui Chimeng." This old man knew that she and Cui Hongshan were lovers. However, don't you think that the reason Tu Hong fell in love with Dui Chimeng was because of love? If he wasn't infatuated, why would he put down his pride and propose marriage to a foundation establishment female cultivator? Ha ha ha, fellow cultivator Qian, it seems, this old man heard that he didn't just do it to dual cultivate with Dui Chimeng, right? Wang Yi laughed loudly. At that time, did fellow cultivator Wang know? Does anyone here know? Qian Mo said solemnly, "It was because I didn't know that this old man helped Tu Hong. At the same time, I also helped Dui Chimeng. Even after Cui Hongshan survived, this old man still wanted to marry Dui Chimeng to Tu Hong behind his back. This was all for their own good. Let's not talk about Tu Hong being a golden core cultivator. In these 5 years, Dui Chimeng and Tu Hong already had feelings for each other. Cui Hongshan only survived 5 years later. His appearance was definitely a mistake. What about Dui Chimeng? She might have some feelings for Cui Hongshan in the past, but now? Who does she have more feelings for? This old man naturally cares about his own disciple. I won't hide it from everyone. In this old man's opinion, Dui Qimeng is still biased towards Tu Hong. What's more, if Dui Qimeng sees Cui Hongshan now and suddenly goes back on her words and doesn't want to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Tu Hong. Tell me, what about the two nascent soul masters' faces? Alright, let's not talk about the two nascent soul masters' faces. After all, my sect master said that everything depends on Dui Qimeng herself. He definitely won't force her and really cancel the dual cultivation ceremony. Then what about Tu Hong's face? Do you think Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan can peacefully cultivate on Dawn Rain mainland? Unless they are always under my Imperial Thunder Sect's protection. If they go out to train and something happens to them, tell me, how will my Imperial Thunder Sect pursue this matter? Rather than letting them lose their lives, why not let them suffer for a long time and turn it into a short one? To help the three of them. If that's the case, then it's your fellow cultivator Qian's good intentions? You actually killed two birds with one stone. Not only did you save their lives, but you also saved the master's face? Wang Yi said disapprovingly. Not only that. Xian Mo waved his hand and said, it should be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. 3? Wang Yi asked curiously, and whose lives? It's the lives of tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of cultivators in my Dao sect. Xian Mo said excitedly, Tu Hong is a talented general. In the 5 years that he has been in the discussion hall, he has indeed made illustrious military achievements. Wasn't today's plan to lure the enemy into the discussion hall the one that Tu Hong suggested? Since he is a talented general of my Dao sect, he has an important role to play. In order to keep this general in my discussion hall, my Imperial Thunder sect has suffered some losses. So what if I, Qian Mo, lose some face? Chapter 2495. Wang Yi looked at the displeased Oris core stage cultivators around him and laughed. Tu Hong is a member of my discussion hall. This plan of luring the enemy into the finals was the result of the collective efforts of everyone in the discussion hall. How can it be credited to him alone? Luckily Qin Jian killed him. Otherwise, wouldn't the victory of our Dao sect be credited to him alone? I've already said that I have a clear conscience. I'm just stating facts. Xian Mo said in a low voice, what I want to say is that when we are organizing the disciples to kill the sword cultivators, we should also be grateful. If not for Tu Hong, of course, this plan of luring the enemy would be, at this moment, there was a wave of dermic power in the meeting hall. It came from the direction of Immortal Music Sect. Heng Zhao was slightly stunned. Looking at Li Qingshu's empty praying mat, he hesitated and pointed his hand. After the dermic power wave flickered violently, an angry young woman's face appeared. Heng Zhao and the rest were shocked. They hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully, greetings to Fairy Hongxia. You can wait. In the mirror was the head of Immortal Music Sect, Fairy Hongxia, a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Daoist Li has already taken leave for a few days. Heng Zhao hurriedly explained, we don't know, I know. Fairy Hongxia said coldly, Li Qingshu's natal spirit tablet is already broken. Heng Zhao could not believe it, Li. Fellow Daoist Li Qingshu's natal spirit tablet is really broken? If not, why would I inform all of you? Fairy Hongxia chided, what are all of you waiting for? What are all of you doing? The war has been going on for more than 10 years, but I don't see any great contributions. Instead, it's the Golden Core cultivators who fall one after another. That Tu Hong was just assassinated in Sky Patrol City, and Li Qingshu is dead. Is old Xue still in Sky Patrol City? Yes. Heng Zhao's forehead was sweating. He could only lower his head and say yes. Hurry up and check the cause of Li Chengshu's death and report it to me as soon as possible. Fairy Hongxia threw a tantrum and said coldly, I'll discuss with them. If it doesn't work, you can prepare to go to the battlefield. Yes, yes, this disciple understands. Heng Zhao continued to bow. This disciple will immediately send someone to investigate. Immediately send someone to investigate. Humph. Fairy Hongxia snorted and disappeared with a wave of her hand. After Fairy Luoxia left with a scolding, Heng Jiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly called over the disciples on duty. He took out the discussion hall token and wanted to order them to investigate. However, Qian Mo raised his hand and said, Fellow Daoist Heng Jiao, it's a bit difficult for the disciples to investigate this matter. Why don't you let me go? I'll bring some disciples with me and they'll be able to send news back in time. Daoist Qian. Heng Zhao reminded him, Li Chengshu has been on leave for a few days, and there was no movement after he was killed. He must have left Sky Patrol City. If you go there now, it's still very dangerous. Sigh, Li Chengshu was on duty in the conference hall. His death must have been caused by a sword cultivator. He sacrificed his life for our Dao sect. How can we not find the culprit? This old man is willing to take this risk. Qian Mo sighed. Good. Peng Dai from Su Yen faction clapped her hands and said, Fellow Daoist Qian Mo, it's still dangerous for you to go alone. How about this, I'll go with you. Great. Heng Yi smiled. Since that's the case, please take the medallion of my conference hall and bring 20 disciples on duty with you to investigate. Yes, Qian Mo took the token and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. However, just as he turned his head, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Heng Ming and said, Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, I only said half of what I wanted to say. This is what I thought and said when I was chatting with Tu Hong that day. It's the layout and deduction of this battle. I'm not talented and I know that I don't have the talent to command a battle. I can only carefully record it down for the discussion of the cultivators in the discussion hall. Oh. Heng Li raised his eyebrows and hesitated. However, he still sighed and took the jade slip with a wave of his hand. After reading it with his spiritual sense, he was stunned again and said in surprise, Tu Hong, this guy is indeed a great talent. Although we were at a disadvantage in the battle of the spirit veins, the attack on the spirit stone veins today was a feint. Not only did we attract the attention of the sword cultivators to the spirit stone veins, we even set up an ambush between the spirit stone veins to cut off the escape route of the sword cultivators. After speaking, Heng Li glanced at everyone and said, although Tu Hong is dead, he actually predicted the current situation. Even. Alright, I won't say any more. Just wait and see. If Tu Hong is here today, this battle, we will definitely win. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming is too much. Zhou Qingping from Thousand Leaf Ridge was unhappy. Do you mean that without Tu Hong in the discussion hall, this battle cannot continue? Of course not. Heng Li handed the jade slip to the cultivator beside him and said with a smile, after all, the ones doing the work are the cultivators of the Dao sect. However, with this idea, we are confident that we can save tens of thousands of disciples from dying. After speaking, everyone looked at the jade slip one by one. Everyone had different expressions. Some were shocked, some were deep in thought, and there were even some who were disdainful. Alright, this is Tu Hong's idea. It is also my idea. Seeing that the jade slip returned to Heng Li's hands, Qian Mu cupped his hands and said, I hope it will be useful for the battle of the Dao sect. After speaking, Qian Mo cupped his hands and was about to leave. However, after floating a few feet, he stopped again with a hesitant expression. Fellow Daoist Qian, is there something else? Heng Li asked curiously. Sigh. Qian Mo looked around and looked at the golden core cultivators who looked at the jade slip with a complicated expression. However, this complicated expression only lasted for a moment. Qian Mo transmitted his voice again. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, actually, what I showed you earlier, was only a portion of what Tu Hong said. Tu Hong had a plan which I find extremely inconceivable. However, if you think about it carefully, it does make some sense. However, even if I use up all my brain juice, I still can't think of anything. This is perhaps the difference between a mediocre person and a great person. Fellow Daoist Qian, what do you mean? Heng Li admired Tu Hong's plan. However, when Qian Mo said something like this, he was even more shocked. Why can't you say it in person? He. Qian Mo glanced at everyone and said, didn't you see their expressions? Just this plan alone makes them unhappy. If I take out the last portion, won't they turn the sky upside down? If that's the case, I might as well not take it out. In addition, even if I take it out, I definitely can't discuss it in front of all the cultivators in the conference hall. This is because I don't trust some of them. This. Heng Li hesitated and looked at the jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to see what other plans Tu Hong had. Fellow Daoist Qian, the other golden core cultivators are still fine. However, the cultivators on duty in the 3 countries can't possibly not participate, right? Yes, other than the cultivators on duty, the others can't let them know a single word. Qian Mo's face flashed with a serious expression. As you wish. Heng Li took out the token and pointed his finger. A cluster of green light flew out from the token and shot into the sky like a fountain. Then, with a schwa sound, it fell and covered the first row of golden core cultivators who were sitting on the praying mats. What is this for? De Sun from the Taiching sect frowned and said in a low voice, all the fellow Taoists in the conference hall are one. All matters should be discussed together. When we came to the Sky Patrol City, Lord Sect Leader had already made it clear that this restriction should not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would cause a rift among the fellow Taoists in the conference hall. Fellow Taoist Qian, you can speak now. Heng Xiao ignored De Sun and said to Qian Mo. Then, he looked at the others and sighed. Fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu has left us without us knowing. Perhaps, this is the last resort. Oh? There's news about Li Chengxiu? Xiong Huasong asked curiously, why didn't you say so just now? Could it be? Fellow Taoist Xiong, you think too much. Qian Mo cupped his hands and said, in a while, when the restriction is lifted, all of you can use the news about fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu as a perfunctory excuse. However, what I want to say now is Tu Hong's other plan that is absolutely inconceivable. As he spoke, Qian Mo clapped his hands and took out another jade slip. He handed it to Heng Ming and said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, take a look. Heng Li could not wait any longer. He grabbed the jade slip and it fell into his hand. When he immersed his divine thought into it, the expression on his face was simply too wonderful. A kind of astonishment, puzzlement and even a dumbfounded expression appeared on Heng Li's face. Everyone was baffled. They could not imagine what kind of arrangement Tu Hong had in this jade slip that could make a golden core cultivator so astonished. The time Heng Li spent looking at this jade slip was several times longer than the previous one. It was as if he was reading it word by word. This was extremely rare for a golden core cultivator who was used to using divine thought. Seeing how serious Heng Li was, De Sun and the rest unconsciously looked at Qian Mo's face. Although they did not say anything, weren't their eager gazes waiting for Qian Mo to explain? Cough cough, Qian Mo coughed twice and smiled apologetically. Logically speaking, this Qian should be the clearest about this matter. However, this battle plan. I copied it from Tu Hong. It's better if I don't say it. Fellow Taoists, please take a look and you will understand. He. Wang Yi saw that he could not see the jade slip for the time being and said with a fake smile, since this jade slip records the battle plan of the Great Battle of Dao and Sword, why did fellow Taoist need to borrow Tu Hong's hand? Wouldn't it be better to just say what you came up with? Chapter 2496. Who knew that Qian Mo was so serious, as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Wang Ye's tone. He said, I just said that my heart can be seen by the heavens. My heart is so magnanimous that it can be seen by the sun and moon. This merit belongs to Tu Hong, so it belongs to Tu Hong. Just because Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian's mistake will not taint Tu Hong's merit. Wang Yi still sneered and did not say much. The people around him looked at Qian Mo thoughtfully. After Heng Yu finished reading, he passed the jade slip to De Sun. De Sun waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, just tell us what is written in this jade slip. I don't know how long it will take for us to finish reading it. I understand. Heng Yu thought for a while and passed the jade slip to De Sun. He said, Everyone, take a look. This is the credit of Qian Mo, and Tu Hong. Seeing is believing. Also, while you're checking, I'll explain the details to you. Alright, De Sun nodded and took the jade slip. He used his spiritual will to read it. Indeed, when he saw the contents, his face turned strange. This time, the people who were rejected by Qian Mo were even more curious. Tu Hong is indeed a hero of his generation. Heng Yu sighed and said simply, he wants to set up a spirit howl array in the sword tomb. This spirit howl array is 10 times bigger than the one on Jinshan Quan. When our Dao sect cultivators push the sword cultivators of Huan country back to the sword tomb, we will lure them into the array and activate it, to kill hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators in one go. How is that possible? Indeed, Heng Yu's words stunned everyone. They did not even consider the sword tomb, nor did they consider setting up a large array in the sword tomb. While Wang Yi was shocked, he said disdainfully, setting up a large array in the sword tomb is not considered a special strategy. In the previous battle, it was not used like this. There is no need to be so shocked. Fellow Taoist Wang. Heng Li looked him up and down and said indifferently, to be honest, have you ever thought about this? Wang Yi was startled. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, to tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I really haven't thought about it. After all, the sword catacomb is behind the sword cultivators. Since the beginning of the war, we have been forced to stay in the country of Shi and the country of Lian. It is impossible to force the sword cultivators into the sword catacomb. Why is it impossible? Heng Zhao asked with interest. That's the truth. Wang Yi spread out his hands and said, even though we are preparing to test the sword cultivators' strength for the final battle, but... Fellow Taoist, what do you think are our chances of winning? Let's not talk about our chances of winning for now. Even Wang Yi, a golden core cultivator on duty at the conference hall, has not thought of the sword tomb. Then do you think, sword cultivators will think of the sword tomb? Of course they won't think of it. De Sun's eyes flashed with admiration. He hurriedly looked through the jade slip and handed it to Xiong Huasong and said, the sword tomb is already far behind them. Moreover, they have occupied many spirit stone veins and have pushed the battle line into the 3 countries of our Dao sect. Why would they guard against the sword tomb? Catch them off guard? Xiong Huasong asked as he looked through the jade slip. Exactly. Heng Ming clapped and said, in fellow Taoist Qian Mo's jade slip, Tu Hong's plan is like this. The sword tomb is extremely special. It is the passage that most sword cultivators need to use to travel from the country of Shi to the country of Shi and the country of Lian. Although other places can be passed through, they need to go around and it is extremely dangerous. Under the illusory sword, they need to pass through the sword tomb to attack our Dao sect. Therefore, all the battles are marked by the sword tomb. If we can force the sword cultivators into the sword tomb, our Dao sect will win. Who knows how many times the sword cultivators have passed through the sword tomb? Wang Yi asked in a strange tone, what is the use of setting up an ambush there? There are many uses. Heng Ming raised his voice and said, firstly, if we can set up an ambush in the sword tomb at the same time as the final battle, then, it will be a two-pronged attack. It can make the sword cultivators unable to take care of both sides. Secondly, even if we can't carry out the final battle and we can't figure out the strength of the sword cultivators, the sword catacombs ambush can still cut off the path of the sword cultivators so that they can't smoothly enter the territory of the 3 cultivation countries in large numbers. Thirdly, this is an ambush, a hidden hand. If it can be used, then it will be of great use. If it can't be used, then it won't be a waste. Actually, I still have some doubts. De Sun finished reading the jade slip and said, this great battle of Spirit Howl is indeed powerful, but the array is extremely unstable. The sword tomb is a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is extremely rich in the gold attribute, so it is not suitable to set up this array. Moreover, we don't have the array diagram for this array. We have to ask the Shui region sage for it from the Sky Patrol City. Why is there a need to set up the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array? Xian Mo said, that Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array requires a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The array is set up in Jinquan Mountain because it is supported by the spiritual stone mine. But what about the sword tomb? I'm afraid it won't work, right? With sufficient sword chi and enough gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth, I'm afraid it will be even more effective for sword cultivators. What does Daoist Qian mean? Heng Ming knew that Qian Mo must have thought it through carefully, so he asked in a low voice. I don't know how to set up arrays. Qian Mo smiled and said, however, I don't lack people who are proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Let's listen to their opinions. After Qian Mo finished speaking, everyone looked at Xian Tian sect's Xiong Huasong. Xian Tian sect was known for their arrays, and Xiong Huasong was the golden core cultivator who was most proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Actually, when Daoist Heng Ming mentioned the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array, I was already thinking about it. Xiong Huasong didn't hide anything and said, only Tu Hong, that kind of crazy and ambitious person would dare to use the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators as bait to activate the array. If we want to set up an array in the sword catacomb, we definitely can't use the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array. However, if we want to make use of the sword chi and the sword essence of Spirit Howl, the sword cultivator's sword array is the most suitable. Although the gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the sword catacomb is abundant, I really can't think of a suitable array in such a short period of time. Xiong Huasong's tone was very pertinent, and everyone liked what he said. If he suddenly said a very useful array in such a short period of time, they might not believe him. After all, this was an era where arrays were lost. By the way, since Tu Hong can think of the array in the sword catacomb, will the sword cultivators also think of the sword array as Daoist Xiong said? The experienced and prudent De Sun asked again. We can't rule out this possibility. Heng Ming didn't care, however, as far as I know, the possibility is not high. After all, they have already crossed the sword catacomb, so it's meaningless to set up an array there. Unless we push them back to the sword catacomb. Wang Yi smiled and said, however, looking at how they want to attack the Sky Patrol City, I'm afraid they won't think of it. A few years ago, I already asked the city guards of the Sky Patrol City to pay attention to the sword catacomb when they patrolled the area around it. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect said with certainty, there are no traces of high-level sword cultivators there. Oh, Daoist Lu, you're really farsighted when it comes to strategizing. Heng Ming was stunned and said, so you've already paid attention to the sword catacomb in the early years? Yes, back then, the sword cultivators didn't go too far from the sword catacomb. I was afraid that something might happen, so I made the Sky Patrol City check it out. Lu Xinwu smiled proudly and said, however, the sword catacomb is too dangerous, and there are too many sword cultivators along the way. The Sky Patrol City can't check it out often, so there's some news from time to time. It's nothing too important. That's great. Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, it seems that the sword cultivators have neglected the sword catacomb. This is really a good opportunity for us to plan. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect said coldly, everything you said is just an armchair strategist. If we don't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the sword catacomb, the array won't be effective. If we only block the sword cultivators from entering and exiting the sword catacomb, won't the array be destroyed if it's discovered by the sword cultivators? Daoistly, how do you know that we can't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the sword catacomb? Qian Mo said indifferently, even if we use the array to kill the sword cultivators in the sword catacomb, we can still kill many sword cultivators. We can also attack the sword cultivators' morale and boost our cultivators' morale. Indeed. Gao Wei, who had been silent all this time, said, doesn't Qin Jian often set up ambushes? Doesn't he often kill the cultivators of our Dao sect? Now, we'll set up a huge ambush in the sword catacomb and slap the sword cultivators' faces. Everyone knew that Xuanyan school had suffered a lot because of Qin Jian and hated the sword cultivators' ambushes. Gao Wei's words were to wipe away the humiliation of the cultivators. I feel that, this is a little rash. Cheng Ming of the Immortal Ascension sect said, in Tu Hong's plan, the most important thing is to speculate about the sword cultivators' dependence on the sword catacomb. But in fact, the sword catacomb is far less important than what the Jade Slip said. The sword cultivators entering and exiting the Han country may not be completely through the sword catacomb. There are still many paths to choose from. If it's as Tu Hong thinks, we don't have to be so passive. We only need to set up a stronghold in front of the sword catacomb and move the Sky Patrol City to the sword catacomb. One man can hold back 10,000 men and kill every sword cultivator that comes. How can they invade the 3 cultivation countries? Why do we need to set up an array in the Sky Patrol City? Fellow Daoist Cheng's words are reasonable. However, this matter is a little urgent and does not allow us to discuss it in detail. I think this plan is feasible. Heng Li raised his hand and said, who else agrees? Qian Mo raised his hand without hesitation. Heng Li wanted to remind him that the Imperial Thunder sect was not a sect on duty, but after thinking about it, he kept quiet. De Sun hesitated and raised his hand. Xiong Huasong also raised his hand. In the end, other than Li Jijia of the Changbai sect, all the other Golden Core cultivators agreed. Even Cheng Ming agreed after a slight hesitation. Chapter 2497. Fellow Cultivator Li. Heng Ju smiled and said, although Changbai sect doesn't agree to set up the formation, you still have to obey the arrangement of the disciples. Humph, I understand. Li Jijia snorted and said, you don't send the useful disciples to fight against the sword cultivators, but learn from the treacherous Tu Hong. Can you be successful? Heng Ju ignored him and said to Xiong Huasong, this. I'll leave it to fellow cultivator Xiong. What do you think? Good. After I've thought it through, I'll discuss it with all of you. Xiong Huasong did not decline and said. Also. Qian Mo was happy and said, this should be kept a secret. There are many sword cultivator spies in Sky Patrol City. We can't rule out the possibility of some cultivators leaking information about our sect for some benefits. I think that other than all of you, even even Sky Patrol City. Don't let them know about this. When he said the last sentence, Qian Mo gritted his teeth fiercely. Yes, although he admired Tu Hong, but Tu Hong had also caused him a lot of trouble. When the palace master of Dui Lei Palace heard the news outside Sky Patrol City, she did not get off the thunderboat and did not even meet Qian Mo. Although she did not scold or reprimand Qian Mo, how could Qian Mo not know about Dui Jie's anger? Fortunately, Qian Lei Zi did not come to Sky Patrol City. Otherwise, Qian Mo would not know what to do. The reason why he recommended Tu Hong's strategy was to explain his relationship with Tu Hong, to explain what he had done and how he had become a laughingstock. On the other hand, he wanted to make more contributions so that his future would not be clouded by the shadow of the previous incident. That's right. De Sun narrowed his eyes and said, Sky Patrol City is full of evil. Who knows how many sword cultivator spies there are? The city master's mansion has long been the focus of the sword cultivators. Who knows who could leak information to the sword cultivators? It's better to be careful. Actually, forget it, let's not talk about it. Fellow cultivator De Sun, what's so hard to say? Li Jijie said coldly, isn't it because you suspect that our arrangement was leaked to the sword cultivators? Otherwise, why would we lose again and again in this battle? Why are we always at a disadvantage? Fellow cultivator Li, be careful with your words. Heng Ju hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sky Patrol City is part of our sect, they would never do such a thing. However, we can't guarantee that others will not do it. We'd better not inform them. Well, according to the dispatch of the conference hall's hall, it seems that the last batch of our sect's disciples will come to Sky Patrol City. Qingming from the Immortal Ascension sect suggested, why don't we let them go to the Sword Tomb and let Dao friend Xiong train them in setting up the array? Sun, I, De Sun's do, does, I, De Sun S, TT, S2. We Sun De Sun Sun Sun. Tit est T Sun SS, SSS to arrange, S begin, T, yes, I understand. Xiong Huasong bowed and said. After everyone finished their discussion, they lifted the restriction again. Qian Mo said, that's all I know about Li Chengxiu. His death outside the Sky Patrol City is a threat to us. We'll have to wait for fellow Daoist Peng and I to investigate before we come to a conclusion. Well, in that case, we'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Qian. Heng Ju said. Following which, Qian Mo and Peng Dai left. The assembly hall was originally filled with whispers due to the activation of the restriction. However, at this moment, the entire assembly hall fell into a dead silence. Qian Mo's parting words had truly touched their hearts. Yes, Tu Hong was dead. He was assassinated in the sky. In front of Shuayu's, everyone felt that it was funny. A nascent soul realm cultivator's face was shredded. If it was in their own sect, this would never happen. But now? Li Chengxiu had been killed without anyone noticing. And it happened outside Sky Patrol City. Generally, Golden Core realm cultivators in the conference hall would not leave the city. Why did Li Chengxiu leave the city? What was so important that he had to leave the city? Li Chengxiu was the same as Tu Hong, a middle Golden Core realm cultivator. However, he was not of the same age as Tu Hong. Tu Hong was only at the middle Golden Core realm, but Li Chengxiu was already at the late Golden Core realm. Moreover, Li Chengxiu had a life-saving talisman given by Fairy Hongxia. If one was not at the sword transformation realm, it would be impossible to kill him. Even if he met an illusory swordsman, if he was careful, escaping would not be a problem. However, Li Chengxiu was still killed. An inexplicable sadness filled the conference hall. This was something that had not happened since the beginning of the war. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Heng Ju's heart thumped. Earlier, everyone was still in high spirits, as if victory was within their grasp. Who would have thought that a single piece of news from Fairy Hongxia would turn the atmosphere of the meeting hall into this. Even with Tu Hong's good plan, it would not work. Alas, we are just cultivators. We are not talented enough to command a war. Normally, people would think that since their cultivation was high, their aptitude would be high and they would be able to command a war easily. It was just like how ordinary people would have more experience when they were older. However, it was a huge mistake to think this way. Experience was high, but it was not always right. These Golden Core Realm cultivators might have good aptitudes, but they could only be used for cultivation. As for commanding a war, it was really impossible. In fact, the reason why these Golden Core Realm cultivators were sent out first in every war was to see if there were any geniuses who could command the war. These geniuses? Of course, they had to be nurtured. Even if their cultivation could not be raised, they had to be nurtured within the sect so that they could be used in the Taoist Devil War in the future. In fact, in the previous war, there were many times when one or a few geniuses would appear and lead the sect to victory. How could it be the same as this time? Until now, there had not been a single Golden Core Realm cultivator who had displayed his talent. From the beginning to the end, it was a mess of command. There was no priority or long-term planning. The strategy of luring the enemy was also proposed by Tu Hong out of desperation. Although it was not a brilliant move, it could be taken as their own by these Golden Core Realm cultivators. As for why Shuayuzhenren was so embarrassed and angry, it was because of his face. On the other hand, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture Tu Hong. He had taken a fancy to Tu Hong's fighting talent and thought that Tu Hong could help his Sky Patrol city gain a foothold in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if Tu Hong had some ulterior motives, even if Tu Hong had ruthlessly abandoned tens of thousands of Sky Patrol city disciples, he had endured it. However, the result of enduring it was that he was assassinated by Xiao Hua. How could Shuayuzhenren not be furious? Fellow Taoists. Heng Ming said in a low voice, although fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu has died, this was an accident. It was definitely not an ambush by sword cultivators, and it will definitely not affect the outcome of this battle. As long as we follow our previous plan and Tu Hong's current plan, we will attack in an orderly manner, and our Tao sect will definitely win this battle. Yes, fellow Taoist Heng Ming is right. Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue clapped his hands and said, everything is ready except for the east wind. As long as we win this war, everything will be fine. Yes, we have a good idea. However, Fairy Hongxia's words have given us a reminder. Taiqing sect's De Sun frowned and said, even if Li Chengxiu was not killed by sword cultivators, it must have been done by several illusory swordsmen. This time, we have gathered many Golden Core disciples in our sect and put in a lot of effort. If we don't go to the front line and only rely on those early-stage Golden Core disciples to fight, if they end up like Li Chengxiu, won't our efforts be in vain? Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist De Sun, you worry too much. Heng Ming clapped his hands and said with a smile, this is the last battle. We have killed all the swordsmen hiding in the Spirit Stone Vein and other places. Then, the illusory swordsmen under their command will definitely show up. In Tu Hong's Jade Slip. Oh, even if he doesn't have his Jade Slip, of course, we have to settle the karma. Of course, we have to meet the opponents we have fought for several years. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain when we return to the mountain in triumph, right? Yes, that's right. The group of Golden Core cultivators rubbed their palms together as if they were about to enter the battlefield. Also, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, we have to send out an order from the conference hall to inform the Sky Patrol City that they will also send out disciples and Golden Core cultivators to assist us in the battle. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect reminded them. Fellow Taoist Lu, that's a good idea. Heng Ming nodded and said, I will send out a token to the Sky Patrol City now. When there is news from all the disciples, we will enter the battle. I think the sword cultivators will definitely not expect this. Lu Xinwu narrowed his eyes. We have sent out so many disciples, just to test the waters. After the test, the storm will come. That's right. Kill the sword cultivators with the force of a storm. Heng Ming's face was filled with excitement. Let's get ready immediately. Let all the disciples start moving. This is the chance to determine the outcome of the battle. Yes, all the Golden Core cultivators stood up and shouted in unison. The death of Li Chengxiu alone had caused the Golden Dan cultivators in the meeting hall to feel a sense of crisis. However, the culprit had actually escaped into a pitch-black cave. He took out a piece of bright flower stone and placed it on top of the cave, illuminating the entire cave. The cave was about 100 feet in size and was rather dry. Xiaofan scanned it with his divine consciousness and was extremely satisfied. He took out a futon and threw it on the ground, then sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, he took out Tu Hong's storage bag. After searching for a moment, he took out a jade slip. He did not have time to look at the other things and kept them in the storage bag. After looking at it for a moment, Xiaofan frowned. It seemed like there was a problem that was hard to solve. However, when he raised his head and looked at the cave, the corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2498. Immediately after, Xiaofan grabbed Tu Hong's Mitsubishi magic treasure with his left hand and struck it with a spell. The magic treasure trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately after, 3 rays of light shot out from the 3 sides of the magic treasure, as if Xiaohua's spell was wrong. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. His right hand covered the magic treasure, and the universe in the sleeve technique firmly suppressed the magic treasure. The light on the Mitsubishi magic treasure overflowed and flickered abnormally, but it couldn't emit the slightest bit of light. Quick! Xiaohua's left hand continuously struck the magic treasure. Every time a spell struck the magic treasure, there would be the sound of a golden drum beating. Xiaohua actually used the Sunset Islands method of refining jade tablets to refine this magic treasure. When the Mitsubishi magic treasure completely calmed down, the 3-colored brilliance was as stable as congealed fat. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the magic treasure. Gugugugu, as soon as the blood entered the magic treasure, it immediately seeped in. The entire magic treasure seemed to be boiling, and the 3-colored brilliance alternated with each other. A golden dot suddenly appeared inside the magic treasure, and then gradually expanded until it submerged the entire Mitsubishi magic treasure. Strangely, the golden dot had just dyed the entire magic treasure when it immediately flashed again. After a few breaths of time, the golden dot disappeared, and the 3-colored brilliance began to alternate again. However, at this time, the 3 colors were so dazzling and vivid that they couldn't jump out of the magic treasure. Xiaohua let out a breath and flicked his hand. The magic treasure jumped into the air and slightly rotated. The entire cave was reflected in the 3-colored brilliance. Little Yellow, come out. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and called Little Yellow out. What's the matter, mother? Little Yellow cheerfully flew out. It first looked at the magic treasure in the air, then flew around a few times. It didn't find anything, so it asked curiously. Hee, you stay here. I'm afraid something delicious will appear in a while. Xiaohua smiled and instructed. Immediately, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the ice sea mirror. A few rather unfamiliar spells were cast on the ice sea mirror, but the mirror was also overflowing with brilliance, radiating in all directions. Xiaohua's expression was grave and stern. His hands continued to form spells. With the influx of magic power, the ice sea mirror began to vibrate. On the surface of the mirror like ripples, the brilliance gradually rippled and a vortex slowly formed. The center of the whirlpool was a gray color that alternated between black and white. As the whirlpool gradually expanded, it sucked in all the light. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the light disappeared. The entire mirror also disappeared, leaving behind only a deep whirlpool. That whirlpool was dark gray in color, and it seemed like it was going to suck in all the light from the bright flower stones. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the Mitsubishi magic treasure in the air flashed with brilliance and flew into the air above the whirlpool. Wu, a suction force was generated from the whirlpool and landed on the magic treasure. When the magic treasure's brilliance landed in the whirlpool, the magic treasure also slowly descended. Mitsubishi's magic treasure was originally rotating slowly, but as it fell, it gradually sped up. When the rotation was the same as the vortexes, Xiaohua shouted, "Go!" The spell that he had been preparing in his hand was struck, but a thunderclap was produced in midair. Xiaohua poured all the magic power in his body into the magic treasure. Wang! A loud sound was heard. The magic treasure's brilliance suddenly converged and its whole body turned gray. The center of the mirror vortex was in contact with the magic treasure. With a "kacha" sound, the vortex wrapped the magic treasure and then began to condense. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from the bottom of the vortex. It was the laughter of Tu Hong's scheme succeeding. Immediately, a faint shadow rushed out of the vortex and rushed toward Mitsubishi's magic treasure. Ah! What? What's going on? When the faint shadow pounced on the magic treasure emitted a faint golden light and blocked the shadow outside. The shadow screamed in panic. Not only that, when Goldie saw the shadow, its eyes immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. With a sweep of its big tail, it flew in front of the shadow. With a "humph" sound, it spat out a silver light from its nose and firmly covered the shadow. Within the silver light, Tu Hong's faint figure appeared. It was the trace of his primordial spirit that was hidden in the ice sea mirror. "Fellow Taoist, spare my life, spare my life." Facing Goldie's silver light, Tu Hong panicked from the bottom of his heart and anxiously begged with a soft voice. "Humph, how can this young master spare your life?" Xiaohua sneered. "First, you planned to kill this young master, then you wanted to kill Dui Qimeng's soul. Now you want to tamper with the magic treasure's refining method to seize this young master's body. With so many schemes, how can this young master spare you? This young master has his reasons." Hearing Xiaohua mention Dui Qimeng, Tu Hong hurriedly shouted, "Yu Meng died for I can't ignore her life and death, you shut up." Xiaohua sneered, "It's fine if you want to save Yu Meng. You should use the right path and walk the right path. This young master might be able to help you or even let you go. However, your heart is evil. You used saving Yu Meng as an excuse to do evil things. Yu Meng's life is a life, but Dui Qimeng's life is not a life? How can this be? Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. Now that you've met this young master, it's the right time to settle the karma. There's no point in saying more. Do you think I'm evil just because you say I'm evil? Do you think I'm good just because you say I'm good? What qualifications do you have to judge this old man?" Tu Hong shouted angrily. Although Tu Hong's voice was somewhat hysterical, it was still shrill and weak in Xiaohua's ears. "Ha ha ha, you're right. If this young master says you're evil, then you are evil." Xiaohua laughed and ordered Goldie, "Swallow him." "Yes, mother." Goldie agreed. A silver light flashed from its nose, and Tu Hong's primordial spirit was sucked into it and disappeared. Burp! Goldie burped and laughed. "Mother, if there's such a good thing, you must call me boy more often." "Hee hee, don't worry. There are many evil people in this world. It's enough for you to eat." Xiaohua laughed and kept Goldie into his space. At this time, the Ice Sea Mirror had already swallowed Mitsubishi's artifact and returned to its original state. It was an oval mirror with tricolored runes faintly flowing on it. There were even golden threads mixed in. It was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror that Xiao Hua had seen before. See this. Xiao Hua was obviously caught off guard. He took out Tu Hong's jade slip again in disbelief. After looking at it with his divine sense for a moment, he shook his head and said, apart from the refining method that Tu Hong changed, there are no other changes to this jade slip. Isn't this the Ice Sea Mirror? How did it become the Kunlun mirror? Or maybe this thing is the Kunlun mirror? Xiao Hua thought and waved his hand. The Ice Sea Mirror fell into his hand. At this time, all of Xiao Hua's magic power was used to refine the Ice Sea Mirror. There was only a small amount left. Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slightly shook the Ice Sea Mirror. A green light flashed and several huge logs flashed out of the light, smashing into the stone wall opposite him. A hole several feet in size appeared in a flash. Ha ha ha, this is a true artifact. This young master just urged his magic power. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. Then, he swayed slightly and shot out a series of blue lights that froze the big hole in the ground. The last yellow brilliance was even more powerful. It directly penetrated the frozen big hole by several feet. The rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost comparable to Xiao Hua's wishful staff. When Tu Hong took this artifact, he could only use the core of the Kunlun mirror. I couldn't see its power. A part of the Kunlun mirror was used as the Ice Sea Mirror to transform into an illusion of ice and snow to protect Yu Meng's corpse. Now that the two parts are combined into one, others shouldn't be able to see any clues. Xiao Hua's hand caressed the Kunlun mirror very lovingly. He muttered in his heart. After all, he didn't have a suitable artifact now. When he fought with others, he would be at a disadvantage. After refining the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and still wanted to fuse it into his body. Unfortunately, his body was of the Phoenix bloodline and had been tempered by the primal chaos chi. No artifact could be fused into his body like ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he could only send it into the Buddha fire. There were still many things in Tu Hong's storage bag. Xiao Hua only roughly looked at them before. However, he didn't have the mood to carefully look at them now. Not only did he not know the origin of these things, but Tu Hong's rumors had not stopped for a day. All of these things could be the source of Xiao Hua's exposure. He wouldn't be anxious to be fooled. Damn it, Li Chengxiu, you are a golden core cultivator of the discussion hall. How could there be few things in your storage bag? It's a pity that your self-destruction was too ruthless. Other than the incomplete jade strips, everything else turned into nothingness. And there was a golden alms bowl left behind. That pipa or whatever was left behind. Nothing was left behind. Xiao Hua recalled Li Chengxiu's self-destruction and felt pity in his heart. Fortunately, Marshal Kuen's storage bag is still intact. Otherwise, this young master's efforts would have been in vain. Then, Xiao Hua took out Marshal Kuen's storage bag. When he immersed his divine sense into it to take a look, he almost jumped up from the ground. How is this possible? This guy, there are materials in his storage bag that can repair the Grand Universe shifting token? Joy appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Almost without hesitation, he took out all the jade strips in Li Chengxiu's storage bag. When he hurriedly finished looking through them, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Damn it, these materials are indeed needed to repair the Grand Universe shifting token. However, the most important materials are missing. I'm afraid that this guy randomly collected them. Thinking about it, Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the other materials that were placed together with those materials. He seemed to be deep in thought. Thunder Roll Stone? Isn't this the material that Li Zongbao mentioned to refine some lightning pool? This guy actually has so many thunder roll stones. Moreover, his jade strips even have the secret method to refine a lightning boat. This is the secret of my Imperial Thunder sect. How could he possibly bring these things to Sky Patrol City? Moreover, his storage bag only has the materials to refine the Grand Universe shifting token but doesn't have the secret method to refine or repair it. It's very obvious that he doesn't know how to refine the Grand Universe shifting token. Then why did he collect so many materials?